Chapter 1 Sasori of the Red Sand. There are two kinds of people in this world, one is the loser, the other is the winner. The weak can eat the strong, this is the most basic and important rule in this world. The bones of countless losers are buried under the feet of every successful person, and the bones will die. Sasori now has a deep understanding of this truth. If you want to survive in this troubled world, you must step on the corpses of others and become a living success. In a village in the Kingdom of Wind, Sasori with short red hair leaned against a dead tree alone, with bloodline on his body, and his chest was violently ups and downs, looking exhausted. "Hey, there is one more here, we will leave after we get rid of him." Two Konoha ninjas walked out of the forest in the distance. One of them grinned at Sasori a bit, and then drew the long knife behind him and walked towards Sasori. The Second Ninja World War is coming to an end, and a large number of enemy ninjas are evacuating from the territory of the Country of Sand, but at the same time as the retreat, these ninjas also launched a brutal cleaning operation. Wherever they passed, there were destroyed villages everywhere. And the civilians killed. Parasite string. Sasori raised his head slightly and exhaled heavily. The hands hanging on the ground moved slightly, the index finger and ring finger were folded, and the middle finger, thumb, and little finger were raised and hooked in the direction of the coming ninja. "Ah! A hole! What are you doing?" Suddenly the ninja holding a long sword screamed, his back was deeply pierced by a kunai. When he turned around, he realized that it was his companion who had made the hand. "My body is out of control. Be careful. There are detonating symbols." But his companion is also incredible. With a cry of exclamation, he suddenly sounded, his own karma has a detonation talisman. But he still finished talking, his hands opened involuntarily, and he hugged the companion who was about to dodge. Boom! The detonation talisman between the two exploded, and the ninja holding a long knife was blown off his spine and died on the spot. The ninja who attacked him was also blown into a big hole in his abdomen, and all his internal organs flowed out. He died soon. "Who are you?" During the dying, the ninja whose belly was blown was full of solemn stares at the red-haired boy who was still leaning on the dead tree without any movement. Obviously, it was this boy who seemed to be seriously injured to do all this. "From now on you will call me Sasori of the Red Sand." Sasori raised his head, with short wet red hair sticking to his forehead, smiled at the ninja, gently hooked his finger, and then a handle of kunai automatically lifted from the ninja's prop bag and pierced into the air. Cut his throat and cut off his last vitality. The ability of string fruit actually consumes so much energy, I can't stay here anymore. Sasori took a deep breath, stood up hard, muttered softly, and dived into the dense forest not far away. Sasori didn't expect that after he died once, he would be resurrected, but he was reborn, and he also gained a new identity, Sasori of the Red Sand in the Hokage ninja world. But Sasori is still in his teenage years. At this time, Sasori's parents have been killed by Konoha's White Fang. This is his second residence. He somehow occupied his body and became the new Sasori. And there was a purple pear-like fruit that appeared with him, covered with a strange fruit with an S-shaped texture, and the dark purple stem with a curvature, which immediately made Sasori think of the 4 words devil fruit. And this is Don Quixote. Doflamingo's devil fruit. String fruit. Sasori, who had come, was at ease, and Sasori, who hadn't figured out how to live his life, immediately greeted the enemy's ninja. The killing of several Konoha shinobi, no one in this small village can stop it. Sasori, who has not yet practiced chakra, has no resistance at all. Between life and death, Sasori chose life without hesitation. Eat string fruit. Gained the ability of string fruit. Relying on the 2 abilities of the first level parasite string and bullet string, Sasori has been alive until now, but at this moment Sasori may not be able to continue the fight, his energy has been exhausted. Someone has fought here. More than a dozen of our companions have died. Most of them died by attacking each other. It seems that their way of death should be in the hands of puppetry, and there should be experts who use puppetry nearby. Not long after Sasori left, another group of 9-member Konoha shinobi passed by the village. This time it was a Jainin who led the team. Everyone soon discovered the body of the same Konoha shinobi and judged it. The cause of everyone's death, a master of puppetry activity in such a place, immediately made him alert. Find him out. Konoha Jainin was silent for a moment and decided to find this master of puppetry, and provide a safe retreat channel for more companions who have not yet retreated. Sasori, who had not been trained by a professional ninja, was immediately discovered by everyone, and everyone followed him in the direction where Sasori had left. Chapter 2 Scorch Style Yakang. It's a civilian in the Kingdom of Wind. Since Sasori had not been trained as a ninja, he was quickly spotted by the Konoha elite ninja moving at high speed in the trees. Hnin frowned and looked at the captain on the trip. He did not expect to track the only trace on the battlefield. It turned out to be only a civilian. But after another thought, if you were really a master of grandmaster puppetry, you would definitely not leave such an obvious trace. Don't keep alive. Konoha's Jainin just glanced at Sasori before giving an order to kill her mouth. Hnin, who spoke first, swooped down from the tree and drew a huge shuriken from behind, ready to give Sasori a fatal blow, then quickly returned to the team to continue tracking the master of puppetry. Damn it! Parasite string! When Konoha's ninja swooped down, he realized that he had been discovered, and immediately cursed inwardly. The middle finger was still in the air, and the Konoha Hnin was immediately shocked to find out. The action turned out to be as if being pulled, slammed into a giant wood not far away, and was immediately dizzy. Bullet string! Xie stretched out her index finger to face the Hnin who had already had a gap, and snorted, and immediately a thread shot through his neck like a bullet. You killed the ninjas in the village. Konoha Jainin appeared in front of Sasori for the first time. Konoha Jainin, who was about to leave, just stared at Sasori solemnly. With his eyesight, he could tell that there was no chakra in the boy in front of him. But it was unexpected that this boy without chakra could kill Hnin. And he just killed people in exactly the same way as the Konoha shinobi who were killed in the village. I don't know what you are talking about. Sasori put on a look of fear and shook his head. His current advantage is that he doesn't have any chakra inside. It looks like just an ordinary person. When the enemy is slack, he can surprise with the ability of string fruit. Sure enough, doubts appeared on the captain's face. He even doubted whether someone was hiding around him, using this young man as a bait. Captain! Be careful! My body is out of control. Sasori's finger hooked, and there was an exclamation from behind Captain Konoha. A Konoha Hnin who was behind him stabs at the back of the captain's heart while holding on to Kunao. Shadow imitation technique. It really is a puppet technique, a special blood succession limit. It's just that in the next moment countless black shadows rushed out from under the captain's feet, connecting everyone's shadows, and suddenly everyone couldn't move. This captain turned out to be a master of the Nara clan. The captain's gaze staring at Sasori became amazed. He didn't feel any chakra just now. Too dangerous to stay. Shadow strangulation. The captain's gaze became firm, and a black hand made up of shadows immediately wrapped around Sasori's neck. Damn it, is it going to die again? I'm really not reconciled. Sasori tried to struggle, but was locked on the ground by the shadow. Feeling the tighter and tighter shadow hand, Sasori felt a strong unwillingness. Suddenly, a purple figure suddenly appeared behind Captain Konoha, and Kumo stabbed at the leader of the captain fiercely. The response was swift when it was not enough for the captain. The purple figure Kumo failed to successfully cut the squadron leader. Scorch style. Too much steaming. Although the attack failed to hit, the captain's body was evaporated in an instant. She fell to the ground in horror. Puppet kill. The three machines operate at the same time. Not yet everyone recovered from the shock of the captain being killed. Three puppets appeared behind the crowd. Enter Konohazchnin. Like no one's land. Enemy attack. It's Scorch-style Yakura from the Kingdom of Wind and Cho, the Puppet Queen. With 2 special attack methods, Konoha's ninja immediately recognizes who the person is. However, his exclamation has become extinct. Several Konoha shinobi were wiped out by Cho and Hakura in a moment, and he was the only one left. He was only exclaimed and killed by Chiyo's puppets. Sasori hadn't recovered yet. Yakura, who was wearing a purple battle suit, stood in front of him, looked at him carefully, and said to Cho, who was smiling bitterly behind him, "Millennium mother-in-law, is this what you said, Sasori? I won't admit this kind of fiancé." Sasori was still surprised that the purple-clothed girl in front of him was so strong. She was able to kill Konoha's Jainin. But the next moment was stunned by her words. Fiancé? Does Sasori have a fiancé? Scorch-style Yakura. ***. Chapter 3 Puppet Technique Chakra Silk Thread Toughness. After the rest of his life, Sasori recognized Cho. This is Sasori's grandmother, and she is the only relative of Sasori in the world. But Scorch-style Yakura gave Yan only a little impression. After a long time, he remembered that Scorch-style Yakura, the country of wind, is a very famous character. He was once a hero of the country of wind, but he was finally caught by 4th Hokage. Rasha was sold to Hagsha as a victim, and was brutally killed in Kirigakure. He was released by Yakushi Kabuto in Pure World Reincarnation during the 4th Ninja War. But why does Yekeng say that she is Sasori's fiancé? Although the 2 people belong to the same era, they seem to have no intersection. These are actually not important for writing. The most important thing is that Shibakura's eyes full of contempt at the moment made Sasori's inner anger surge. "Mother-in-law, I'm sorry, I want to dissolve the marriage contract that you and my father prepared for me before, just as the reward for saving his life this time. I have nothing to do with ninjas who are not talented or enterprising. Interest, we are both cleared, I will leave first." If Yekeng's contemptuous eyes made Sasori unwilling, she didn't hesitate to say what she wanted to say in front of Cho, and then she was ready to leave. She was even more needed on the battlefield. "No one is born strong, so are you. The more you look down on me, the more I will ride on you. You wait, one day I will make you cry and kneel in front of me, and then serve me. I will make you regret it." Sasori, who had already exhausted his energy, struggled from the ground, staring at Yekeng's back, with unprecedented determination in his heart. "Why does she look down on me? Because she is stronger than me. Because she is the heir to the bloodline limit. This world does not need the weak. Weak people, even their fiancé, will abandon you." Yekeng turned his face with a sneer, and was about to laugh at Sasori just now, but suddenly saw his black pupils. At this moment, Sasori's eyes were bright and she had never seen it. That kind of flame, even she felt a trace of palpitations. An intuition that Sasori would do what he said appeared in Yekeng's heart. The existence of a character who may be able to threaten her in the future, even if this person is still rubbish now. "I agree that you want to dissolve the marriage contract. Maybe it's just wishful thinking between our elders. Sasori lost his parents not long ago, so he may be emotionally extreme. I hope you don't mind." But when Yekeng was about to take action, Cho, who had always smiled bitterly, stood between Yekeng and Sasori, nodded apologetically at Yekeng, and agreed to Yekeng's refusal to marry him. Hakura took a deep look at Sasori again, but Sasori fell to the ground due to lack of oxygen and physical exhaustion, and the expression on Chiyo's face stayed for a while. After weighing the pros and cons, Hakura turned silently. Disappeared in the forest. "Child, you have suffered during these hours." Cho put his hand on Sasori's body and gave her a simple treatment. Her wrinkled face was full of guilt. "Grandma, I want to learn puppetry." Sasori shook his head. He is very clear that his suffering has just begun and has nothing to do with other people. In this world, if you can't be stronger than others, you will always be controlled by others. And now Sasori has string fruit. If combined with Chiyo's puppetry, it is a perfect match. One day Sasori will use puppetry to control Yekeng and let her kneel in front of her to pay the price for everything she has done today. I will teach you what I have learned throughout my life. You are my only grandson. Cho didn't know Sasori's psychological thoughts at the moment, but he smiled with relief. As long as his only grandson can grow up happily, this is more important than anything. Our puppet clan is more difficult to practice chakra than other ninjas. If you want puppets to make as difficult as a human, and extremely detailed attacks and changes, you can't do without superb operation skills, so for chakra's cultivation, the puppet family pays attention to 3 points. I will teach you the first point, resilience. Can't lift the puppet's chakra thread, it has no effect at all, so when you can use the chakra thread to lift the largest piece of rock and fill it into the canyon when it comes time, I will teach you the second content, manipulation. Sunagakur, the country of wind, in a desert, in front of Sasori there are hundreds of rocks of varying sizes from small to large, and in the distance is a canyon. After Cho taught Sasori chakra's training method and used chakra silk thread, he was assigned the task of using chakra silk thread to lift these stones into the canyon. At first Sasori thought it was a very simple task, but when he really started to do it, he realized that it was not that simple. When it was only the 10th stone, his chakra thread could not bear the stone. The weight of the block fell apart. Sasori tried string fruit's ability again when there was no one, only to find that he could only use lines to move the nearly 100 kilograms of stones that lined up near 1/3 of the row of rocks. And the task given by the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations, the last piece of rock is nearly 1000 katis. After understanding the importance of toughness to the chakra thread, Sasori continued to refine the chakra in his body and began to lift the stone. At the same time began to exercise the ability of string fruit. Asterisk. Chapter 4 The determination to make you kneel and lick. I am going to pass on all of my life to Sasori. Sister, are you serious? In the wind and sand in the distance, Ebis and Cho silently looked at Sasori, who was meticulously using chakra threads to pull the stones. Ebis squinted at Cho with a smile on his face. It has been a long time since he saw Cho appearing like this. Yes, I owe them too much. And have you discovered that Sasori has a strong talent for puppetry? Without any professional training, he can kill several ninjas with puppet silk thread. This is simply natural. Puppet master. Cho nodded affirmatively. Yushi is his only grandson. Apart from Ebis, he is the only relative. Yu Gong is in Sasori. Cho sees the perseverance of an excellent ninja, and more importantly, it is Sasori who has an excellent talent as a puppet master. In the current country of the wind, the puppet family has gradually gone downhill. Due to the difficulty of the puppets and the extremely difficult entry, few people are willing to join. The remaining members are mediocre and it is difficult to support the entire puppet family. But Cho now sees hope in Sasori. The desire in his eyes is too strong, and he will be a very troublesome character in the future. Ebis never concealed anything in front of Cho, he saw him very directly, and his intuition told Cho that Ebis's talent for cultivation is very poor, but fortunately he has a good mind and keen intuition. Therefore, in the Kingdom of Wind, he is also a ninja who occupies a very important position. The current intuition tells Ebis that Sasori will bring great variables to the Kingdom of Wind in the future. And it is a bad variable. I believe he can inherit my mantle. No. The puppet clan, he may be hope. Cho smiled, she didn't see the brilliance in Sasori's eyes, but he was willing to believe in Sasori, and he believed that he could lead Sasori on the right path. Sasori, who was still cultivating, didn't know that there were several pairs of eyes looking at him in the distance. After chakra was exhausted, he began to exercise the ability of string fruit, but Sasori could not use the ability of string fruit many times. He fell to the ground exhausted. No, physical training has to keep up. Sasori, who was facing up to the sky, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and stood up. The practice of puppetry cannot be completed overnight. It is almost impossible to rely on puppetry for a successful assassin within a few years. And Sasori's real killer now is the unique string fruit ability in this world. You don't need any chakra to control the enemy. Sasori remembers clearly that Doflamingo has dozens of abilities to use string fruit. And also awakened the string fruit ability, but Sasori can only use the most basic parasite string and bullet string now. Cannot be used multiple times. Holding the treasure chest but can't open it. This is definitely not acceptable to Sasori. If you want to increase your body, there are no shortcuts. The only way you can't is to keep exercising. It's about 1,000 meters away from the canyon and there are so many rocks. It's just right. If you want to enhance the ability of string fruit, you must exercise your physical strength. And the growth of the body is the same as the practice of chakra, there is no way to be lazy, you can only do it step by step. Immediately Yan turned his gaze to the surrounding rocks and the canyon in the distance, using the most primitive method to exercise his body. After resting for a while, Sasori stood up again, then condensed the chakra silk thread, tied a relatively flat rock to his back, and used another puppet silk thread to drag a rock with broken silk thread and ran all the way to the canyon. Running to the edge of the gorge, Sasori didn't throw the rock down, but ran back holding the rock. Repeatedly, while training the toughness of the chakra silk thread, he also exercised his physical fitness. After all, Sasori's body is still too weak. After running too back and forth, he can no longer run. Under the load, he dragged a heavier stone. This is for the young Sasori. It's still struggling. He staggered, and immediately Sasori fell to the ground. After struggling for a long time, Sasori couldn't stand up either. You can't lose. You can walk if you can't run. If you can't stand up, you can crawl. Sand Shinobi's genius, Scorch style Hakura. Wait. I will let you kneel and lick it. But after a while, Sasori stretched out his hands and gritted his teeth, and began to crawl on the ground. After crawling back and forth, he fell into a drowsy coma. Humph, waste, even if you try harder, it's still waste. It's not like practicing physical arts. A purple figure appeared in the sand, and she glanced at Sasori with extremely complicated eyes, but in the end she snorted and disappeared into the sand. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Learn to save someone if you want to kill. The body is the most precious thing for a ninja. Damage cannot be repaired. This is fundamentally different from puppets. I can understand your determination to become stronger, but you must practice moderately. In my life, except for puppets. In addition, medical ninjutsu also has some experience. One of the essence of puppetry is the use of poison. This is my note. You can take a look and ask me if you don't understand. Sasori trained day and night on the sandy land for half a month. He can't even remember how many times he has fainted, but his persistence did not increase his training progress. On the contrary, it slowed down a lot. When he woke up again, Cho appeared in front of him with a smile. His physical fatigue has been relieved a lot, and all the wounds on his body have been treated. He patted Sasori's hand. Cho-san, the thread-bound book, which seemed a little shabby, was handed over to Sasori. Puppet Jutsu Forging Concept, Special Application of Medical Ninjutsu, Pharmacological Illustrated Book. Thank you, Grandma. When Sasori saw these 3 thread-bound books, the whole person became solemn, and he turned 2 pages casually. They were all handwritten manuscripts, and there were a lot of annotations and additional pages. There is no doubt that these 3 books should have been the hard work of 1,000 generations. Sasori bowed to Cho from the bottom of his heart. Unexpectedly, Cho gave him such a valuable thing. I also wonder why Cho didn't take it out at the beginning, but waited so long before taking it out. What Sasori didn't know was that during the first training that Cho gave him, she didn't intend to give him these things. To be precise, the first training was Chiyo's last and first test of Sasori. She wanted to see if Sasori is qualified to become a puppet master. And Sasori's performance in the past half-month made Cho agree with Sasori. Sasori's talent in puppetry is undoubtedly displayed. It is Sasori's perseverance that really shocked Cho. This is the first time she has seen someone able to carry out such a hard and boring training for half a month without stopping. I'm afraid that Cho won't come out again. Sasori may continue until his body collapses. Open special use of medical ninjutsu and try the first inner vision to see your own physical condition. While Sasori was excited to obtain such a precious book, Cho had already opened the special application of medical ninjutsu, and smiled at the first level auxiliary ninjutsu on the first page. Sasori focused his attention on inner vision art, and immediately understood the role of this ninjutsu, able to see the inside of his body from a special perspective, and discover the abnormalities in his body in time. Tisk, I said, why it hurts so much. It can't continue this way, otherwise it will leave behind incurable hidden diseases. Primary medical ninjutsu is not a particularly difficult technique. After trying twice, Sasori successfully performed it. But when he saw his body through endoscopy, he was immediately shocked. Most of his body is white, but there are many black cracks in the joints, as well as the thighs and arms. Some red irregular lumps. Immediately Sasori understood that these are the problems in his body now. Grandma, I want some herbs to prepare potions. There is no need for Cho to remind Sasori what to do. Sasori has already cancelled the internal vision. The page behind the internal vision has detailed methods to treat various symptoms, many of which are drug configuration, and Sasori is ready to configure it by itself. Potion. In addition to the operation of puppet art, mechanism and poison are also one of the two essences. Learn to save people if you want to kill. There is no free lunch in this world. Although I am your grandmother, apart from teaching you, I won't give you any more help. So if you want to get supplies, you have to rely on your own hands. This time Cho rejected Sasori's request, but told him seriously a truth recognized by all people in the world. What should I do? Sasori nodded. Cho told him this. Obviously he was going to do something. 10 miles to the northeast, where is the country of rain, where is the border between the country of Sichuan and our country, where is a dense forest with most of the herbs you want, and a small amount of materials for primary puppet refining, and there is a place 10 miles to the southwest. A large garbage dump has a lot of materials for refining puppets. After you complete the training I have set for you, I will introduce you to a mercenary, and then you will be able to obtain more resources. Cho smiled, and immediately pointed in two completely opposite directions. These two directions will be where Sasori will stay for a long time. I understand. Sasori nodded, and walked to the dense forest on the border without wasting any time, where not only the herbs he wanted, but also the ninjas of the Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Kawa. Chapter 6 Hidden. Pond fish. Sasori lay in a low bush, without the slightest sign of life, looking like a dead tree. This is the disguise he learned in special uses of medical ninjutsu, which can shield his life signals in a short time. It is easy to understand that it is the tortoise breath Dafa. The entire dense forest was deadly silent, with only occasional bird calls above the head, but no trace of the birds could be seen. After a while, a few swishes sounded from the top of the tree, and the bird's song disappeared. These birdsong are not real birds, but ninjas of the Land of Rain. During the border inspection, Sasori is located very close to the territory of the Land of Rain. After a while, Sasori stood up from the bush where he was hiding, picked off a scarlet plant growing on an animal bone not far away, and sealed it in a scroll. Sasori felt that the world was in this world. The most important thing is the scroll. Basically all dead objects can be enclosed in the scroll, and it only takes a little chakra to take it out. The borders of the country are really dangerous. Liu Yexuan has gotten it, and it's still the last unintentional flower. In addition to the 6-leaf fishy on Sasori's scroll, dozens of herbs are densely sealed, and he has collected all of them, whether they can be used or not. Before the last kind of unintentional flower, he was able to try to refine Shi Huang San that healed bone cracks. Looking at the direction of the rain country where the rain country ninja had just left, Sasori walked in the opposite direction, which is the area where the river country is located. In addition to Konoha, the main growing area of Ryuxinhua is the territory of the Kawa no Kuni. Sasori has spent a month in the dense forests of this three-regardless zone. He has a good understanding of the rules of survival here. At first, he was also discovered by the enemy ninja, but he was seriously injured by the parasite string and bullet string. Fortunately, the internal conflicts in the Land of Rain have recently intensified. The border patrols are only in groups of 3, and there is also a combination of Chunin and 2 Genins. Elite Genin all confronted each other in Rain Shinobi village. Withdraw to the border. The border of Kawa no Kuni is even more slack. The village of Uninjia in Kawa no Kuni is a village whose fighting power has diminished with the disappearance of the war. As the Second World War began to calm down, Kawa no Kuni began to fight against the war, and more people gave up fighting, so even the border patrols only once a day. Unfortunately, it is the safest border. Sasori quickly found Ryuxinhua, and started to grind Shiwangsan on the border of Kawa no Kuni according to the refining method on the formula, use chakra to dissolve the medicine, and apply heat to the injured joints. Sasori is very obviously, I can feel Shi Huang-san penetrated into the injured bone. Can't let him run. Chase. Just as Sasori felt the effects of Shiwangsan, a low voice suddenly came from the direction of Kawa no Kuni. Sasori immediately used the disguise technique to cancel the life fluctuation. A young man with wounds and curse marks on his body, naked upper body, with Kawa no Kuni's forehead protector on his forehead, and a pendant around his neck, a young man with a sickle on his back came out of the forest panting. Passing in front of Sasori without stopping. Fled in the direction of Rain Shinobi village. Sasori who hides not far away without noticing it. Sasori's brow furrowed, and this boy gave him an extremely familiar feeling. But for a while, he couldn't remember who this person was. Immediately behind this young man were also 5 ninjas from the kingdom of Kawasaki, but their costumes were strange, not regular ninja clothes, but blood-colored robes, which looked like some kind of strange sacrificial robes. In the position of the heart, there is a circular mark painted with the word God in the middle, which is more like the costume of a certain religious organization. Religious organization? Cult. Fulhu. Hide-in. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in Sasori's mind, and he suddenly remembered who the boy was before. A faithful follower of the Thulhu organization of the Kingdom of River. Hidden with immortality. One of the later members of Xiao, codenamed 3. Isn't Haydn a faithful believer of Thulhu? The 5 people who chased him were obviously members of the Thulhu. Why would he be chased and killed by the Thulhu? Sasori hesitated for a moment and decided not to go to this muddy water. The 5 Thulhu ninjas knew that they were strong at first glance. Even the headed person gave Sasori a very dangerous feeling. He and Haydn are not familiar with each other. It's not worth the risk. Hey, I finally got rid of it. No, I have to go back. But when Sasori was about to leave, Haydn appeared in the grass beside him. Haydn fell to the ground and exhaled heavily. His eyes were full of determination and looked towards the direction of the country of Sichuan. Have you forgotten who taught you this kind of substitute occultist? Who do you think you can fool? It's just that Haydn just breathed a sigh of relief. 5 ninjas of the Thulhu cult had already surrounded him. The leading ninja stared at Haydn with a sneer. Suddenly he turned his gaze to the bush next to Haydn and threw a handful of kunao, and yelled, "Who are you?" Sasori rolled away from kunao with a wry smile, and stood up from the bushes. I just passed by to gather herbs, I didn't see anything, *. Chapter 7 Who Pits Who on Earth? Sasori suddenly appeared in such a close place and everyone was stunned. If it hadn't been for the leader to discover this hidden teenager first, they haven't found it yet. Although the red-haired boy looked about the same age as Haydn, everyone didn't mean to despise it in the slightest. Hidden so close, they hadn't noticed that if he had launched a sneak attack just now, he might not have been able to dodge it. Big brother. I have brought them here. I'm going to rely on you next. This person is the Thulhu's Hall Master Munda. You said that I was the leader. Haydn was actually very scared. He just used the short-distance esoteric clone-clone technique, which can create a clone unconsciously, and then exchange the body with the substitute not far away to achieve the effect of confusing the enemy. After the substitute came over, he didn't notice that there was anyone around him. However, Haydn's reaction was quick, and he hid behind Sasori for the first time. I said, why you suddenly betrayed the Thulhu? It turned out that someone was backing it up. Okay. Don't let any of them go. When Thulhu's Hall Master Munda heard this, his eyes were fierce, and his eyes fixed on Sasori, and he was not talking nonsense. He waved at the people behind him, and all 5 of them shot together. Dozens of kunao and shurikens flew over from all directions. Sasori's face is extremely ugly, and he has the heart to kill Haydn. Haydn plays well with this hand. The focus of the attack of Munda and others was immediately focused on him. Parasite String. In the face of numerous attacks, Sasori did not hesitate to use his own assassin for the first time, and the parasite string with both hands popped up at the same time. For the first time, I used both hands to operate at the same time. However, Sasori's left-hand operation is very simple. It just pulls Haydn, who has been looking around to find a breakthrough, and while Haydn is completely confused about the situation, he spins around him, blocking a lot of shurikens and suffering. None. The right hand is the focus of Sasori's operation. The ninja on Sasori's left was obviously affected. His right foot was still bandaged, and the blood donation was already stained with red bandages. Sasori immediately controlled a ninja on his right and attacked him. The wound of the leg. And with one hit, he almost cut off his right leg with a single blow. Suddenly 2 panicked ninjas created space for Sasori to escape, and Sasori dragged Haydn back for the first time. Haydn was dragged not to save him, but because Sasori needed a shield. Haydn's body is already filled with shurikens and kunao, so I don't mind inserting a few more. There is a price to pay if you want to pit Sasori. Monochrome line. As Sasori flew back and retreated, his right hand suddenly waved at the ninja under his control. Suddenly, the ninja who hadn't recovered what was going on, his pupils were struggling, and his hands covered his neck and fell down. The blood donation kept flowing from his fingers. This is the new string fruit ability that Sasori has learned over the past month. The simplified version of 5 color strings changes from swaying 5 silk threads to kill people to only swaying 1 thread, achieving the effect of hurting people. Of course, with the simplified version of his haki, both power and distance are correspondingly weakened. The only advantage is that it consumes less physical energy. Sasori is still able to use 5 color strings, but in his heyday, it can only be used about 10 times, but with a single color line, Sasori can use it dozens of times. This is the most cost-effective for Sasori now. Although the power of the monochromatic line is weakened, if you attack on a fragile part like the neck, you can still complete a one-shot kill. The feat of 1 kill and 1 serious injury was almost completed in an instant. Everyone was stunned for a while. It wasn't until Sasori dragged Haydn out of the encirclement that Munda recovered and used the secret technique developed by Thulhu with a black face. Blood escape. Flying blood technique. Munda quickly formed seals with both hands, and suddenly disappeared from Sasori's sight, and suddenly appeared beside Haydn in the next moment. This is one of the secret arts of Thulhu. It is possible to achieve an effect similar to ninjutsu through specially processed blood, but the distance is not long. Haydn, as one of Munda's experimental subjects, had all blood in his body treated specially. Before, Haydn was very careful to stop the blood from all the wounds, so that he could not find a chance to launch this trick, but now his body is full of wounds, blood is splashing everywhere, just give him the opportunity to start the operation. Smelly boy! Go to me to die! Fire style! Big flame bomb! After getting close, Damon roared without hesitation and activated the strongest fire style of his master. Moment! Sasori and Haydn are both enveloped in flames. Haydn's eyes were full of trepidation, but Sasori's eyes were full of coldness. With a pull on the parasite string in his left hand, Haydn pulled him down. Sasori shrank behind Haydn. Sasori has been dragging Haydn without being too burdensome, but Haydn is not trying to save him. Parasite string. While completing the human defense shield, Sasori's right finger hooked. Parasite string is launched again. But this time the parasite string is not connected to Munda and Haydn. Boom! An explosion suddenly came from behind everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Did I Let You Go? The violent explosion made Munda stunned for a moment. Based on his experience, he immediately judged that this was the sound of the detonation symbol being detonated. Does he have other accomplices? Haydn, who was about to be engulfed by flames, showed a shocking miracle in his eyes, but his expression was not because of the flames in front of him, nor was it because of Munda, but looked at the location of the explosion behind Munda with horror. Haydn's expression caused strong curiosity in Munda's heart, and he looked back subconsciously, and he was stunned. I saw the Thulhu who had his throat cut by Sasori raised his head, like a puppet, standing twisted in place, his hands have disappeared, and the other two ninjas chasing from him, two huge blood holes appeared in the abdomen, one on the left and the other fell beside him. Sasori used the method of positioning them to make their companions hit one person badly, and then killed another person while fleeing again, which made them feel a little bit of fear. They were afraid that the companion who had just been badly hit his right leg would suddenly be violent. He launched an attack on himself, and chased down from the companion who was killed without knowing it. It is impossible for a dead person to attack them. When they focused their attention on the companion whose foot was injured, something frightening happened to them. The companion who had lost his vitality suddenly released his hands covering his neck. Two kunai with the detonating talisman pasted were held tightly in his hands, and they were inserted into their abdomens at a faster rate than before. Sasori's parasite string is only connected to the ninja whose throat was cut from beginning to end. Boom! In the horrified expressions of the two, the detonating talisman exploded. Boom! As the detonating talisman exploded, Munda's flame exploded too. Haydn and Sasori were all swallowed in it. This is Munda's must-hit. It was also the main reason why he dared to look behind him distractedly during the battle. Infinite anger rose in Munda's heart. The development of Thulhu in the kingdom of Sichuan is not good. He can climb all the way to the position of the Hall Master, relying on the confidants present. Unexpectedly this time, in order to chase Haydn, who ran away, they were all folded here once. His next life in Thulhu will probably be very difficult. At this moment, Munda did not notice that a black shadow was approaching quickly in his flames. Countless experiences have taught me that I should not be distracted in battle, especially when the battle is not over, although I have no actual combat experience. Just when Munda was about to be swallowed up by anger, and his mind was full of the miserable life of the Thulhu in the future, he suddenly felt a breeze passing by his neck. The next moment Sasori's cold voice appeared behind him. Sasori's red hair has been scorched a lot, and there are also large areas of burnt and burned parts on his body, but compared to Haydn in front of Sasori, it is so much better. Sasori was covered with scars, but his face was still stern, holding Haydn in his left hand, who was still scorched, and the 5 fingers of his right hand spread out, holding it virtually on the back of Munda's neck. 5 color strings. Before Munda recovered his senses, Sasori withdrew his hand abruptly. Puff! A human head fell to the ground. With Sasori's full force, he cut off Munda's head with a single blow, and boiling blood splashed out of Munda's neck. Both Sasori and Haydn, who were still blocked by him, were all over. Sasori threw Haydn in front of him to the ground like trash, then made a pistol pose and pointed at the ninja who hadn't recovered yet and was still shocked and hurt his right leg. Bullet string. A bullet-like thread pierced the ninja's heart, and Sasori quickly ran to the two men whose abdomen was blown through. The monochrome thread was added to the necks of the two men, just in case. Looking around the surrounding battlefield, Sasori used the chakra puppet line to drag Haydn and quickly left the scene. There is no guarantee that Thulhu will have other chasing soldiers. Don't pretend to be dead. Your life signs become active after the curse marks on the surface of your body absorb his blood. If you continue to pretend, then I don't mind cutting off your head. All the way back to the temporary residence in the territory of the Kingdom of Wind, Sasori threw the charred Haydn on the ground, and snorted coldly. Oh! Thank you for saving me. You look like my big brother. I confessed to the wrong person just now. Then I will say goodbye. Goodbye. Hearing Sasori's threat, Haydn jumped up from the ground immediately, finished speaking quickly, waved his hand at Sasori, turned and left. Have I said to let you go? But the next moment Haydn turned around with a weeping face and reluctantly, Sasori's puppet thread could still be connected to him. Asterisk. Chapter 9 The Immortal. Brother, you are my own brother. What do you want to do? I still have something urgent. Haydn's offline character started wailing immediately. He really couldn't figure out what Sasori wanted to do. If Sasori really wants to kill him, there is no need to bring him here. If Sasori wants to save him, he should be let go now. Why are you being chased by the Thulhu? Are you not a faithful believer of the Thulhu? Sasori didn't want to talk nonsense with Haydn, and directly expressed his doubts. Sasori was very puzzled about the reason why Haydn was chased by the Thulhu. Intuition told him that this would be an opportunity for him. You know me. Haydn was stunned for a moment, and immediately came back to his senses. How could he know that he is a faithful believer of Thulhu? I was before, but I am not anymore. You have not answered my question yet. When Sasori's face was cold, Haydn stopped talking nonsense immediately. Anyway, what Sasori wants to know is not a big secret. The Thulhu chased me because I defected. Haydn clenched his fists and explained his willingness to be chased by the Thulhu in one sentence. Before Sasori could continue to ask, he had already spoken first. I worked so hard to become a ninja. It's for my family. My village's revenge. But the village's top leaders actually advocated a truce. That's fine for a truce. Even the number of ninjas has to be reduced. They are crazy. Do they think they are crazy? There won't be war anymore? So I joined the Thulhu. The Thulhu is the main battle. And even attacking ninjas in other countries. I want to fight. I want revenge. Although Haydn's nonsense was not the answer to the question, Sasori still listened quietly. He then remembered that the country where Haydn is located is a country headed by Yuan village. Although it is rich in natural resources, it is extremely anti-war. Mainly the reason is that it is sandwiched between the Kingdom of Wind and Konoha. It is the most important buffer zone between the two big countries. Every time the two big countries go to war, the two big countries will leave room for the Kingdom of Sichuan. In addition, Konoha took the lead in becoming a ninja and can accept employment. Other countries can hire Konoha ninjas to do things for you as long as they pay. The small countries around Konoha have chosen to hire ninjas. As a result, the number of ninjas in the country began to decline. So gradually the country of Kawa no Kuni has become a huge territory, but in fact it is infiltrated by the Konoha economy, infiltrated by ninjas, and reached the ninja controlled behind the scenes. Of course, Konoha's plan has only just begun at this time, and it will be after the 3 world wars until the Kingdom of the River is truly controlled. But I didn't expect this group of lunatics to conduct a taboo experiment. My brother and I were forcibly turned into experimental subjects by the BD Munda. Today is the last step of the experiment. I don't know what happened. But they said that my experiment was successful. When they were cheering, I escaped. I must save my brother now. Just as Sasori fell into the analysis of the situation in Kawa no Kuni, Haydn finally entered the subject. The reason why he escaped from Thulhu was because he was regarded as the subject of the taboo experiment by Menda and others. After the experiment was successful, Haydn pretended to be very submissive and attacked the ninja guarding him. It was the ninja whose footsteps were hurt. The original injury of his right foot was the wound Haydn caused him to escape. And Haydn wanted to leave, not to escape, but to return to the cult. The brother he grew up with was still in the cult, and was treated like him as an experimental subject. They said your experiment was successful. Sasori frowned tightly, ignoring all the nonsense of Haydn, and repeated the most crucial sentence. It seems to be true. I was hit by the flame just now. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect that after being drenched in Munda's blood, I was alive. Munda's blood and mine are not like other people. Same, he forced me to drink a lot of special secret medicine every day, the taste is really nothing to say. And he himself can drink the secret medicine like shit, so happy. What a pervert. And he can even use my blood using blood to escape. It really scared me. Then again, I am afraid that the experiment they are talking about is this experiment, which can absorb blood to quickly repair your body. And use blood to use secret escape. This kind of ninjutsu is really too much. It's terrible. Haydn started to talk fast again. He couldn't stop his mouth like a machine gun. He told Sasori of his guess. In Haydn, he could absorb the blood of other people and heal his wounded body quickly. This kind of ability sounds like. It is very evil. I am afraid that most people cannot accept it. I'm afraid there is still something terrible. 5 color strings. Sasori's face became a little weird, and he directly put his hand on Haydn's neck, and the next moment 5 color strings was activated. Haydn's head puffed and fell to the ground. Asterisk. Chapter 10 The First Little Brother, Immortal Haydn. Why are you killing me? Although I cheated you. But didn't you already use me as a shield to kill them? We are cleaned up. UBD. I was chopped off my head. This method of death is still worth it. It's not handsome at all. I thought I could fight 3,000 enemy troops and then stand to death. Oh. Brother. I can't save you. I have to go one step ahead. You have to live well. Father. Mother. Haydn's head fell to the ground and blood donated everywhere. The whole scene was weirdly silent for a moment. In the next moment, Haydn burst into tears and began to babble. After cursing Sasori, he began to mourn his brothers and sisters. With family. Have you ever seen anyone who has been slapped off for so long and has such a clear consciousness? Sasori couldn't listen anymore, strode to Haydn's face, kicked his head against his fallen body, and looked at him coldly. That's right. Why am I still alive? Is this my body? It looks terrible from this angle. Wow. People without a head move. Good. Disgusting. Heart. After a long pause, Haydn came back to his senses and looked at his body with horror. As he moved his body subconsciously, his body actually moved. Like a drowning person, he struggled with his hands and feet together. I don't know whether I should congratulate you or feel sad for you. You have gained immortality. This is the true experiment conducted by the Thulhu. Sasori rolled his eyes again, stepped on Haydn's body with one foot, and lowered his head to make a judgment at Haydn. Obviously, it was at this time that Haydn was completed the experiment and curse of the immortality by the Thulhu. Immortal. Haydn was stunned, staring hollowly at his body, and didn't know what to think about. It's also a coincidence that Haydn's undead experiment did not succeed when he fled. He was just one of many experiment subjects, which was a semi-finished product, but after the curse imprint on his body was hidden into the skin, Menda was just caught. Sasori was killed, Munda's blood was absorbed by those curse marks, and Haydn's immortal body was truly completed. If you want to become an immortal body, the real key is actually in Munda. Munda trains Haydn and others to actually make themselves immortal. Sasori tried to connect Haydn's head back to his body, and then used string fruit's ability to suture his broken wound with thread. As expected, Haydn recovered as if nothing had happened, feeling the stitch marks on his neck. Haydn still looks incredible. The last question: did they teach you other gestures or graphics for this experiment before, or special ninjutsu that can all die together? Sasori interrupted Haydn, who touched his neck again and again, and asked the question he most wanted to know. Haydn is not the strongest because he has an immortal body. Only Haydn who can curse rituals is the best. Strong. How would you know? Haydn was stunned as soon as he heard Sasori's question. Sasori knew everything how he felt. Before this experiment, Menda had been developing taboo ninjutsu with Haydn, and finally worked with Haydn together to develop taboo ninjutsu that can obtain the enemy's blood information and then perform the same damage. Haydn always thought that this was the last way of forbearance, that he could not completely defeat the enemy and die at the same time. But now Haydn will look again. This is a special ninjutsu tailored specifically for the immortal body. Just after Haydn had understood the meaning of this special ninjutsu, he suddenly became excited. This is tantamount to invincibility. Learn those tricks well, it will be your most powerful killer in the future. Sasori nodded at Haydn, and gave a very positive evaluation of the combination of Haydn's immortality and cursing ritual, and then directed at Haydn. Asked, "Are you going to save your brother?" "Go. Must go. I brought him to join the Thulhu. I will be responsible to him to the end." Haydn just came back to his senses. In Thulhu, there are still people waiting for him to save. Immediately prepare to return to the base of Thulhu. He was not afraid when there was no immortal body, but now that he has an immortal body, he is even more unafraid. "Do you know that you are going to die by yourself? Without me stitching up the wound for you, you can only be dead flesh in one place." Sasori used parasite string again to pull Haydn back, and shook his head at Haydn. Haydn acquiesced that it is indeed what Sasori said. The biggest weakness of his immortal body is that once his limbs are cut off, it cannot automatically heal. "Are you willing to help me?" But when Haydn saw the smile on Sasori's face, he suddenly woke up. "FK with me in the future. You can see my ability. Both you and I need a partner." "Good." Sasori smiled, and then said his proposal. Haydn agreed without hesitation. Asterisk. Chapter 11: The combination of Sasori and Haydn. The Thulhu's base in the Kingdom of Sichuan is very remote, close to the border of the Kingdom of Wind, which is why Haydn escaped from the territory of the Kingdom of Sichuan into the Three Regrets between the three kingdoms. Ha ha ha. Hall Master Iwata. The weather is nice today. A shrine was built behind a waterfall. 8 or 9 ninjas wearing cult costumes were talking about something. Haydn entered the waterfall wearing a neat uniform, appeared in front of everyone, and immediately fought against the head of the hall. "Call. Haydn? I heard someone defected on your side, what's the matter? Does Munda eat shit?" Everyone was on guard at first, but when they saw that they were acquaintances, they naturally let go of their hanging hearts. Haydn is the celebrity next to Munda. This is something everyone knows. The hall master who became Iwata glared at Haydn, and then asked. The 3 halls of the Thulhu church were located in different locations, so no detailed information about Haydn's rebellion was sent. "I came here this time to report to you because of this incident. How about taking a step back? Please here." Haydn sternly glanced at the people behind Iwata, then hesitated, and made a please gesture outside the waterfall, even if he got out of the waterfall first. What happened? It's mysterious. Is there something wrong with the experiment? Iwata's brows frowned slightly, and he gave an order to the people behind him, and followed Haydn out of the waterfall. Haydn took Iwata around a corner and entered the woodland not far away, then stopped, and looked at the puzzled Iwata with a smile on his face. Because your strength is too strong and there are so many people under you, it's too dangerous not to trick you out. Haydn grinned, and then pulled out Firan from behind and slashed towards Iwata. Hey! Just rely on you? My body. Haydn's weird behavior has long been preventing Iwata, so as soon as Haydn shot, he reacted, but in the next moment, he was stunned. Because his body unexpectedly lost its response. Monochrome line. Sasori's figure appeared behind Iwata, and a thread was already tied to Iwata's neck. Secret technique. Boneless snake. Earth style. Take root. Seeing that the two are about to complete the lore, Iwata's body suddenly twisted strangely, like a loach, softened down. Both Sasori and Haydn's attacks failed to be compacted, leaving 2 wounds on his body respectively. Sasori's pupils shrank. My own parasite string can't pull Iwata up. His body seemed to have lost all his bones. And it became extremely heavy. His line can't control Iwata's body at all. Boy! Want to kill me? You are still a little tender. Give me death. Earth style. Ground thorn. Iwata is the strongest of the 3 Thulhu Hall masters, and he has extremely rich combat experience. He immediately judged that the attack on him was a puppet technique, and he responded and counterattacked quickly enough. Numerous soil thorns rose from the ground and rushed towards Sasori and Haydn in tandem. Palace Master Iwata, I was wrong. I will kill myself. Sasori dodged in embarrassment with the help of the silk thread, while Haydn licked the blood of Iwata on the sickle, and with a bright smile on Iwata's extremely puzzled expression, he pierced a short dark spear directly from the side into his neck. Under his feet is a circle painted with blood, with a triangular circular pattern in the middle. After Haydn pierced his neck, he was pierced numerous times and hung up. The experiment is complete. Iwata's pupils shrank and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The intense pain came from his neck, as if his neck was pierced by someone. A sense of suffocation came to his mind, his eyes were full of surprise and stared at Haydn, but before he could finish his words, Sasori had already jumped up from the side, 5 color strings shot, and directly strangled his neck. Ha ha ha! So exciting! This kind of yin person feels so cool. Oh! I can't move. The rest of the people are left to you. In this area, except for Iwata, the rest are genin. I believe if you can handle it easily, let me take a break. It turns out that my so-called immortal body will also be dizzy due to excessive blood loss, and I feel really dying. After repeatedly confirming that Iwata was indeed dead, Sasori removed the pierced Haydn from the ground stab and sutured him with a thread. During the treatment of Haydn by Sasori, Haydn's mouth did not stop, it was always there. With a smug smile, this is the second time Haydn officially used his cursing ritual and immortality. Just an hour ago, he used the same method to end the life of another hall master. Although this forbidden technique is indeed very strong, it also exposed its weaknesses due to continuous use. Haydn's immortal body will also die if he loses too much blood. It self-mutilated twice in a row, causing a lot of blood loss. Now my head is a little dizzy. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Thulhu Leader. After a short break, Sasori and Haydn entered the waterfall again. The rest of these people are all genin. Even if it is a head-on fight, Haydn is not afraid, let alone Sasori's help now, and they plan to play yin of. After getting instructions from Iwata and going to work on their own, Sasori easily smashed everyone one by one. The Thulhu shrine behind the waterfall, only the last laboratory is left, the 2 have not entered yet. Sasori wants to save the people are among them, and the leader of the Thulhu cult is among them. Facing the upcoming battle, Haydn said he needed a break, and Sasori clicked and walked out. What are you going to do? When Haydn saw that Sasori was about to leave, he immediately stopped him. If Sasori took a risk at this time, their previous efforts would be in vain. The leader of the Thulhu cult is the same as those of the Hall. He is a complete lunatic. And the fighting power is strong. Sasori is definitely not alone, or he can handle it alone. I will accompany you on the adventure. You are to save people. I naturally do it for the spoils. I will search for the spoils. The Thulhu is more defeated than I thought. There is only such a useful thing. Fortunately, there are a lot of potions. Sasori and Haydn are resting in Iwata's stone room. Sasori is packing up all the weapons, money, and most important potions that can be used in Iwata's bedroom. After all, the reason why Sasori ventured to accompany Haydn to Thulhu is because of these potions. Although Haydn talked a lot of nonsense, Sasori still found useful information from his nonsense. For example, Munda and he regularly take special secret medicines, which means that Munda has made some achievements in medicine and has a certain amount of stock. This is what Sasori wants. Cho has clearly stated that he has to rely on his own hands to fight for what he wants. According to Sasori's experience, there is no way to get rich faster than robbing a house. What Sasori didn't expect was that the Thulhu cult of forbidden technique, which was able to study such a heaven-defying undead body, was so small and pitiful. There were only 3 hall masters and about 30 people, except for 3 hall masters. His strength lies between Jnin and Jainin, and all the others are parallel imports. At the beginning, the scale was quite large. There were hundreds of people when I first joined. But after the taboo experiment started, all the more powerful ninjas were regarded as experimental subjects. Many people volunteered. But the experiment has been failing, so Thulhu the scale has been shrinking, and now there are only some unclear truths, thinking that Thulhu would still join the layman ninja or the newcomer ninja who seems to be constantly attacking other ninja countries. Hey, wait! You want medicine? I know Meng Da's storage room. There seems to be a lot of good things in it. But wait until I save my brother before going with you. After all, Haydn has been in Thulhu for several years. After hearing Sasori's disdain for Thulhu, he immediately explained that Thulhu had developed very well a few years ago, but in the past 2 years due to the high frequency of human body the test resulted in a rapid drop in personnel, and even the Kingdom of Sichuan issued a wanted order for the Thulhu, and the Thulhu had actually come to an end. After a long time winding, Haydn suddenly came back to his senses. What Sasori wanted, Haydn just knew where. One time Haydn found his secret storage room when he followed Menda. Haydn sneaked in to see it afterwards. It's a secret laboratory, full of all kinds of medicines and equipment for refining pharmaceuticals. For Haydn, who didn't understand medicine at all, this position was completely worthless, so he didn't take it to heart. After Sasori said so, he remembered that there is such a place. Old rules, I'll go in first to trick the leader out, you make a sneak attack. This time you must be careful. The leader of the Thulhu cult is very strong and very strange. Having regained his strength, Haydn nodded at Sasori again and prepared to enter the final shrine, where the leader of the Thulhu cult and the final laboratory were all inside. Sasori nodded, Haydn took a deep breath and walked to the Temple of Offerings, knocking on the door of the Temple of Offerings lightly. Come in. Then a hoarse voice came from the temple. Haydn took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open and entered the dimly lit shrine. Through Haydn's unclosed door, a bloody smell and the smell of medicine spilled out. Sasori saw the evil god for the first time. A pair of scarlet eyes stared straight in the direction of the door, and these eyes almost made Sasori exclaim. This is no different from a living person. Thulhu's red eyes protruded, as if popping out of his eye sockets, a fierce grimace, scars all over his face, a pair of bewitching ears, and there seemed to be a face behind him, because the Thulhu had 4 arms and 2 only facing outwards, 2 facing inward, extremely weird. Haydn didn't dare to continue to approach, but stood at the door respectfully and sat cross-legged in front of the evil god, and said with his back to his leader, the Hall Master Menda. Haydn, you have been a teacher for 3 years. Have you ever believed in an evil god? Or do you believe in the existence of an evil god? But not yet Haydn finished speaking, the leader actually interrupted what he was about to say first, and asked 2 inexplicable questions one after another. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Evil Spirit. Haydn was stunned as soon as he interrupted his prepared speech skills by the leader. He didn't expect that the leader would be asymptomatic. Subconsciously looking at the Thulhu's idol, Haydn swallowed unconsciously. Today's idol looks extraordinarily lifelike, and those scarlet eyes seem to be staring at him. Haydn has never believed in the existence of Thulhu since the beginning of his joining Thulhu until now. He only joined Thulhu because of Thulhu's doctrine and constantly killing ninjas around him. If he believes in anything, he only believes in friends and own. I know you don't believe it. You joined Thulhu just to avenge your loved ones and to prove that you are a ninja. Just as Haydn was thinking about how to answer the leader interrupted him again, telling his true inner thoughts. Asa is inside. He is different from you. He has always believed in the evil god from the bottom of his heart and believes in the existence of the evil god, so he will become a new evil god, and you can only become an unconscious carrier. Haydn was full of shock. He immediately pulled out the scythe behind and prepared to shoot, but what he didn't expect was that the leader stretched out his finger very calmly and pointed at the back of the idol. Haydn's friend was in the laboratory behind the idol. Asa. Not yet Haydn has acted, a figure suddenly walked out from behind the idol, Haydn suddenly exclaimed. The scarlet pupils of Asa that are almost exactly the same as those of Thulhu immediately made people feel extremely heart palpitations, and the eyes of this young man named Asa were full of madness and destruction. You inherited the immortal body of the evil god, and he inherited the evil soul of the evil god, now is the time to bring the evil god back to life. The leader looked at Asa, his tone suddenly became a bit agitated. The Thulhu has been doing taboo human experiments for so many years. Just to resurrect the evil god. The 3 hall masters, Menda and Iwata, have been conducting experiments on the immortal body of the evil god, and the leader is personally responsible for the revival of the evil spirit and the summoning ceremony. As soon as Haydn came in, the leader knew that he was already immortal, because the evil spirits of the evil god were rioting. This change will only occur when the Thulhu encounters a true immortal body. The Thulhu resurrection requires sacrifices, but unfortunately you killed all the sacrifices I prepared. In that case, use you as a substitute. The leader is still sitting on the ground, his hands are quickly knotted, his palms are slapped, Sasori's pupils who have been hiding outside the door shrank, and a donkey rolled in subconsciously. Behind him, a row of ground thorns have come out of the ground. Almost stabbed him. The leader glanced at Sasori and didn't mean to put it in his eyes. After being said by the leader, Sasori and Haydn realized that the original followers of the Thulhu cult were all sacrifices used by the leader to worship the evil god. I am afraid that the leader of Sasori and Haydn has already known about the things that Sasori and Haydn did outside. Your Highness the heretic god, please let these foolish mortals see the power of God. The leader changed from a cross-sitting posture to a kneeling posture, with both hands looking at Asa feverishly. Asa roared immediately, and the evil god sect robe burst open. Expose the body under the teaching robe. Scarlet eyes stared at Haydn fiercely, and dark red saliva dripped on the ground along the corners of his mouth. Asa! Help me! Kill the leader! We are gone! Haydn's body trembled slightly, with a pleading tone, he wanted to approach Asa. Don't waste your energy, your friend has been controlled, and depending on his physical condition, I'm afraid. Sasori grabbed Haydn and shook his head at him. Asa's body had clearly collapsed, with a large area of hardening and ulceration on his body, and he could even see the beating heart directly through the ulcerated ribs. It is already a miracle to be able to stand. I am afraid that the current Asa has lost his humanity. Become a dangerous beast. Haydn actually understood Asa's situation, but he didn't want to face it. It's not control. Its fusion with the soul of the Thulhu. He is now the Thulhu. It's just that the flesh of a mortal cannot carry the soul of the god. As long as there is an immortal body, the Thulhu can be perfectly resurrected. This world is all will be shrouded again under the rule of the evil god. Before Sasori's words were finished, he was already roughly interrupted by the leader. Following his roar, Asa rushed towards Haydn with a roar. From the beginning to the end, he had never seen Sasori and kept his gaze on Haydn. I am afraid it was really as the leader said, Asa. The inexplicable evil spirit in the body has spotted Haydn's immortal body. Faced with Asa who was leaping towards him, Haydn did not dodge and was about to be caught by Asa's claws. Haydn completely violated the rules of physics and flew out, avoiding Asa's fatal blow. If you want to die, don't catch up with me. Leave Asa alone. Obviously, it is the leader who controls Asa. Kill him. Sasori rushed past Haydn, rushing straight towards the Thulhu leader who was still kneeling on the ground. P.S. 2016 I wish you all the best. In good health. Happy every day. Asterisk. Chapter 14 You are my brother, I won't do it with you. Sasori rushed towards the leader without hesitation, and drew a pitch-black short sword from his waist. It had a long arm. It was taken from him after he killed Iwata. The saber on the host of the Thulhu cult is not bad. This short sword is extremely sharp and strong, and Sasori is also quite easy to use. After arriving in this world, the mainstream kunao and shurikens seem unfamiliar to Sasori, but they are handy to use the sword. According to Haydn's description and the identity of the leader, Sasori did not dare to be careless. With a finger hook, the parasite string has already connected to the leader. Just in case, Sasori's fingers were turned again to help Haydn stitch the wound. The thread also sewed up the kneeling legs of the leader of the world. After making 2 consecutive shots, Sasori still feels uneasy. With 5 fingers, dozens of invisible threads are densely packed around the leader. This is the prototype of Spider's web wall, but now it does not have any defensive capabilities, but Sasori uses it to capture the surrounding movement. All of Sasori can survive in the forest on the border for so long. These transparent threads, which Sasori calls spider threads, play a key role. What Sasori didn't expect was that he made a series of preparations to prevent the leader from escaping or evading his attack, but unexpectedly, his dagger easily pierced into the body of the leader. Pierced his heart. I have long been a dead person. In order to awaken the sleeping soul of the Thulhu, I have given all of me. The reason why I am still here is just because I want to see the Thulhu's resurrection with my own eyes. Just when Sasori was full of surprise, the leader gave a weird smile. Sasori noticed that the body of the leader was slowly petrifying from his hands and feet. His heart had already stopped beating, and his vitality was completely cut off. The reason why he was able to live till now was probably because of the use of some kind of secret medicine. Madman! Mortals cannot understand my belief in evil gods. Sasori cursed in a low voice. He already understood that the leader is a crazy religious believer. I am afraid that he paid the price of his life in order to awaken Asa's body. It is not enough to be afraid. Then the problem now is that he is possessed by weird things. That's it. As Sasori turned around, the leader suddenly asked, "My child, do you not believe in the existence of God?" Sasori sneered. He has always been an atheist. Even after experiencing such a weird thing, he still doesn't believe in God. Without wasting time with the leader, Parasite String shot directly at Asa. After seeing Asa, the idiot Haydn felt like he lost his soul. Seeing that Sasori's Parasite String was about to hit Asa suddenly disappeared from the place. Avoided Parasite String. Asa just glared at Sasori, and even if he changed a direction, he continued to rush towards Haydn. As soon as Sasori gritted his teeth, Parasite String controlled Haydn and dragged him to dodge quickly. At the same time he roared at Haydn, "Do you want to die? Don't shoot yet! Don't kill him! We all have to die. But, this is my brother. There were tears in Haydn's eyes. Haydn didn't hesitate to deal with enemies and former followers, but when faced with Asa, he couldn't lift a weapon. You are a brother when he is. Does he think you are a brother? Haydn's words made Sasori's anger go up. Asa has obviously become a monster, and Haydn is still being stupid. He must be controlled by someone. Sasori, can you control him? I can definitely wake him up. Haydn was still obsessed with it, shook his head constantly at Sasori, and then shed tears at Sasori pleadingly. I can't help him. Are you blind? He is a monster that kills you now. You want to die? Then you go and die. Haydn's tears did not make Sasori feel soft, but instead made Sasori run away completely. In a rage, Sasori directly removed the parasite string from Haydn, yelled, and immediately prepared other moves. Haydn wanted to die, he could in no mood. Asa. You are my friend and I will not do it with you. In my opinion, many things you have done before are not monsters, but heroes. You are my only family. No matter what the reason, you become like this, you are still my brother, let me help you. What Sasori didn't expect was that after Haydn's parasite string was lifted, he actually stood in place, opened his arms, and faced Asa, who pounced on him like a beast. Without Sasori's help, Haydn was immediately thrown down by Asa. Asa showed his beastly sharp teeth and bit Haydn's neck with one bite. Like a vampire, drawing Haydn's blood continuously. Want to come? The blood in Haydn's body is the real secret of the immortal body. Asa began to absorb Haydn's blood, and the leader who had reached the neck of Petrochemical made a crazy laugh, ha ha ha. Thulhu is about to resurrect. Stitches. And when Asa moved his mouth, Sasori also shot. Countless threads of silk stitched Asa and Haydn together. Asterisk. Chapter 15 The Heart Swallowed by Darkness. Sasori. What are you doing? Sasori used silk thread to stitch Haydn and Asa together, so even if Asa wanted to escape, it would be impossible. But at this moment, Asa didn't mean to escape at all. He still bit Haydn's neck to suck blood. Suddenly, Haydn and Asa's bodies shook, and Sasori jumped directly onto the two of them, and stretched out his fingers with a cold expression to aim at Asa's slowly beating heart. You and him are brothers, so you can't do it, it doesn't matter. I am not a brother to him. I will do it. Bullet string. Haydn struggled violently. Although he knew exactly what Sasori wanted to do, he couldn't help but roared. Sasori sneered and immediately activated his abilities. The bullet string shot directly through Asa's heart and Haydn's body. What Sasori didn't expect was that Asa, who was shot through the heart, didn't react at all, and was still absorbing Haydn's blood. Only a puddle of black blood flowed out of the heart, and obviously the blood absorbed by him did not enter the heart. It won't die if you shoot through the heart, right? 5 color strings. Sasori sneered again, and immediately pinched the back of Asa's neck with his right hand, squeezing hard. Unleashed the strongest blow so far. Suddenly Asa's neck was cut off. But there is still no blood flowing out. Asa. Hurry up. Hurry up. It's too late. Haydn looked at Asa's eyes nervously at this time and called out. His face had turned pale due to excessive blood loss, but he was still concerned about Asa's safety. It turned out to be these eyes. Bullet string fired twice in a row. Regardless of being called by Haydn, Asa's blood-sucking movement froze, and the red light in his eyes flickered. Only then did Sasori realize that Asa's scarlet eyes had become more and more weird, and his eyes were like rotating uzumaki, flowing with substantial liquid. Sasori suddenly realized that the soul of the so-called evil god was in these eyes. Suddenly stretched out his hands, aimed at Asa's eyes, and activated the bullet string again. Puff! Puff! 2 bursts of water balls sounded in the dark temple of offerings. Haydn's blood was drawn splattered, and Haydn's entire face was all over. Asa. Haydn let out a miserable cry, but before he roared, a panicked voice suddenly came out of Ace's mouth. Xiao Fei! Go! Fulhu will occupy your body. Don't drink blood. Asa is you. Ace's opening made Haydn cheered with joy, but Ace's warning hadn't been issued yet. Those splashes of blood turned out to be alive, glowing with a weird red light, and went straight into Haydn. In the mouth. It's too late for Sasori to stop. The next moment Haydn's eyes suddenly lit up with the same red light as Ace's before. His face also became savage. Unexpectedly, Asa has such a strong consciousness. After being fused by the Thulhu, he can still maintain such a self-consciousness. It is a pity that the soul of the Thulhu has officially entered Haydn's body. The great Thulhu descended here, full of sin and hypocritical world. The petrification has spread to the leader's chin, but the leader's face is full of excitement, staring at Haydn with excitement. Monochrome line. Sasori snorted coldly, and the monochrome lines shot one after another, cutting off Haydn's hands and feet. Haydn's immortal body is not a true immortal body. If the blood is exhausted, it will die. If the body is divided into 5 horses and buried in the ground, it can be sealed. That was what Shikamaru did at the beginning. Want to shine Haydn's blood in a short time? Sasori can't do it, but he can do it by dividing him into 5 horses. It is wise to think of destroying the hands and feet of the Thulhu at the first time, but unfortunately, you underestimated the Thulhu's ability. A fully body Thulhu can infinitely regenerate limbs, not a semi-finished immortal body like Haydn. He quickly cut off Haydn's limbs and kicked it far, and nailed it to the ground with sutures, but the leader once again sneered unhurriedly. Haydn's immortal body is not the true immortal body, but can only be regarded as the prototype of the immortal body of the evil god. Sorry. 5 colors. Sasori sighed and opened his right hand again. The 5 silk threads have been placed on Haydn's head. As long as Sasori exerts force, he can cut off a few pieces of his head, including his weird eyes. Wait. Give Xiao Fei some time. He can win. Trust me. Just when Sasori was about to do it, Ace's voice appeared again, stopping Sasori. How is it possible? Haven't you been swallowed by the evil god? Before Sasori had time to speak, the leader over there, who was about to be completely petrified, already exclaimed. Thulhu is just a collection of darkness in people's hearts. I was almost swallowed. It was my brother Xiao Fei who awakened me, and now I want to awaken him who is being swallowed by darkness. Asterisk. Chapter 16. The Thulhu's most pious follower, Haydn. Sasori and the leader were both stunned by Ace's words. Sasori had long guessed that Thulhu must not exist. I didn't expect it to be such a weird existence, but it was better to accept than some Thulhu. During the war, so much resentment produces some weird things, and it is normal. Sasori hesitated whether or not to take action. If Haydn is killed, Sasori will undoubtedly lose a powerful subordinate in the future. In the near future, Monda's secret pharmacy laboratory will not be found. If you don't kill him, I'm afraid Sasori will lose the only chance to kill him. Trust me. You can't kill him like this. Only Xiao Fei can raise the thought of resistance, and I can inhale the evil spirits in his body into my own body. Only the evil spirits enter my head, without the support of the evil god's blood. Soon it will die with my consciousness, waiting for the next gathering. But when Sasori hesitated, Asa spoke again and proposed a way to truly destroy the evil god. You start. After a short silence, Sasori whispered to Asa, but at the same time, his other hand also extended 5 color strings, wrapping Asa's head in. As long as there was something wrong, he would connect. Asa's head was cut off. Xiao Fei. I can win. You can too. Don't be afraid. You can. I'm always by your side. Your friends are also by your side. Do you remember our agreement together? We want to be soup together, the boss of Hidden Village. Then launch an attack on Konoha. In fact, Asa didn't care whether Sasori gave him a chance. He started talking in his ears a long time ago. After all, his head is on Haydn's neck, and he is still biting on Haydn's neck. Suspicious thoughts were very effective, and the red light in Haydn's eyes began to vibrate. The reason why Sasori didn't let Sasori kill him was that wisps of dark red light were sucked into Ace's mouth, and Ace's hollow eye sockets were again filled with red light, but there was a little escape soon, indeed. It is slowly dying out, as Asa said. Asa continued his thoughts on the broken thoughts for a long time, telling all the experiences he and Haydn had experienced since they met each other. Sasori can also understand Haydn's character from the side. He is afraid of loneliness, and his heart is very fragile. He needs to rely on it. A person who speaks to prove his sense of existence, but once he believes in a person, Haydn will always believe it, as if he believes in Asa. It is precisely because of this that Asa can wake up from the consciousness of the evil god. When the red light in Haydn's eyes disappeared completely, he was already in tears, and he could hear all the conversations between Sasori and Asa. "I don't have time, Xiao Fei will leave it to you, thank you for trusting me and trusting him." The red light in Asa's eyes dissipated faster and faster. Although he didn't name who it was, Sasori knew it was for him. "Xiao Fei, I am leaving. Although I am very worried about you, fortunately you are no longer alone." Asa's voice became lighter and lighter, and finally disappeared completely in Haydn's ears, and the red light in his eyes disappeared completely. "You have a good brother." Sasori has never been able to comfort people. He took Haydn's beheaded hands and feet back from the surroundings, silently stitched him up, and helped Asa recover the whole body. Sasori silently nodded at Asa. "This is worth it. Dear enemy." "Yes. He has always been a good person. I have never believed in the existence of the evil god, but now I believe it, the respected evil god Asa, from today onwards, I will be your most devout believer." Haydn wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, struggling from the ground, and painted the Thulhu cult exclusive mark on the ground with blood that hadn't dried up. He immediately lay in the center of the mark and stabbed the black short spear that once belonged to Asa. Into his heart, he began to pray sincerely, and Asa finally merged with evil spirits. In a sense, he was indeed the evil god of the cult. Looking at the leader of the Thulhu cult, he had turned into a stone statue with a distorted face. When he wanted to come, he never dreamed that it would be the result. P.S. Haydn is over. The playthrough mode begins, and the next step is to slap Yekeng on the face. I will first say that the way to go to Yekeng is to use force, which is violent crushing, and then directly press on from. Please be psychologically prepared. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Puppet Crow. What is this? It looks delicious. It tastes disgusting. In the underground laboratory where Thulhamanda was once, Sasori is preparing new potions. Sasori never thought that he would have such a good talent in potions. The book given by Cho and the things left by Munda, he even successfully formulated dozens of poisons and wound medicines. Haydn curiously took the changing color potion that Sasori had just prepared, and poured it directly into his mouth. But the potion that looks delicious on the outside is actually terrible to death. The venom extracted from 6 poisonous substances such as poison rose, blood mushroom, and 9-tails flower is called dream because it is so beautiful. The average person is already dizzy and limp and waiting to die. Sasori gave Haydn a white look, and took the remaining potion directly from his hand. This is the strongest poison he has formulated. This potion is very toxic and can quickly paralyze the enemy's central nervous system. Slowly die in hallucinations. But don't say dream, even if the poison is no longer effective for Haydn. Haydn's immortality also includes the characteristic of being non-invasive. He no longer knows how many precious potions Sasori was wasting. It's so boring, you are concocting medicine here every day, don't you feel bored with these metals and woods? Why don't we go kill people? I have studied it. My curse ritual seems to kill more people, the more powerful it is. After the war is over, It's really peaceful. The country of Sichuan is ready to start developing tourism. I don't know which idiot ordered the attention. I'm going to kill him. Sasori is still refining new poisons with relish, and Haydn has started to think about it with an unhappy expression on his face. It's been 2 months since Haydn brought Sasori here. Sasori is like a rat that fell into a rice tank and refused to come out. Day and night, he began to refine various potions, and he was behind. It took half a month to try to refine the simplest puppet, combining the potion and the puppet. The refining of puppets is more difficult than Sasori imagined, so Sasori spent another month trying to refine the puppets, but most of them failed. The puppets require too much detail, and any joints are not flexible enough, which may lead to the entire puppet get stuck in combat. Fortunately, in the books Cho gave to Sasori, there are a lot of precautions and tips for creating details. Although there is no specific puppet refining method, Sasori still made the crow according to the memory in his mind. However, since Sasori's crow has no specific production method, it is certainly not as powerful as the crow in Sasori's memory. I think it's quite interesting, but you are right. It's time to leave. I have a lump in my heart that I can't solve. Now I'm going to try to solve this lump. Sasori nodded. The time spent here is indeed a bit long. Sasori's psychology inexplicably remembered the figure that was full of contempt and disdain for himself, and injected dream into a certain mechanism on the crow's head, and Sasori prepared to leave. Leave here. Go to kill. Haydn immediately got excited when he heard it, and asked excitedly. Don't kill, but it will make her more painful than killing her, maybe it will make her very happy, maybe. Sasori shook his head, and then a strange curve appeared in the corner of his mouth. Sometimes killing a person was a relief to her. Only inflicting multiple physical and mental injuries on her would be the real torture. Very interesting look. Although Haydn didn't know what Sasori was talking about, he also opened his mouth and showed a very interested smile. Before that, let's find someone to try their power and go to the border of the rain country. Sasori carried the bandage-wrapped crow on his back, hid various special potions in the secret pocket of his clothes, and opened the door of the secret room hidden in the belly of the mountain. This secret laboratory was not established in the kingdom of Sichuan, but in the desert borders of the kingdom of Wind. I am afraid that even the people of Thulhu did not know that there is such a secret laboratory. Menda wanted to own himself, occupying Haydn's immortal body, so I prepared this laboratory secretly, but it was a pity that Sasori finally got a foot in it, and Sasori and Haydn eventually picked up everything they did. At the border of the rain country, Sasori and Haydn lay on the ground. The patrol ninja of rain country appeared on the top of the tree not far away. Sasori closed his eyes and silently felt the spider silk he placed in the surrounding forest, confirming the appearance. There are indeed only 3 rain shinobi around. Immediately, Sasori nodded at Haydn, and immediately Haydn threw out the scythe with excitement. Attacked first. Sasori was still lying on the spot, but the crow behind him suddenly unfurled his bandage, as if he had come alive. He jumped out of the dense forest and followed Sasori to the 3 rain shinobi. Asterisk. Chapter 18 The Crow's First Battle. Enemy Attack. As soon as Haydn and Crow took action, the 3 of Rain Shinobi village exclaimed immediately. Ha ha ha! I caught you! Haydn can attack from a long distance because of the scythe, so he attacked the strongest ninja first. Flying sickle caused a wound on his arm for the first time. Face the fear of Thulhu. After catching Fei Lian who was being pulled back, Haydn licked the bloodline on the blade with excitement, cut his palm open, and bleeded the ground to draw a circular pattern of Thulhu. It turned out to be the neurosis of the Thulhu of the Kingdom of Sichuan. Humph! Forbearance! Shuriken Shadow Clone. The rain shinobi who was attacked by Haydn gave a cold snort, and immediately recognized Haydn's identity. The Thulhu of Kawa no Kuni is a famous mad dog and neurosis in the surrounding countries. He bites when he sees people. Of course, He has also heard a lot of the strange legends taught. Now that Haydn is not only not attacking, but waiting for him to attack, he immediately becomes vigilant and decides to test it first and try Haydn's reality. As soon as the shuriken turned into 10, all Haydn's dodge space was immediately covered. This rain shinobi was ready to respond, but what he didn't expect was that Haydn didn't evade at all. He even opened his hands and withstood more shuriken attacks. It hurts. Ha ha ha. 6 or 7 shurikens hit Haydn. Haydn cried out in pain, but immediately let out a hearty laugh. The ninja from Rain Shinobi village covered his body with an incredible face, and turned his eyes to Haydn. Hit the position of the shuriken. Ha ha ha. Did you find out? That's right. This is the power of Thulhu. All the damage I have suffered will be imposed on you. And I am immortal. Come and feel the heart slowly pierced the thrill of it. Ha ha ha. In Rain Shinobi's eyes full of consternation and fear, Haydn drew out the black short spear and slowly pierced it into his heart. Be careful. It's a puppet. There are other people around. On the other side, 2 Rain Shinobi threw out the shuriken and kunao at the crows who rushed up in a daze for the first time. The shuriken and kunao were nailed to the crow's body and made a dull sound. Rain Shinobi immediately woke up, and it was not a living person who appeared in front of them, but a puppet. Physical resistance to strikes is average, but the puppet is not a real person. Since it allows flexible joints to increase the ability to resist strikes, it is better to strengthen the operation to avoid unnecessary attacks. Sasori, hiding in the dark, silently observes the crows hit by kunao and the shuriken, and then records it. At the same time, he also controls the crow to attack. The crow controlled by Sasori is not flexible. He would be attacked by 2 ninjas, but Sasori didn't care at all. What he wanted was that the crow was hit by the 2, and then collected improved intelligence from each other. Water style. The water is chaotic. Fire style. Hot. The 2 Rain Shinobi also seemed to see that the puppet master who manipulated the puppet was very strange, so after seizing the opportunity, the 2 simultaneously performed the strongest ninjutsu. Suddenly the crow was seriously injured. The flow of water cut the crow's body with wounds everywhere, and the 2 arms hit by the fire on the right side were directly blown out. In terms of fighting ninjutsu, it is weaker than I thought. It seems that you can't blindly pursue the flexibility of the puppets and choose wooden materials. You must add metal to the center of the wooden limbs to prevent breakage. However, Sasori remained unmoved and continued to record information, and also recorded the improved methods. It's so slow. When are you going to play? I'm going to shoot. Just when Sasori was about to continue the test, Haydn was already full of publicity and clamor. In his opinion, Sasori was able to quickly kill the 2 Rain Shinobi, but he had to use puppets, which was thankless. Sasori rolled his eyes, but the crow was seriously damaged, and continued experimentation couldn't get more detailed information. So the 3-eyed crow opened its 2 normal eyes suddenly, and 2 extremely thin silver needles were removed from the crow. He shot out in his eyes. The 2 Rain Shinobi obviously did not expect that the already dilapidated crows could even attack. One of them was shot by the silver needle without checking for a while. Be careful. Toxic. After being shot by the silver needle, the Rain Shinobi immediately felt dizzy and gave a loud warning, but fell to the ground. The effect of the poison is better than expected, but using the puppet line to control the launch of the organ has to be practiced, and the power of the organ has to be strengthened. Sasori is still hiding in the dark, and he muttered silently, manipulating the puppet to use hidden weapons is more difficult than he thought, but the effect of the poison is better than he imagined. It only takes about 5 seconds to use it. This name is Rain Shinobi. It was poisoned. The last Rain Shinobi saw something wrong, and immediately turned around and flew away in the direction of Rain Shinobi village. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Hands of the Salamander. Your companions are all dead, do you want to live alone? The last Rain Shinobi fled in the direction of Rain Shinobi village for the first time, but found that suddenly, his body was unable to move. The next moment Sasori's cold voice came from a distance, the crow opened its mouth, and one was smeared with poison. The silver needle flew out and hit him in the back. After a while, he followed in the footsteps of another companion. "Hey? Is your poison so strong?" Haydn looked at his face turned dark with differences. He was almost poisonous when hit, and died in less than a minute. He was full of surprises. He tried almost every poison developed by Sasori, but all poison does not have any effect on him at all. He did not expect that the power used to deal with ordinary people would be such a wall. Find a place to take a break, and then make a wave of ambushes. It is expected that in half an hour, Rain Shinobi's second wave of patrols will come. Sasori gave Haydn a blank look, and then dragged the bodies of the two with the puppet line to hide them. As for the Rain Shinobi that Haydn had dealt with, he had already dealt with it. After cleaning the battlefield, Sasori recovered the crows and began to repair and reform the crows. Half an hour later, 3 Rain Shinobi patrols appeared again. Sasori and Haydn made another move. After 4 consecutive waves of ninjas in the land of rain, Sasori and Haydn were ready to leave the border quickly, disguised and entered Kawaji, the territory of the country. The two successively defeated 4 waves of the patrols of the Kingdom of Rain. According to the rotation cycle, if the Kingdom of Rain cannot be found, the country can be destroyed. Next, Sasori's crow has collected enough information on improvements. The next step should be a complete makeover, replacement of production materials and addition of more organs. Of course, the matching capture puppet Black Ant, Sasori is also preparing to make it together. Up. It's okay to rely on the attacking crow alone to meet people of average strength, but when you encounter stronger people, or several enemies, it seems a little stretched, and when you find suitable solid materials, the defensive type Sanjiao fish Sasori wants to make it too. These are the 3 masterpieces of Sasori's fortune. Just less than half an hour after Sasori and Haydn left, dozens of Rain Shinobi village ninjas appeared at several points where the two ambush Rain Shinobi along the way. Suddenly, the leader of Rain Shinobi village Hanzo of the Salamander. As Hanzo waved his hand, the accompanying Jainin scattered around, and Hanzo also walked around the place where the battle had started. The number of enemies is 2, and one of them is a cultist. The efficiency of Jainin of Rain Shinobi was different. The information was fed back after a while. Haydn was so obvious that he didn't want to eliminate the blood seal of Thulhu. This group of lunatics again. Ajnan, who came to study with him, immediately scolded. He is the newcomer Hanzo has recently raised, Mouzan, who has extraordinary combat power, but he is extremely impulsive. One more person is a puppet master. Everyone ignored Mouzan, but lifted the first extremely thin silver needle and some pieces of crows in front of Hanzo, exploding the identities of the two. Master Puppet? The Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Sichuan have joined forces. When Mouzan heard that he was Sand Shinobi's unique puppet master, he jumped up, and suddenly thought of the possibility behind it. When Mouzan said that, the surrounding Rain Shinobi was also shocked. The coordinated battle between the Thulhu and the puppet master may indeed be a signal for the country of the river and the Kingdom of Wind to join forces. The Thulhu is also a crossroad mouse in the country of Sichuan. The soft guys of the country of Sichuan have no guts to look for the country of Wind with Konoha's support. Hanzo remained unmoved, squatted down and turned over a Rain Shinobi who was cursed to death by Haydn, silently closing his eyes wide with horror. The Thulhu wants to overthrow the current regime in the Kingdom of Sichuan. Reminded by Hanzo, Mouzan exclaimed again. As a ninja, the first thing you need to learn is calm down. According to the secret report, the Thulhu cult was destroyed 2 months ago, and the bodies of the 3 hall masters and the hierarch on the wanted order have all been discovered. Hanzo sighed, glanced at Mouzan with some dissatisfaction, and told everyone a piece of news that not too many people knew. This news made him puzzled for a long time. Originally, he thought it was the country of the river or the country of the river. The Konoha behind it is dry, but it is impossible to think about it. If it is the country of Kawa no or Konoha, the country of Kawa will immediately announce to the world, announcing that they have annihilated the Thulhu to increase their influence in the country. But Kawa no Kuni has no voice yet. Mouzan raised his brows and seemed to think of a certain possibility again, and immediately prepared to exclaim, but was interrupted by Hanzo first. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Secrets of the Puppet Master Transfiguration 1000 Fingers. The two people who shot are very young. Although they are strong, they are inexperienced, and their techniques are not proficient. Although this puppet master carefully handled the traces he left behind, he still left a lot of clues. The Thulhu cult is very arrogant, for fear that others will not know the same, but his murderous method is a bit strange, and he can't see the specific strength. On the tree trunk in front of him, another silver needle shot out of the crow's eye was drawn, and Hanzo made an accurate judgment. Now that Hanzo spoke and made a judgment, everyone knew that it would be Hanzo's decision-making time next, and everyone wisely closed their mouths. General Hanzo took a silver needle of poison to his arm and lightly stabbed his arm. The wound quickly turned black, but it melted away after a while. Let's go. When Wuching on the wound melted away, Hanzo turned around and walked towards Rain Shinobi village. Hanzo's answer caused everyone to be stunned. Ajanin asked hesitantly, "My lord, then these two people?" "It's just two young people who want to find someone to test their abilities. It's sad that the frontier of the Rain country has become a battlefield for young people to test their abilities. Let us end this civil strife, and then the Rain country will have only one will." "That is my will." Hanzo turned his head and showed an extremely sharp look. He had already guessed the reason for Sasori and Haiden's action, but it was precisely because of guessing the reason that he made a certain determination. He wants to end this civil strife. From then on, Rain Shinobi Village will be his Rain Shinobi Village alone. There is no time and need to waste time with two young people. Yes. Hanzo's words made everyone excited, and immediately followed him respectfully back to the Rain Shinobi Village of the civil strife. At the side of the gorge where Cho gave the trial in the country of wind, Sasori slowly dragged the largest piece of rock towards the gorge, violently pulled the rock into the gorge. Wow! Unexpectedly, Chakra thread can pull such a huge rock. Haiden sighed with surprise on one side. If this rock was let him push, he would still be able to push into the canyon, but Sasori did it with the invisible Chakra silk thread, which is amazing. Sasori ignored Haiden, but turned his gaze to Cho not far away. He appeared here today to tell Cho that he has completed the first assessment he assigned to him. Congratulations for successfully completing the assessment of the toughness of the Chakra puppet line. Now I teach you the second most important point for the puppet master, manipulation. Chiyo's expression is natural and it seems indifferent, but Sasori always feels that she is a little excited. Cho also agreed to ignore Haiden. She handed over the three most important manuscripts to Sasori. Naturally it is impossible not to send someone to stare at it, so the existence of Haiden is very clear, and there is no intention to stop Sasori. Since you have started to refine puppets, you should be very clear that manipulating puppets is much harder than you think. The most important thing for puppet masters is these hands. Give me your special use of medical ninjutsu. Chiyo's words immediately resonated with Sasori. When manipulating crows, Sasori often feels a little weak, because crows have too many joints, which are much harder than manipulating people, even with the assistance of string fruit. It is also difficult to achieve the desired effect. After taking a look at the puppet behind Sasori, Cho asked Sasori for the handwritten note that he had given him. Sasori gave it to Cho without hesitation. Cho smiled, then flipped it twice and opened one of them. Page arrived in front of Sasori. This is a special body technique transfiguration 1000 fingers secreted by the puppet master. It can increase the flexibility of the fingers. Our puppet masters use the puppets to fend off the enemy. It is all in one word. Variations in the control method will allow the enemy. There is no way to prevent it, so the flexibility of the fingers is very important. When Sasori saw a dozen pages of fingering in front of him, he was stunned. When he got this manuscript, he had already read it all over, and there was absolutely never such a dozen pages of fingering exercises in it. Although puzzled, Sasori was relieved soon. The Puppet Clan is a first-class player in the Puppet Master, and the mechanism is the same. Obviously, there are unknown mechanisms in this thin handbook. The more I look at Phantom Thousand Fingers, Sasori feels shocked. Every page has a set of exercise methods for a certain finger. The last few pages are exercise methods for wrists, elbows, and arms, even the martial arts secrets that Sasori has never seen before. I'm afraid it's nothing more than that. This puppet is good. When you can control your puppet to dance the same dance as you, and make it impossible to tell who is the puppet, you are qualified. Then I will teach you the last item. Nian Hua Wushuan. Cho gave a final confession, and then left the scene first. When he appeared again, there was already a giant rock in the wind and sand in the distance, and Ebis and Hakura were all here watching Sasori's performance. The two of them just wanted to say something, only to find that Chiyo's face was full of excitement. Such an expression appeared in the calm Cho. What happened? Asterisk. Chapter 21 The Shock of Cho. You forcibly pulled me here just to show me this. Cho showed up here because he received information from Sasori that he needed to be assessed. Ebis was dragged by Cho. To put it bluntly, Cho was going to show off his grandson to his younger brother. You know the ancestor of the puppet clan Menzaeman who set the 3 assessments of the puppet line. Chiyo's expression was not as calm as he was in front of Sasori, but he said to Ebis with a little excitement. After nodding, Cho continued to ask again, do you know how long it took me to complete the assessment of resilience? I remember when you said that, it seemed that it took you 2 years to complete the assessment, Sasori. Ebis raised his eyebrows, and he suddenly realized that he looked at Sasori again and became a little surprised. Among the 3 of them, Yeking looked confused. Compared to Cho, Yeking was already a younger generation. He didn't know much about the things of the previous generation. After Ebis explained this, Yekeng's face also changed. It has to be different. Unexpectedly, it took Sasori to complete the assessment so much longer than Cho. Cho is hailed as the most talented puppet master in the history of the puppet clan except Menzaeman. It really took me 2 years. To be precise, it took 2 years and 3 months to complete the assessment, and this was the highest record other than the founder of Menzaeman. I didn't expect Sasori to take only 3 months. Time. Maybe he really is the hope of revitalizing the puppet clan. Kyande sighed, and still can't forget her joy after completing the assessment. Apart from the ancestor of the puppet clan, she is the only one who set a new record. Her name was even engraved on the puppet clan stele. It's just that Chiyo's joy at this moment is stronger than ever. Because today when the puppet clan is heading for loneliness, new hope has once again appeared in front of Kyande. Yekeng, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly asked, how long did it take for Menzaeman himself to complete the toughness assessment? Ebis appeared here because she was forced to show up. Yekura appeared here because she was the one responsible for secretly protecting Sasori. Although she personally refused to marry Sasori, Cho was still a high-ranking member of the Kingdom of Wind. The identity assigned Yekeng the task of secretly protecting Sasori. And Yekeng's arrogance made her not allow herself to abandon the high-level orders of the Kingdom of Wind. And watching Sasori's rapid growth step by step gave Yekeng a very complicated emotion in his heart. Now that Sasori has broken the record set by Cho, what is the record of founder Menzaeman? Estimated to be only 1 or 2 months. It took 13 months for Patriarch Menzaeman to pass the assessment. Sasori only took 3 months. It was 10 months short. Cho took a deep breath, trying to calm his tone as much as possible, but when he said the difference between the two, he couldn't help but increase his tone. Yeking and Ebis were both stunned. Sasori's record of breaking the 1,000 generations has surprised them. They did not think that he even broke the record of founder Menzaeman. And it's been nearly a year away. The assessment of resilience is an entry assessment, in order to lay a solid foundation for the puppet master. This assessment actually passed when he was able to move the two-thirds of the stone, but I did not tell him. It takes 1 to 3 years for a normal person. When it can drag the last rock to move, it means that Sasori has the first condition to control the near pines. 10 people. Just when Yeking and Ebis were shocked, Cho said in a solemn voice. What do you mean? Ebis's pupils shrank. Some stared at Cho in disbelief. Yeking was also at a loss, wondering what dumb riddle the two were playing. That's right, after all these 3 assessments are completed, you will have the qualifications to inherit the 10 people from nearly Song dynasty. Cho nodded, confirming Ebis's guess. Cho has deliberately handed over to Sasori of the Kinmatsujijin of Menzaeman. Others may not understand, but Ebis knows exactly what the 10 songs mean to the entire puppet clan. The puppet clan is not like other blood succession boundary clan, which can pass on the excellent bloodline from generation to generation, but they have passed on a set of artifacts from generation to generation. The true artifact of the puppet clan. 10 puppets made by Menzaeman. Near Song. 10 people. There are 10 people in Song dynasty, and every puppet is the pinnacle of the puppet clan. No one can surpass it so far. This is a puppet that can really use ninjutsu. So far. Except for the 10 people in this world, there has not been a puppet capable of using ninjutsu. I've heard of Transfiguration 1,000 Fingers. This is a special secret body technique of the puppet clan. I am afraid that even the grandmother of the 1,000 generations hasn't practiced it. The astonishment on Yekang's face flashed away. Although he felt shocked in his heart, his mouth was not convinced, and he gave a cold snort. Asterisk. Chapter 22 The Genius of the Puppet Clan. Hey, that's right, the Transfiguration of 1,000 Fingers was created by the Master. The highest realm can be performed by 1,000 machines, and the Master has only reached the realm of dancing with 100 machines. So far, I have only reached the realm of 10 machines, but this one in the assessment, you only need to achieve the 5-finger illusion to pass the level. I spent 1 year and 7 months to complete the 5-finger illusion. Let me see if Sasori can perform miracles again. When it comes to turning thousands of fingers, Kyande sighed. There are 3 treasures of the puppet clan. One is near Song 10 people, the other is Magic Kyunzi, and the remaining one is more difficult to master. Nian Hua Wushuan. Not to mention Nian Hua Wushuan Xian, the Transfiguration Kyunzi was created by Menzaeman, and the puppet master specializes in physical exercises for fingers and arms. According to the legend, Menzaeman's hands can turn out hundreds of fingers to control the puppet in an instant. At that time, the 10 people of Jinsong were the time to bloom their full power. It's a pity that even Menzaeman did not reach the limit for this special physical skill. Not to mention the limit. After him, no one in the entire puppet clan can complete the realm of dancing with all kinds of opportunities. Even Cho, hailed as a puppet genius, only reached the 10-machine battle, and met the minimum requirements for manipulating 10 people. However, when she turned her gaze to Sasori, who was reading the illusion of 1,000 fingers in the distance, Chiyo's gaze was suddenly full of expectations. As soon as Cho expressed his expectations, Yekang snorted coldly, and said extremely firmly, "Humph. Impossible. How about I make a bet with you?" Instead of being angry, Cho laughed. Yekang raised his brows, and was extremely disgusted with betting. Back then, she was allowed to be Sasori's fiancée. Legend has it that her dead ghost father lost the bet to Cho. If Sasori can complete the 5-finger illusion in a year and a half, you will continue to be his fiancée. If he fails, it proves that he does not have the potential to become your fiancée. Then the marriage contract is terminated. I will help you fix the 2 families. Cho seemed to have noticed Yakang's silence, so before she could speak, he threw the bait first. Sure enough, as soon as Kyande's bet was released, Yakang was immediately moved. Cho obviously saw Yakang's heartbeat, so he continued, "This bet is actually very cost-effective for you. If you win, then the marriage contract is terminated and you are free. If you lose, you will be as good as your previous situation. In fact, nothing has changed." As Cho said, Yakang refused the marriage in his own name at the time, and it was not recognized by the two families. In terms of etiquette and rules, Yakang was still Sasori's fiancé. If Yakura really wants to get rid of Sasori's fiancé completely, then this time is a golden opportunity. Cho personally proposed to cancel the marriage contract. The families on both sides will not continue to pursue it. Yakang's heart was shaken violently. "Young man, don't be competitive, although I am not optimistic about Sasori, but what if he really completes the metamorphosis of 1,000 fingers in a year and a half? This bet cannot be accepted." And at this moment, Ebis made the last cut. Seeming to be admonishing Yakang, but in fact it was a radical move. "Hey! I bet. I don't believe that he is really a genius of the puppet clan." Yakura became Sand Shinobi's Jainin at a young age. There is arrogance. When Ebis said that, Ebis immediately felt that she looked down on her. He gave a cold snort for the first time, and immediately took the bet. "Hey, young people, it's just impulsive." Ebis sighed, shook his head slightly, and said no more, but the arc of the corner of his mouth appeared. After Yakang signed a contract with Cho, Cho assigned the new task to Yakang, and Yakang left immediately. "That Saunian named Haydn seems to be an immortal master, do you want to?" Only Ebis and Cho are left on the rock. Ebis's gaze shifted from Sasori's body to Haydn's body. He has already noticed Haydn's secret. If this kind of thing is not in the hands of the master himself, he might have trouble sleeping and eating. Not for the time being. The news of the Thulhu's extinction was from us. All the first-hand information has been obtained. We are already trying to experiment. However, according to the information returned by Yakang and the information of the experimental team, it's the only immortal body in this world, and everything else is easy to handle, but the special existence produced by the dark condensation, but also the fusion of autonomous consciousness, willing soul, this is too difficult. The above means, let us stare tight, if it can't be used by us, we can bring it back. However, Cho shook his head. As early as when Sasori and Haydn killed the Thulhu, Sand Shinobi had already received the news, and by the way received the entire Thulhu research data. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Devil Fruit's ability awakens. After getting the physique of transforming 1,000 fingers, Sasori returned to his and Haydn's laboratory stronghold like a treasure, and began to practice the first page of the right thumb of the transfiguration 1,000 fingers, but the exercise of the 1,000 fingers was better than Sasori had imagined. "It's too difficult. 6th edition Divine Sword is not so difficult, right?" Seeing that his best intact little finger also changed shape, Sasori was already in pain, but he still didn't give up, and he wanted to continue to practice transforming 1,000 fingers, but then he realized that none of the 10 fingers can continue to practice. According to this progress, Sasori won't even want to practice the phantom 1,000 fingers all his life. In just 1 week, his 10 fingers were either dislocated or broken. Not to mention continuing to exercise, even the operation of the puppet line was no longer possible. "Your finger is broken again, what did you practice? 100 ways to disable your finger? Ha ha ha." Haydn, who was polishing the scythe, immediately began to mock Sasori when he saw that Sasori's little finger was also crooked. After using the immortal body, he was considered a self-abuse. Unexpectedly, Sasori also began to embark on the path of self-abuse. Sasori gave Haydn a white glance, and immediately understood that perhaps he was too anxious. He practiced to transform 1,000 fingers, requiring the fingers to become extremely soft, like a line without bones, to be able to swing freely, so he needs to exercise the joints of the fingers, slightly. If you are not careful, your finger will become dislocated. Immediately Sasori closed his eyes and held down the deformed little finger, gritted his teeth, fixed it with the ability of string fruit, broke it fiercely, and smashed it back to its original position, but this process was for Sasori. Painful grinning. Due to the pain, Sasori temporarily gave up continuing to practice the exercises of the Transfiguration 1000 fingers on the joints, but began to practice the ability of string fruit. Now his fingers are injured and the puppet line cannot be manipulated. If you fight, you can only rely on string fruit. Ability. What? Just when Sasori closed his eyes and let the thread pass through his fingers, a strange feeling suddenly came from his fingers. Sasori frowned, suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind, closed his eyes again, and began to run the ability of string fruit. When the magical feeling appeared again, Sasori began to stabilize it. The next moment Sasori opened his eyes and exclaimed in incredible exclamation. This is... I saw that Sasori's index finger turned out to be like a thread being blown by the wind, constantly twisting. It's as if there are no bones. This is exactly the first step to complete the one-finger illusion of 1000 fingers. Boneless. How did you do it? It's amazing. Haydn was also called by Sasori's exclamation. He was also startled when he saw Sasori's fingers, and asked Sasori in surprise. It's just that Sasori is also confused, which is obviously completely unexpected. Immediately Sasori closed his eyes again to feel the twisting fingers. It took a long time for Sasori to understand that his index finger seemed to have become a thread in his hand. In other words, his index finger merged with the thread. His index finger is the thread, and the thread naturally has no bones. But why did it become like this? Devil Fruit's ability awakened. After a while, Sasori suddenly thought of a possibility. Only the awakening of Devil Fruit's ability can cause this effect. Impossible. How could I be awakened even if I didn't even have all the moves of string fruit's ability, master? And even if I awakened, it should have a permanent impact on the outside world, just like Aokiji and Akainu after they took full action. Turning an island into Iceland and Fire Island, the ability of string fruit after awakening should be to allow the line to appear from other locations. But after another thought, Sasori denied this possibility. According to Doflamingo's explanation, the awakening of Paramecia's Devil Fruit ability should have a real or permanent impact on the outside world, but it can only be sent from the hand. The line becomes able to be emitted from the surrounding buildings. Wrong. It seems that Doflamingo was seriously injured and he just sutured the wound in his body with thread. In other words, the ability of string fruit can affect itself. It doesn't matter. Let's finish the fusion of the 10 fingers first. Although Sasori got string fruit, a series of problems followed. But when I switch to Sasori, I don't think about it anymore. It is true to complete the illusion of 1000 fingers. Immediately Sasori closed his eyes and started to use the thread to fuse with his fingers. Soon Sasori entered the state here. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He could feel that his fingers were changing little by little. Start dancing as if given life. In the dark corner, an invisible figure showed an extremely shocked expression when he saw the change of Sasori's index finger. Then came Sasori's thumb and middle finger. Sasori's fingers seemed to be alive one by one. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Unexpected Assessment. You can only complete the illusion of 10 fingers and complete the first step Boneless Realm. If you want to complete the second step, you can only rely on practice. Using string fruit to complete the illusion of 1000 fingers is not as smooth as Sasori imagined. The illusion of 1000 fingers is divided into 3 levels. The first level is boneless. Entering the boneless realm, you can enter the illusion of 10 fingers, and then up. The second level, transforming shadows, transforming hundreds of fingers, and going up to the third level, transforming thousands of fingers. It is also the highest state of this special physical art of transmouring 1,000 fingers. But after Sasori has completed the 10-finger boneless state and reached the illusion of the 10-finger, he cannot go further. The second shadow can only be achieved through constant hard training. To put it bluntly, it is the high-frequency jitter of the 10 fingers, like having them at the same time. Like 1,000 fingers. Then the next step is to dance with the crow, dance, hee. After completing the requirement of transfiguration 10 fingers, Sasori began the assessment content of Cho, asking him to control the crow and dance the same dance as himself. For other things, Sasori really dare not say, but dancing is too simple for Sasori. Especially street dance. Sasori dances hip-hop before crossing. It's just that dancing hip-hop by yourself and manipulating crows to hip-hop are completely different concepts. The crow makes various large movements under the control of Sasori, but because the crow has too many joints, many movements are completely different at all, so it needs more puppet lines to control it, and fortunately, Sasori, after completing the illusion of the 10 fingers, or not to control the crow to do so many movements, even smooth movements can be done. Ha ha ha. Your puppet is crazy. Even so, after Sasori controlled the crow to dance hip-hop, Haydn began to fall to the ground. His abdominal muscles had been strained because of being so funny. Sasori's face was ugly, and Haydn turned white, and then continued to contact and control the crow to dance, but jumped around. Sasori always felt that something was missing. He glared at Haydn, who was still laughing, and Sasori suddenly woke up. What was missing? He immediately pulled him over. Come and help. A month and a half later, Sasori once again found Cho through a special contact method. With a soft smile, Cho said to Sasori in an expected tone, "Have you encountered any problems? Is it difficult to practice turning thousands of fingers? Take your time, don't worry, It seems to Cho that Sasori came to her this time because she encountered difficulties in the practice of transforming 1,000 fingers. Although the practice of transforming 1,000 fingers is very detailed, there are many things that cannot be understood by just reading a book. Come to her for instructions. Sasori is not too stubborn. I'm here to assess. It's just that before Chiyo's words to comfort Sasori were finished, Sasori told Cho about the future. Assessment? Didn't you pass the assessment of resilience? Cho was stunned for a moment. Even though he was a little confused, Sasori's first assessment of resilience was completed in a little over a month, so why did it come again? Cho had never thought that Sasori was here to evaluate the second manipulation. After all, he had only gotten the Phantom 1,000 Fingers for more than a month. Without the assistance of the Phantom 1,000 Fingers, it would be impossible to manipulate the puppet to make extremely delicate movements. Don't talk about dancing. I'm here to evaluate the second item, manipulating it. Sasori shook his head and answered Chiyo's question silently. The illusion of 1,000 fingers has not reached the realm of 5 fingers. It is almost impossible to manipulate a puppet to perform exactly the same actions as a human, even if you want to. Cho smiled bitterly. Manipulating a puppet to dance is not the same as manipulating a puppet to fight. She can complete the same two-person dance. At least she must complete the 5-finger illusion. The difficulty and pain of the 5-finger illusion are only known to her. I finished. Just as Cho recalled the pain of turning 5 fingers, Sasori suddenly stretched out his right hand. I saw the 5 fingers of Sasori's right hand twisting strangely like 5 boneless water snakes, and even making various movements between the fingers from time to time, touching the back of the hand, knotting each other, entwining each other and so on. Transfiguration of 5 fingers. Cho exclaimed immediately after seeing Sasori's right hand. This is no longer simply beyond Chiyo's expectations, Cho is simply shocked. It took just over a month for Sasori to complete the magical 5 fingers. Even Menza-iman can't do this. Okay. Your assessment has been, cough. Then I will repeat it again, as long as you can control your puppet to dance a dance like yours, the second test will pass the control. Just when Cho wanted to directly announce that Sasori passed the level, he seemed to see a purple touch at the end of his sight. He took a deep breath and calmed his breath, and then repeated the assessment content she had arranged. Sasori was able to complete the 5-finger illusion in such a short time and found himself to complete the assessment. He didn't believe that Sasori was here to make a joke. Yekara appeared in front of Cho at this time, but he was dying to struggle. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Sasori fails this time, he will definitely be able to complete the assessment within 1 or 2 months at most. Definitely broke everyone's record. Sasori didn't know what Cho was thinking about. He walked alone to the open space not far away with the crow on his back. He took a deep breath and nodded at Haydn in the distance. Move. 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 A rhythmic percussion came from the drum in front of Haydn. Asterisk. Chapter 25 We are singled out, dare you? At first when Sasori was controlling the crow to dance, he always felt that something was missing, but then he suddenly remembered that the only thing that was bad was the music. So he made the simplest drum kit and taught Haydn how to play rhythm. Haydn can learn. A rhythmic percussion came from the simple drum in front of Haydn, a gust of wind and sand blew, and Sasori suddenly moved. His right hand was suddenly raised. The black cloak that wrapped the crow behind him flew suddenly. The crow turned steadily in midair and landed beside Sasori, making a crashing sound of machinery. At the moment the black cloak hits the ground, Sasori and the crow start a flamboyant mechanical dance at the same time. The crazy swinging gestures and exaggerated dance steps immediately made Cho fall into a sluggishness. Using dancing to judge the second control test is the rule of the puppet family for so many years, but most of them are dances that dance gently and slowly. The smaller the movement, the slower the puppet's control, the more accurate it will be and the faster it will be. The greater the movement, the easier it is to make mistakes in the dance. Especially for this kind of dance that requires exactly the same, it is easy for people to see who is true and who is false. But at this moment, if only by eyes, Cho can't recognize who is the real Sasori and who is the crow. The actions of the two are exactly the same. What shocked Cho the most was that both of them had 4 hands. And they are all dancing. That is to say, while controlling the crow, Sasori also installed the other 2 hands on his body, controlling what exaggerated movements they followed together. Others may not know the difficulty, but Cho knows very well that Sasori, who is dancing at the moment, is controlling 2 puppets at the same time. Just when Cho was shocked, Haydn's contact in the distance suddenly changed. Become slower. The syllables are also pulled worse. The sound of metal rubbing also appeared in the rhythm. At the same time, the movements of Sasori and Crow slowed down, and the two began to walk face to face, starting a duo mechanical dance. The 2-person mechanical dance in this show is not the kind of rigid dance together, but a cooperative dance between 2 people. The performance is exactly 2 puppets. There is no way to tell which is a puppet. Which is Sasori. When the music stopped, Sasori and the crow stopped their movements, and the black cloak returned to the crow's body under the retraction of the puppet line, and returned to Sasori's back. How many fingers did you reach transfiguration? It took a long time for Cho to come back to his senses. The actions Sasori used to manipulate the crow just now are definitely not something that can be done by transmog 5 fingers. Transfiguration of 10 fingers. Sasori gave Cho a weird look, and stretched out his hands directly, revealing the boneless realm in front of Cho. Am I getting confused recently? Have we not seen each other in a few years? Cho looked at Sasori with a monster expression on his face, and then suddenly said that it took him half a year for Cho to transform 1 finger, but Sasori only took more than a month to transform 10 fingers. The only explanation is that she has forgotten the time. No, we just met 13 days ago, a month. Sasori's face was puzzled, Chiyo's expression was a bit distorted now. But he still answered Chiyo's question truthfully. "Yeking, come out." After a long time, Cho took a deep breath and beckoned to a rock not far away. After a while, a Yeking wearing a purple battlesuit walked out from behind the rock, but her face was completely dark. Sasori's face became gloomy the moment Yekara appeared, and at the same time he became expectant. The target he wanted to crush was right in front of him. The sense of expectation was natural. "Are you convinced now?" Not to mention Yeking, even Cho was completely convinced this time. He completed the test of puppet line toughness in 3 months, and completed the Phantom 10 Fingers in 1 month. Even if it is the third item, Nian Hua Wushu and Sasori cannot pass, he will definitely become the mainstay of the puppet clan. Even Cho was already considering whether to entrust the entire clan of puppets to Sasori. Hey! Potential belongs to potential. I can't hit me. I won't recognize him as my husband-in-law. Hakura was actually convinced in her heart. She saw Sasori's hard work and talent in her eyes, but she made such cruel words at the beginning, and now she can't let go of her face, let alone Cho still asks in front of Sasori himself. With such a problem, Yeking was even more uncomfortable, and immediately snorted coldly. Girls are extremely arrogant at all times. 10 days later, right here, we are singled out, dare you? Just as Cho wanted to say something, Sasori, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said to Yeking with a cold face. Sasori's tone and attitude were so determined that even Cho was stunned. Asterisk. Chapter 26 The Secret Technique of Clone? Shadow Knight String. After Sasori showed his talent and hard work, Yeking had actually initially recognized Sasori as his fiancé in her heart. The reason why she said this now is just arrogant. As long as Cho does work again, Sasori is talking to him. She had a good exchange, and this happened. The next thing is simple, Yeking married into the puppet clan, the two clan married successfully, happy. But Sasori didn't think so. He had set the goal of crushing Yeking from the beginning. Even if Yeking's clothes were soft, he would not give up easily. What's more, Yeking is still proud now, and immediately Sasori so it's a heads up. I'm afraid I will kill you if I strike too hard. The power of Scorch style can't be controlled. Yeking was stunned for a moment, but soon his face became gloomy, and the slightest goodwill that had been raised for some of them disappeared in an instant. I just ask you, dare you dare? It's just that before Yeking's ruthless words were finished, Sasori interrupted Yeking's words directly, and repeated the challenge again. I'm afraid of you? A guy who didn't even get the qualifications of a ninja. I'm afraid that I will kill you by mistake. It's not easy to explain to the puppet clan. Sasori's wicked tone immediately caused Yeking's anger to surge rapidly. Inexplicably, he didn't want to fight with Sasori. Yeking's family was unknown in the Kingdom of Wind. She wanted to get on the thighs of the puppet family by marriage. It is clear that once he wins Sasori, then things are really irreversible. If I die, it means that I am not qualified to stand in this world. If you are beaten by me, some tragedies have happened, no one can blame others, don't you dare. At this time, as long as Sasori gave up the challenge, Yeking was fine, but Sasori sneered and asked Yeking back. You're looking for death? Okay. I'm with you. Yeking, who was born in an ordinary background, has climbed up all the way by relying on talent and strength. What he hates most is that others question her strength. This kind of sneer is often seen on the faces of others when Yeking is not so strong yet. Kang's anger was about to lose his mind in a blink of an eye, but Cho woke up in time at this time and coughed lightly on the side. I'll let you see my strength. So that you can retreat in the face of difficulties. Immediately, Yeking also woke up, and immediately shot at Sasori as soon as his voice turned, and he wanted to show Sasori some color. Hakura's speed was extremely fast, and in the next moment he suddenly appeared in front of Sasori, and Kunao put it on Sasori's neck. Haiden frowned not far away, and asked himself, if he had been replaced by him in the previous raid, he would not be able to dodge. But the corners of Hayden's mouth will be enough next moment. Sasori is not him. Innate talent and strength are different. You are not yet qualified. Hakura stared at Sasori with a very sincere gaze. She didn't want to embarrass Sasori, but she didn't want to embarrass herself. She has too many reasons to be strong. But before Yekhang's words were finished, Sasori, whose neck was pressed by Kunao, slammed forward, and Kunao's fingers directly pierced Sasori's neck. Yekhang was stunned immediately. He had no idea that Sasori would make such a move. He is committing suicide. He actually killed the hope of revival for the puppet clan. Just when Yekhang's whole body fell into a sluggishness, the crow that was originally behind Sasori suddenly opened its forearms and stretched out 4 sharp blades on Yekhang's neck. Originally, Yekhang didn't stop there, but her heart was plunged into extreme chaos at the moment, and then she was hit by the crow. Am I qualified to challenge you now? Sasori, who was pierced in the neck by Yekura, wore a weird smile, then turned into countless silk threads and scattered, but the real Sasori didn't know when he appeared by Hayden's side. Just now. Cho, who had been silent all the time, showed a look of surprise once again, and Sasori gave her too much surprise. This kind of growth rate can no longer be described by genius. Some kind of avatar secret technique, I didn't even notice it. Ebis, who didn't want to show up, also appeared next to Cho. His surprise was no less than Cho. Although Ebis's strength was not strong, his eyesight was poisonous. When Sasori danced with the crow, he was always able to pass the flow and subtle movements of chakra. The difference tells who is the real body. But Ebis never found out when Sasori became a clone. It has been a long time since no one can hide from his eyes. After 10 days, I will not be merciful. After a long time, Yekhang came back to his senses. His face was extremely ugly, and he jumped away. He looked at Sasori with cold eyes and turned and disappeared into the wind and sand. This time she lost. If she used all her strength at the beginning, Sasori would definitely not. There will be a chance to attack her. That's great, because neither will I. Sasori smiled, retracted all the lines and crows, and turned his gaze to Cho. It was time to inform the third assessment. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Pre-War Preparations. Maybe it's really the world of young people now. The third test is Nianhua Wushuan. It is required to be able to control 3 puppets at the same time to fight against each other. Nianhua Wushuan is also included in Medical Ninjutsu Special Use. After Hakura's departure, Chiyo's expression became extremely complicated, and Sasori's growth rate completely exceeded his expectations. With a deep emotion, Cho used a special technique in the special application of medical ninjutsu that Sasori took out, and opened a new seal. The information about Nianhua Wushuan appeared in front of Sasori. Nianhua Wushuan. It is different from a dozen pages of Transfiguration Thousand Fingers. There are only 3 pages, but the content on it is more profound. Sasori glanced at it roughly, but he couldn't understand it. Yekhang's scorch style is powerful, what do I need to tell me? Just when Sasori was about to study Nianhua Wushuan on the spot, Cho seemed to interrupt Sasori's actions, instead turning the topic back to Yekura. Although Sasori's growth rate is fast enough, in Chiyo's eyes, Sasori's actual combat experience and Hakura ratio are still lacking. The fact that Hakura was restrained just now was just a carelessness. Hakura didn't even use Scorch style. So Cho felt a little help to Sasori. No, there is no free lunch in this world, you can only rely on your own hands to become stronger, Grandma, you taught me this. It's just that Sasori smiled, and immediately rejected Cho, repeating the path Cho originally gave him. It's really the same as your father. Cho was stunned for a moment. The smile that Sasori had just reminded her of when she was young. Sasori's father was so stubborn. Once again, Cho stopped talking, and disappeared directly with Ebis in the desert of Windy Land. in the scattered wind and sand. What do you think of handing over the puppet clan to Sasori? On the way back, Cho suddenly asked Ebis. We need to look at it again. It's too early to make a decision. There are many geniuses who die. Ebis shook his head without hesitation. In this age of war, there are too many geniuses, and there are too few geniuses who can survive the monofilament until the end. Only geniuses who can withstand the test of time are true geniuses. What are you doing with that ugly monster? Do you really want to marry her? Haydn, who was also walking to the country of Sichuan, also looked at Sasori suspiciously. When he knew that Sasori was practicing so hard to defeat Yekeng and let her continue to be his fiancée, Haydn couldn't understand it. Ugly. Sasori didn't answer Haydn's question immediately, but questioned Haydn's aesthetics. Yekeng did not grow too bad, and coupled with his years of physical exercises, his figure is also good. If he is ugly, let alone the marriage contract, Sasori is afraid. She had been killed long ago. Why did Yekeng become an ugly monster in Haydn's mouth? Not plump at all, isn't it ugly? Do you want to marry her so much? Haydn flattened his mouth, and disdainfully told Sasori his definition of beauty and ugliness, and at the same time asked rhetorically. Yes, let's breathe a sigh of life, I'm going to make a decision for this fiancé. Sasori nodded firmly, showing a sneer. People can't live in the world to fight for a breath, and Yekeng's breath can't be swallowed. I really can't understand your aesthetics. So what shall we do now? Seeing Sasori's determination, Haydn stopped talking nonsense. He originally thought that Sasori was going to return to the laboratory, but found that they were not moving in the laboratory. Go to the country of Sichuan to buy things, the wealth of Thulhu is not useless. You can find someone to rebuild your scythe, it's all damaged, and it's not powerful enough. The black spear is left to you by ASA, and you need to find a craftsman. Maintenance and repair. Sasori set the heads-up day after 10 days, just to give himself some time to prepare. At the beginning, he got a lot of money from Thulhu. The money Sasori and Haydn has been useless. Now is the time to make a move, Haydn. Both of his flying sickle and black spear need repair and maintenance, and he also needs new materials to refine new puppets. If you don't tell me, I didn't pay attention. Just do it. With hindsight, Haydn, who was unresponsive, realized that his scythe was full of gaps. After a few hours, Sasori and Haydn entered the main village of Kawa no Kuni after a simple disguise. The market and various shops here are the most complete. Haydn used to come here often with Munda, so he was familiar with the road, and soon took Sasori to the underground black market. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Puppet Black Ant. Sasori has always defined the underground black market as expensive things to buy, but it has not really changed until today. It turns out that the black market is not store black, but things black. Most of the things that can be sold here are caused by problems. In this era of war, making money is the most popular. Ninjas from various countries to intact ninja corpses are all on the sales list, but these finished things are relatively expensive, and the materials Sasori needs are low in price. In a material shop, there are all kinds of wooden materials. These wooden materials come from all over the world, and even many of the materials in the puppet art forging concept given by Cho have no annotations. However, it is obvious that these materials have been removed from various weapons and armors, and many of them even carry traces of cut marks and ninjutsu. However, Sasori was not interested in such a large number of wooden materials. His gaze was immediately focused on a huge warhammer. This warhammer was so huge that the size of the hammer alone was about the same as Sasori's body, but this handle the warhammer has been destroyed, and Sasori is not looking at this warhammer, but the thigh-thick handle on the warhammer that is nearly 2 meters long. This is the finest Phoebe chestnut, light, hard, and fire-resistant. It is an excellent choice for the main body of the puppet. The owner of the shop is an able-looking uncle with a mustache. At a glance, he can tell that Sasori's goal is the handle of the warhammer. He glanced at the crow covered with bandages behind Sasori's back. He immediately pulled out the handle of the warmer and lifted it up. In front of Sasori, he said in one sentence what Sasori wanted this chestnut tree to do. Sasori's eyes narrowed, neither admitting nor denying, but instead asked, "Are there any other recommendations?" "Oh, it's calm. There are some Juyin-run-mu here. They are the best materials for the production of activity organs. There are not many of them. You can start as soon as possible." Mustache raised his brows and sighed with emotion. He took out some round wooden balls painted in black from a ragged armor and threw them in front of Sasori. There is also a large ironwood core, which is not inferior to metal in hardness, lighter in weight, and has high ninjutsu resistance, but the price is a bit expensive. The mustache was very numb and removed a lot of wooden materials from various broken weapons and armors. After introducing the functions, the price was also thrown in front of Sasori. "I want it all." Sasori can see that this Uncle Mustache is still very sincere in his business. The unusable wooden materials are still on those weapons. The ones thrown to Sasori are all intact, and the technique is very skillful, and the parts that were removed are not hurt at all. Texture, obviously this mustache is a master. The mustache is easy to talk, Sasori will naturally not twitch, pay directly and prepare to leave. Anyway, it is not that the money he earned is not distressed. "It's been a long time since I saw such a refreshing guest. This is a gift for you. This is the first time that this kind of wood is scary. It has good toughness and is scary. It's too light, no one buys it, it's cheaper for you." Just as Sasori was leaving, the mustache casually threw a white wooden stick with only a thin wooden arm to him. "Thanks." Sasori's gaze brightened. This was a must for making some intricate puppets. He immediately accepted it unceremoniously and followed Haydn to another blacksmith's shop. "Hey! Young man, my vision is very poisonous. Why do you want to hit a dagger? This is cloud iron, the lightest of all metals, and the toughest. It is plated with a layer of stainless steel, it is strong enough, and it does not reflect light. Accept custom orders." As soon as he entered the blacksmith's shop, Sasori started looking for various metals. Soon an Uncle Blacksmith found Sasori, but obviously not everyone has the eyes of Uncle Mustache, just staring at Sasori with full eyes, because of Sasori's with a large bag of materials on his back. Those who can buy so many materials on the underground black market are definitely rich people. "Help me use the hardest metal to tailor him a large enough scythe. This is the rough design, and then rent a workshop. This is a week's rent, is it enough?" Sasori ignited Haydn and gave a design sketch to the blacksmith. At the same time, there was a pile of money. Sasori didn't plan to hand over his puppet parts to others to build. "Enough." The blacksmith immediately became excited when he saw such a pile of money, and took Sasori into a forging room that was originally his apprentice. This is the main village in the country of the river. Don't be too eye-catching. You are now a rat crossing the street. After exhorting Haydn, Sasori entered the crafting room and locked the door. Catch type black ants, the ants should look like ants, they are not black horses. After spreading the design drawing of the black ant shape in front of him, Sasori flattened his mouth, and immediately changed the black ant's horse head and began to formally forge. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Open, fight. Ha ha ha. It's so easy. I can't wait to find someone to try it. A week's time is fleeting. When Sasori came out of the crafting room with dark circles under her eyes, he just happened to see Haydn holding his brand new flying sickle and couldn't put it down. The brand new flying sickle is about the same height as Haydn's. The tail end has a lock attached to another small hook sickle. The black short spear has also been modified to be more polished and sharp. There are many people, let's go. Sasori smiled and nodded at Haydn. He laid a lot of spider threads outside in advance. As a result, many of these spider threads have been touched, and Sasori found that the spider threads were connected to the ears in addition to warning. Can also eavesdrop on the voice of the person touching the line. Many people have gathered outside. One is because Sasori and Haydn look like soft persimmons, and they are also generous, and the other is that flying is not the master who can calm down, dangling in the black market every day, Thulhu the identity of has been exposed. The followers of the Thulhu in the Kingdom of the River have been rewarded with a sky-high price. After Sasori and Haydn left the blacksmith's shop, they cooperated and turned into an empty alley. After a while, 6 ninjas followed quickly into the alley. Ha ha ha! So cool! Gone! About an hour and a half later, Sasori and Haydn reappeared at the entrance of the alley. Haydn had a cheerful face and was wearing Madara's bloodline. Sasori hadn't changed at all, and waved at Haydn. Behind the two of them are 6 ninjas of different strengths and depths, and everyone has the same thing in common, that is, a face full of fear, as if they have seen something incredible. On the appointed day, Yukeng had already waited at the appointed place early. Cho and Ebis had also waited for Sasori's appearance not far away. The sun had already set west, but Sasori still did not appear. Just as the sun began to sink into the horizon, Sasori appeared in the center of the setting sun, and the elongated figure slowly walked towards Yukeng. "I thought you were afraid to come." Yukeng sneered, and immediately assumed a fighting posture. "In order to get rid of the chasing soldiers of the country of Sichuan, let's start, parasite string." Sasori smiled, and after explaining it, the battle started without any nonsense, and the middle finger hooked, and the parasite string popped to Yukeng first. Scorch style. Flame coat. Hakura had been responsible for Sasori's secret safety for the past few months. He knew Sasori's methods quite well. He immediately sneered. His hands were quickly sealed, and his body surface was wrapped in a layer of orange flame, and he just fell to the leaves. The parasite string on the tank was burned. Tisk, the connection can be blown unexpectedly, double bullet string. When Sasori raised his brow, he knew that things would never be that simple. Yukeng's flame coat directly defeated Sasori's parasite string, but Sasori never thought that he would defeat Yukeng so easily. He immediately stretched out his hands and locked it. The two vital points of Yukeng launched an attack. Scorch style. Sparks. Yukeng quickly sealed the seal again, and countless fireballs the size of the tail finger ejected from Yukeng's mouth, not only offsetting the bullet string shot by Sasori, but also enveloped Sasori's location. Sasori has never relaxed his physical exercises. When countless fireballs came, he fled away, and the crow behind him was also liberated. Scorch style. Too much steaming. It's just that Sasori's physical skills are far from Yukeng's opponent. Sasori has just liberated the crow, and Yukeng has appeared in front of him, directly and ruthlessly resorting to her most powerful overkill. The person who is hit by this trick will be directly evaporated the water in the body. Puff. Sasori reacted quickly. Yukeng's dagger failed to hit Sasori, but stabbed the crow's body. Hey! Even if the puppet is killed by oversteaming, it will be evaporated and become even more vulnerable. Broken me. Turn around and kick. Yukeng snorted coldly. He was completely blocked by the crow. Yukeng's tactic was to crush Sasori's puppet first. The naked eye can see the steam coming out of the crow, and her scorch style is not only effective for people. All objects that contain moisture are all effective. With a cold snort, Yukeng immediately supported the ground with one hand, and a 180-degree revolving kick came on the spot, slamming the part where the crow was hit. Boom! It's just different from the scene where Yukeng imagined it was kicked into pieces at a glance. The crow just made a muffled noise, appeared a slight depression, and did not appear to burst like Yukeng imagined. How is this possible? Asterisk. Chapter 30 Clone? Real body? Who underestimated who on earth? Your scorch style is more powerful than fire style, and it can directly evaporate the moisture in the object. So I chose the chestnut wood that has almost no moisture and is non-flammable to recreate the crow's shell. Of course, just in case, I am here. Metal is built into the inside of the crow to increase its hardness. Blocking Yekang's attack, Sasori sneered and explained to Yekang calmly, while the fingers controlling the crow swayed quickly. The crow could not be kicked and destroyed, so Yekang was taken aback. The crow kicked by him moved quickly with the counter-shock force. The four arms ejected sharp blades and attacked Yekang suddenly, and the sharp blade flashed green. The ray of light was obviously poisonous, and at the same time the crow's jaw fell off, and countless black poisonous needles were ejected from the crow's mouth. Although Yekang was taken aback, his reaction speed was indeed extremely sensitive. In addition to Scorch style, Yekang was also a master of physical skills. Like a nimble loach, it cleverly escaped from the attack of 4 poisonous knives and poisonous needles, and 3 kunao with Scorch-style small fireballs were thrown at Sasori. No one would want to harden Yekang's Scorch style, and immediately dodge it slightly, but with just such a gap in the operation, Yekang's movements suddenly accelerated, came under the crow, and past the crow's defensive line, rushed straight to Sasori. A dog who is close to the puppet master is not as good as a dog. Scorch style. Oversteaming. When Sasori recovered, Yekang's Kyo had already arrived. At the same time, Yekang was also full of sneers and mockery. In a hurry, Sasori could only raise his right arm to resist, and immediately Hakura's kunao was inserted into Sasori's right arm, but Sasori was not steamed dry. It was the stabbed arm, like Sasori who was pierced in the neck, turned into silk threads and spread out, and more silk threads appeared from Sasori's body. I guessed you were fake a long time ago. Do you think the same trick would work for me? Come out. Don't hide. Yekang sneered, and did not hesitate to reflexively attack the chasing crow. Not surprisingly, his attack failed. Although Sasori's physical skills were not strong, they were not so weak. Obviously, this was the secret technique that Sasori used in the beginning that could not be seen through the clone. Who told you that I was fake? Do you know why I showed my Shadow Knight string years ago? I caught you. Just the moment Yekang turned around, Sasori, who was online just now, suddenly twitched the corner of her mouth. His left hand, which had not moved, suddenly tickled, and another puppet rushed out from the ground. A black ant with a hideous ant king's head stands upright. The abdomen opened wide, shutting the unsuspecting Yekang directly into the abdomen. Black secret technique. One shot. Sasori's 10 fingers pulled quickly, and as many as 10 fingers of the crow and the black ant fell off. At the base of the arm is a venomous blade. With Sasori's scream, he pierced the hole in the black ant's abdomen. Scorch style. Scorching. But at the same time, Yekang also let out a roar in the black ant's belly, and countless fiery red lights came from the hole in the black ant's belly. Boom! Seeing that the machine was about to hit Yekang, the violent explosion exploded in the abdomen of the black ant. Countless sawdust and sparks are everywhere. It's just that such a fierce explosion didn't let the black ants explode. It was just slightly damaged. Unfortunately, the time of the explosion was just right, and it detonated at the moment the sharp blade pierced, destroying all the sharp blades. In order to prevent a strong attack from destroying the Phoebe chestnut that constitutes the main body of the black ant, I added a layer of ironwood core that is not harder than metal in the Phoebe chestnut, and the combination of the two is the extremely tough cloud iron, which is stretched. S*X and toughness are enough to trap you. Although Sasori's black secret skills were blocked, he didn't care at all, and with his fingers moved again, the sharp blade that had not been completely blown up floated again. At the same time, he explained to Yekang with a cold face, his black ants were specially made for Yekang. Scorch style. Fly away. Yekang's face was full of anger. She had no idea that she would be forced to this point, throwing several kunao with fireballs from the bombed gap. Shoot at Sasori. Ding ding ding. A series of golden and iron symphony sounded. Sasori's last puppet appeared in front of him. The Sancho fish with the mask of the Ghost King stood in front of Sasori, and the mask of the Ghost King stared at Yekoro with a grin. "This is my third puppet, a defensive puppet Sancho fish. Black secret skills. Poisonous bombs." Sasori sneered, and immediately hooked his finger. The Sancho fish suddenly opened its huge mouth and sprayed a large swath of poisonous mist. "You underestimated me. Scorch style. Flame knife." But Yekeng, who was trapped at the same time, also roared. A flame like a sword flashed from the belly of the black ant. The black ant was split in half instantly. The poisonous mist was also evaporated by the heat on the flame knife. The next moment Yekeng rushed out of the poisonous mist, and Q now pierced Sasori's abdomen directly. It's just that Yekeng didn't expect it. Sasori turned into a thread again and started to unravel. The crow's head was held in his hand by Sasori, and the third eye between the crow's brows opened instantly. Asterisk. Chapter 31. You are already my trophy. 3 shifts. Realizing that Sasori, who was hit by him, became linear again, he immediately appeared a little bit of hesitation. Is this Sasori's real body or Sasori's clone? Just now Sasori used the same trick, which put her in a dilemma. In such a moment of hesitation, the third eye of the crow's head held by Sasori suddenly opened, and a colorful silver needle was shot against Yekeng's body. Although Yekeng tried to hide, he was still a step too late, the arm shot by this silver needle. In an instant, Yekeng felt that all the strength of his body was lost, and at this time, Sasori in front of Yekeng completely turned into a silk thread, a clone. And the real Sasori floated up from the ground not far away. The real Sasori is hiding in the ground and manipulating a puppet. Hakura just wanted to launch an attack at Sasori, but his feet were soft, and he suddenly realized that the strength of his whole body had disappeared in one breath, and he didn't even have the strength to act. What a poison! Actually, my own attacks and nonsense for so long are just to attract your attention. I know that your individual strength is stronger than mine, but the puppet master does not rely on the ability to fight, otherwise it will be meaningless. Puppet. In addition to the puppet, the master also poisoned the Grand Master. Sasori appeared in front of Yekeng with a strong sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. A few months ago, Sasori was still despised by Yekeng, but a few months later, he was able to defeat her without relying on anyone. Seeing the incredible expression on Yekeng's face, don't mention how cool Sasori is. When will you? Yekeng was already struggling to speak, but she still gritted her teeth and asked. She really couldn't figure out when Sasori escaped her eyes and escaped into the ground. Before Yekeng's words were finished, his tongue was already paralyzed, and the effect of this poison was so strong. Moreover, Yekeng found that the scene in front of her had begun to change, and the sky was scattered with sakura flowers, and she was already in a fantasy world. When did you hide underground, right? The moment you were locked into the black ant, I used the shadow night string and the earth style to enter the underground. You don't think I can't know how to ninjutsu? Sasori took Hakura's words. In order to confuse Hakura, Sasori has never used any ninjutsu, but in fact, Sasori knows a lot of ninjutsu, but they are all hidden ninjutsu. After Yekeng was imprisoned by the black ants, Yekeng was still able to crack his machine. Sasori guessed that the black ants might not be able to completely trap Yekeng, so he used earth style to hide at the moment of the explosion. Underground, while using shadow night string to replace his own position. Yekeng gritted her teeth and wanted to stand up again, but no matter how hard she tried, her body had already lost control. You don't have to do unnecessary struggles. This is the poison dream I prepared. It will cause hallucinations in 3 seconds, paralysis in 5 seconds, and death in 10 seconds. It is the only dream left, and the rest is drunk by an idiot. Up. Sasori smiled, lit the silver needle still stuck in the back of Yekeng's hand, and introduced it with a little pride. It's a pity that this kind of medicine was also accidentally configured by him. After that, no matter how Sasori configured it, he couldn't make it exactly the same. Yes, glaring at Haydn who was watching the battle in the distance, Sasori took out a blue potion from his arms. You are my fiancé and will not let you die. This is another poison. If you fight with poison, you will not die, but the hallucinations and paralysis will not be relieved. At the same time, after the two drugs are neutralized, it will become, I have won, so as agreed, you are already my trophy. This cyan potion is not an antidote, but another poison, but it can neutralize the hallucinogenic toxicity and prevent death. Sasori has no regrets pinching Yakang's cheek and pouring it down, and directed at Yakang. There was a weird smile that made Yakang's heart tremble. Grandma, I took the person away, so you don't have to follow, my person I will train myself. Putting away the three puppets, Sasori carried Yakang who was unable to move and jumped into the Grand Canyon, disappearing into the sight of everyone. Eba's brow furrowed and he was ready to follow, but Haydn was in the direction of Sasori's disappearance. What it meant was self-evident. Eba's face was cold and he was ready to shoot immediately, but he was pulled by Cho. Live. P.S. Seeing so many people's support, and they are all shouting to add more. Let's have a good time. Today is 3 more. Asterisk. Chapter 32. The young man's matter, let the young man take care of it himself, not to mention that Yakang has already lost thoroughly this time. If she still refuses to accept and has any more thoughts, then... Cho smiled bitterly and shook his head. Before finishing speaking, he walked towards Tsunagakure. From the previous battle, Cho had understood that Sasori had basically mastered Nianhua Wushuan, so the next step was to arrange for him to enter Tsunagakure and join in the puppet family. The two trips of Tsunagakure and the puppet clan are not like this. Nianhua Wushuan puts it plainly, that is, letting consciousness become multiple at the same time, and one person controls multiple puppets to fight, giving people a kind of independent consciousness for each puppet. What is emphasized is an understanding, which cannot be compensated by hard work and diligence. Menza Iman Ninhua Wushuan has reached the realm of 1,000 Nian Wok. If you control it, you can control thousands of puppets at the same time. However, it is a pity that Menzamon's transfiguration 1,000 fingers have reached the realm of the same operation. Ebis snorted coldly and glared at Haydn. Xian even followed Cho and left. Although Sasori's eyes were malicious, they had no intention of killing, so there was no need to worry about Yakang's safety. Even if Sasori really killed Yakang, it didn't matter to Sasori at this moment. It took less than 5 months to complete the 3 assessments of the Patriarch of the Puppet Clan, and every one of them was broken. The Patriarch's record, defeated Jane and Yakang, and independently created 3 puppets with unique functions. All of these have proven the value of Sasori. There is a cave at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. This is where Sasori temporarily sheltered when he first practiced alone. It has not been back for almost 4 months, but because Sasori spilled tiger dung around the cave, it has not been there. Occupied by sandwolves and other beasts. What do you want? Sasori placed Hakura on the stone couch covered with animal skins, and simply tore off Hakura's tattered purple battle uniform. After the 2 poisons were neutralized, as Sasori said, Yakang's life was saved, but he was weak. But when Sasori dropped Yakang and his battle suit, Yakang suddenly woke up from the hallucinations. Don't worry, the effects of the 2 drugs are fully effective after neutralization. It takes about half an hour. I will restore my strength first and help you treat your injury by the way. Sasori's men kept moving, opening the scroll seal one after another, taking out several potions, and preparing to treat Yakang's wounds. In the battle between the 2 just now, Yakang was defeated, especially the burning explosion in the belly of the black ant. She suffered a lot of skin injuries. Taking out a bottle of medicine specially used to treat the burning, Sasori glanced over the smooth skin of Hakura's body. How could I not, you? When Yakang joined the world early, she naturally understood what Sasori was saying, and suddenly realized that it might be possible soon. Cut. Go to hell. Just when Sasori started to smear her, the abnormality popped up. Yekhang's right hand suddenly lifted up. A silver needle with a small amount of colorful potions was sandwiched between her fingers and pierced Sasori's side. However, the corners of Sasori's mouth still wore a weird smile. And he didn't even stop the movements of his hands. Asterisk. Chapter 33 I just want to give you hope and make you despair again. Yekhang is an elite genin, and he has a good relationship with the puppets. How could he not be poisoned? Therefore, Yekhang has been taking various antitoxic drugs, and his body has been exposed to most of the general poisons. Antibodies are produced. It's true that Sasori accidentally modulated Dream to be too toxic, which made Yekura recruit. After Sasori used another poison on Yekura to neutralize the Dream, Yekura regained a little bit of strength. When tearing, Yekhang was actually able to barely raise her hand, but in order to be able to counterattack, Yekhang has been accumulating strength. Her combat uniform and weapons were all removed by Sasori. Her only chance to come back is to still stabbing her the poisonous needle on the back of the hand. Sure enough, Yekhang endured the humiliation for so long, and finally waited for the opportunity to fight back. Even if Sasori has the antidote in her hand, she will have to go through the same weakness as expected, and she has passed such a long time, and with her poison resistance, she will definitely recover earlier than Sasori. After she recovers, Sasori must look good. But what Yekura didn't expect was that Sasori was extremely calm. There is even a weird curve hanging from the corner of the mouth. Oh, it's amazing. I made such a low-level mistake and didn't take the poisoned needle from the back of your hand. Pulling out the silver needle pierced into the flesh and blood, Sasori took out the medicine unhurriedly and injected it into the place where Yekura hit, while lamenting the mistakes he made without sincere feelings. No matter how you look at it, Sasori's expression looks like he deliberately didn't take the poisonous needle. And why there are 3 kinds of medicines Sasori injected into the body, and only gave her a kind of poison. Fortunately, for all poisons, I will give myself an antidote beforehand, and did I not tell you, what effect will the 2 poisons in you produce after neutralizing each other? It is a powerful hallucinogenic medicine. I just want to forget it, there is no way now. Oh, I got poisoned. Just when Yekhang was full of doubts, the arc of Sasori's mouth suddenly became a little bit worse. Cut. Although her consciousness had begun to appear chaotic, she still woke up. Sasori did it on purpose. Yes, I did it on purpose. I just want to give you hope, and then make you desperate. Delete, asterisk. Chapter 34 Don't make me look down on you. Cut. The inexplicable depression, the pressure on the boundary between life and death, and the anger of Yekhang's contempt, all vented overnight. When Sasori woke up, he just raised his head and was stunned when he opened his eyes. There are also open eyes in front of him. Hakura was staring at Sasori with a gloomy face. Sasori's sleeping posture was not very good last night. Yekhang flushed immediately and snorted. Good morning, if you are not convinced, you can fight again. Sasori smiled and greeted Yekhang as if nothing had happened. Yekhang blushed and gritted his teeth. Immediately turn against the guest. Sasori sneered, and countless silk threads flew out with his hands. Yekhang's body was instantly restrained by the silk threads. Crows, black ants and Sancho fish also stood up from the ground and appeared behind Yekhang. As long as Sasori's thoughts move, both the silk thread and the puppet will kill Yekura. In order to prevent Yekura from using ninjutsu, Sasori uses special potions to seal her chakra, so as to ensure that she will not be caught at a critical time. She uses Scorch style. And Yekhang's physical strength has not recovered at this moment. To put it bluntly, Yekhang at this moment is just a weak, outstanding ninja. Before she can do anything extraordinary, Sasori is absolutely sure to kill her. Come again. What Sasori didn't expect was, hey. The effect should have been lifted. Sasori came back to his senses after a while. Yekang's state was obviously problematic at the moment. Although she had a lot of restrictions, the effect of the powerful hallucinogen had definitely passed. I have never lost in any aspect. Don't make me look down on you. Yekang's movements didn't stop at all, and he started to provoke him. The movements of Yekara and the expression on his face immediately energized Sasori's clone. Why don't you play your cards according to common sense? I think the next plot is that you violently kill, flee, and become Sand Shinobi. Of course, if you fail to succeed, you have to say otherwise. Sasori hugged Yekang, and at the same time looked at Yekang puzzledly. Sasori always felt that Yekang had any purpose, and even the madness before death was possible. So although it was, all of Sasori's guards did not dissipate, and even more silk threads appeared around the two of them. I thought about it, but our family will be annihilated because of my behavior, and all my relatives will die. Even if the Sand Shinobi high level does not act, the puppet clan can make our family irresistible. The anger of 1,000-generation mother-in-law is not so easy to bear. This is the sorrow of our little family. Even if we have the blood succession boundary, nothing will change. Yekang glared at Sasori fiercely. In fact, she woke up a long time ago. She had thought about the things that Sasori said, but in addition, Sasori was originally her fiancé. These special conditions made Yekang's heart not so angry as imagined. Yekang has never been an impulsive person, she has always regarded the village and family very importantly. It is even more unlikely that the family will fall into a deadly place because of impulse. You may not know, I was betting with 1,000-generation mother-in-law, as long as you can complete the practice of turning thousands of fingers, you can be your fiancé with peace of mind. From the previous battles, you can see that you might even have mastered Nian Hua Wushuan. Now, such a genius, what am I dissatisfied with? And the reason why Yekang was initially dissatisfied that Sasori was her fiancé was her strength. Now both Sasori's potential and strength have convinced Yekang. This man, is likely to be the next patriarch of the puppet clan. Yekang sees this thoroughly. The experience of these years tells me that if I can't resist, then I should learn to enjoy. Anyway, I am already yours, because it makes you hate, it is better to make you satisfied with my performance. After that, Yekang cut. With a sound, I was once again submerged in the sound of wind and sand. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Friendship between men doesn't need too many words. I thought women in every world are the same, so don't all women believe in pure and beautiful love? When she patted Yekang who was lying on her body, Sasori was a little emotional. She had always wanted to capture a girl's heart only through a time-wasting love. It seems this is not the case in this world full of iron and blood. I never believe in pure love. Those are used to deceive ignorant girls. Feelings can be cultivated. After a long time, two people will naturally have feelings. And even if you want to take a concubine, as long as it is for our overall benefit, if it is favorable, I will not oppose it either. Yekang shook. She was able to stand all the way from a member of a small family to where she is today. It was because she had seen through too many things. Her parents were married and it was also her father who snatched her mother back from the defeated village. Yes, the relationship between the two was very stiff at first, but after a long time, the two naturally developed feelings. And what makes Sasori speechless the most is that Yekang even accepts Sasori's concubine. Suddenly Sasori's psychology became excited. You have finished your words. What else can I say? Men should be majestic. We don't have a life or death feud. Beautiful women are always liked no matter when they are, especially those who take the initiative and make sense. Let's go on. This is what Hakura said, and Sasori naturally had nothing to say, and immediately hooked his finger, and two medicines were injected into Sasori and Hakura respectively. Yekang, who had been exhausted, found his strength and returned to him again. Sasori's talent in potions may even surpass his talent in puppets, he has all kinds of potions with magical effects. Cut. You have passed the 3 tests of the puppet clan, come back to the village with me, the puppet clan needs an elite like you. When the red-faced Sasori and the tired-faced Hakura appeared in front of Cho showed a satisfied smile, and she did not ask what the 2 of them did on the day and night that disappeared. Instead, he smiled directly at Sasori. Nian Huawushuan's assessment in the Battle of Sasori, Cho knew that Sasori had mastered the trick. Under his control, the crow and the black ant showed extremely independent aspects, while the Nian Huawushuan's assessment only required simultaneous manipulation. The 2 puppets are like a 2-person cooperation, and Sasori not only shows the 3rd puppet Sancho Fish, but also perfectly integrates the tactics of that special clone secret technique. Good. Sasori nodded, and immediately looked at Yekeng and his Haiden, who was looking at him with a puzzled face not far away, beckoning him to follow. Your friend can't, his identity is too sensitive. It's just that Ebis got in the way of Haiden right away. After the Thulhu cult was destroyed, the research on the immortal body was revealed. This research immediately attracted the attention of Kawa no Kuni. Perhaps some people do not pursue strength, but immortality is everyone's pursuit, so Kawa no Kuni has developed a sky-high reward for the remnants of Thulhu. If Haiden followed Sasori back to the country of sand like this, his character would soon reveal his identity, which is not what the puppet family would like to see. It's okay. I was just about to get rid of him and practice alone, and my strength hasn't grown much recently. Sasori's brow furrowed, and he was ready to speak up and insist on his own opinion, but Haiden opened his mouth first, with a giggling expression on his face, which made Sasori's heart inexplicably sour. But Sasori understood that it was time to say goodbye. The mountains and rivers have met, we will meet soon, don't be killed. Sasori punched Haiden's heart lightly, looking straight into Haiden's eyes. This should be what I told you, have you forgotten that I am immortal? Haiden froze for a moment, then responded with a punch and smiled at Sasori. Remember to leave the contact signal, I will find you, and then take you to continue to do very interesting things. Okay, I will wait for you. The 2 exchanged a last word, and then each walked towards the country of the wind and the country of the river. The 2 people had just taken 2 steps. Suddenly, Haiden turned around and asked Sasori loudly, Sasori, are we friends? Nonsense, what are you talking about? Sasori turned around and glanced at Haiden, and at the same time gave a middle finger, and hammered his heart. There will be a period. Ha ha ha. Haiden also hammered his own heart, a brilliant smile appeared again, and with a string of inexplicable laughter, he turned and strode away. Sasori shook, and walked towards the Kingdom of Wind with a chuckle, and in the setting sun, the 2 staggered backs left in opposite directions. Friendship between men does not require too many words, only a gesture and a movement, he will understand, he will also understand. Asterisk. Chapter 36. This is not in compliance with the rules. The status of the puppet clan in the Kingdom of the Wind is equivalent to that of the Uchiha clan. It has a pivotal significance and is also one of the pillars of the Kingdom of the Wind. At the puppet clan residence, during the regular morning meeting, many people showed up one after another, and soon the meeting place that could accommodate 100 people was crowded. 1/3 of them have a place to sit, and the remaining 2/3 are all kneeling on the ground. These people kneeling on the ground are all the hope of the puppet clan for the future. The strength of the people sitting in the front, that is, the stronger the person, the weaker the later. Why did so many elderly people come to the morning meeting today? Didn't they usually not attend the morning meeting? What happened? The few newcomers sitting at the back were full of doubts. Although there were always those chairs in the venue, they had never seen them seated so uniformly for so long. Make sure that all those sitting on the chairs are Jainin from the Kingdom of Wind. Take on various important positions in the Kingdom of Wind. What happened to the morning meeting where these people need to be present in person? I heard that a new person will come today, like the grandson of a 1,000-generation mother-in-law, and a genius as a puppet master. These people are all coming back to see him. A clever-looking newcomer sitting next to him explained to his companion cautiously. His voice was not soft, and even meant to show off, which was basically heard by everyone around him. Rookie? Even the grandson of a 1000-generation mother-in-law? There is no need to be so exaggerated, right? It's just that this explanation made those who asked before even more puzzled. It's not the first time that the puppet clan has joined a newcomer. I have never seen so many big people present. When Your Excellency Ebis came yesterday, I occasionally heard him chatting with the elders. These new Sasaris are likely to become the next head of the puppet clan. The seemingly clever young man proudly spoke out the real reason, but when he finished speaking, several people around showed disdainful expressions. The news had spread throughout the puppet last night. A family. It's a lie. Even the grandson of a 1000-generation mother-in-law shouldn't have such privileges. Who will convince him without the strength? Only the newcomer next to him who asked just now was surprised. The current family of the puppet clan is 1000 generations, but the inheritance beyond the puppet clan's patriarch has never depended on blood ties, but on strength. Only the Tenjinsong people who have inherited the symbol of rights can become a real family. Here is coming. The one called Sasori is coming. Just when the newcomer was full of surprise, the people around him exclaimed in a low voice. Not far from them, Cho and Ebis brought Sasori into the sight of everyone, and there were others who appeared at the same time. Yekeng in a purple battlesuit. I want to be the owner of the house at such a young age? Stop teasing. Is he still carrying a puppet? A 1000 generations mother-in-law gave it to him, right? As soon as Sasori appeared, all the people who were kneeling on the ground suddenly began to make a loud noise, all of them questioning Sasori. Most of the Jainin who sat in the chair showed a sullen sneer. A family that had never met before and suddenly said that they would inherit the puppet clan is indeed unconvincing. You talked again. Cho squinted at Ebis next to him. It was obvious that such a situation must be a good thing for Ebis. This is an experience for children. The main thing in a good family is not to mingle with other people, but to have others respect him, be afraid of him, and want to gain a foothold among these people. It's no good not to step on them. Ebis's mouth twitched. Since Cho has absolutely given Sasori the upper hand, he can only help his sister. This is Ebis's method. Sasori wants to quickly gain a foothold in the puppet clan, and only has another shortcut. Let me introduce to everyone. This is my grandson Sasori. He has been living outside for a few years. Now he has passed the 3 tests of the puppet clan and will officially join the puppet clan. Cho didn't say much, but rather simply sat at the front of the venue, and declared directly to everyone. Hiss. When Cho said this, he suddenly remembered the sound of cold breath. How big is this? Have all 3 assessments passed? Is that a lie? It will take at least 5 years for the puppet clan to pass the assessment normally. There are countless people for more than 10 years, and there are not a few who have not even completed the 3 assessments to death. The most important thing is that these people present, except for a few people sitting on the chairs, basically failed to complete the 3 assessments. Without comparison, everyone is simply disdainful. With contrast, everyone becomes hostile and disdainful. From tomorrow on, he will be the head of the trial pavilion. While everyone was still in shock, Cho once again said something astonishing, and all of them suddenly exclaimed. Master Cho, this is not in compliance with the rules. Kneeling in the first row, a young man in white immediately jumped up with an uncomfortable expression. P.S. Kun Sheep number 11971-0632*. Chapter 37 Are you deaf? Singles. The trial pavilion of the puppet clan is quite famous among the puppet clan. To be precise, it is the Tibetan scripture pavilion of the puppet clan. Many of the handbooks and experiences of the predecessors are hidden in it. The most important thing is that there are many predecessors made. Puppets design drawings and concepts. What is the most important puppet master? Of course it's a puppet. Therefore, every puppet master who is not completely independent wants to be able to enter the trial pavilion for refinement. Unfortunately, the true essence of the trial pavilion is not open to everyone, and only the pavilion master of the trial pavilion is eligible to enter the core area. The reason why the trial pavilion is called trial pavilion instead of the Tibetan scripture pavilion is because his pavilion master is produced through trials and is rotated every week. After becoming the pavilion master, it means that you can absorb the experience of the ancestors in the Tibetan scripture pavilion in the next week. Master Cho, this is not in line with the rules. I should still be the pavilion master tomorrow. Only if he wins the challenge tomorrow morning will he be eligible to become the new pavilion master. The white-clothed boy who jumped out was called Yin, and he was the leader among the newcomers of the puppet clan and the pavilion owner of this trial pavilion. Yin's face is extremely ugly. Although tomorrow is the day to change the pavilion master, he may not be able to hold the position of the pavilion master, but he will need to pass a challenge to change it. Losing to others, he is willing, but now what does it mean for Cho to let this inexplicable Sasori appear as the pavilion master of the next issue so directly? Even if you want to give your grandson privileges, this would be too blatant. Then you just refuse to accept it and go single. Before Cho spoke, Yakang, who was standing behind Cho, sneered at Yin with a mocking face. Yakang, although you have a special status, but the puppets have housework, where is your turn to speak? If Cho gave a reasonable explanation at this time, Yin would be fine, but it was Yakang who spoke. Yakang is a relatively special existence in the puppet family. It is said that her father died in the war to save Cho, so Cho always took her with her as a granddaughter. Yakang also lived up to expectations and rose rapidly in the Kingdom of Wind. And now has a lot of fame. However, Yin suddenly became popular, and now it was the morning meeting of the puppet clan. Yakang would still be an outsider even if he received more attention. Where did she interrupt her? Coupled with the rapid rise of Yakang over the years, she has never been able to look at them who have not yet independent puppet masters. There is almost no new generation of puppet masters who are used to seeing Yakang, and Yin is one of them. Sasori is not the only one who has completed the 3 assessments for the introductory part. As a rookie of the puppet clan, Silver who has spent 7 years completing the assessment. There are also Arrogant Capital, not to mention the true support that sits not far away from him. Forgot to say, this is my fiancé. From now on, I will also be a member of the puppet clan. It was only Silver's words that made the smile on Yakang's mouth even worse, and immediately snarled at Sasori, showing his identity. Many people turned their eyes to Cho, who had never spoken while sitting in the position. Cho smiled slightly, nodded, and acquiesced to this fact. Yakang is quite famous among the puppets because of his appearance and blood inheritance. Many people pursue her. Although many people have heard of Yakang's marriage contract, they have never seen the so-called one. Fiancé, but I didn't expect it to be Sasori. Suddenly Sasori filled the hatred of everyone around him. Why Sasori can get so many things they desire but cannot reach as soon as they appear. Hey, the qualification to speak in the puppet clan is not based on status, but on strength. I just want to be the pavilion owner when I first come. If you don't have strength, you will be laughed to death. Yin took a deep breath, glanced at the backer sitting not far away, looked straight at Sasori, and snorted immediately. Are you deaf? Didn't my daughter-in-law say it? Singled out. Sasori, who didn't speak until the end, pulled Yekara who was about to speak again, and immediately hooked his fingers. The crow was lifted from the bandage, stretched out 4 arms and lay on Sasori's body. Heads up? Don't make me laugh. It's up to you. You are not the only one who passed the 3 assessments. Yin's expression became savage, and immediately opened the scroll, and a silver-white puppet appeared beside him. The silver puppet's main ingredient is obviously silver. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he made a series of metal collisions with the ground, and he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and 6 weapons of completely different shapes were held in his hands. The appearance alone was completely exploded. The Crow of Sasori. Want to be the pavilion lord? Follow the rules, as long as you beat me, you will be the pavilion lord of tomorrow. Yin sneered and took the lead when everyone didn't stop it. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Don't make your move too heavy. One more. Yin can complete the 3 assessments of the puppet clan within 7 years, and become the assessment of the previous period, which shows that his strength is not weak, and the silver shot with anger does not have any hands. The 6 weapons of the silver golem attacked Sasori's crow from 6 precise angles. Although Silver was angry, he had not lost his mind, so the target of his attack was not Sasori, but the crow. He wants to defeat Sasori's crow in a short time. Once the puppet of the puppet clan is defeated, it is more cruel than killing him. Spider's web wall. Facing the silver puppet, Sasori did not change his expression. This was the first time he fought a puppet master of the puppet clan, but Sasori did not rush to use the crow to resist, but opened his right hand at the silver puppet. Suddenly a huge spider web connecting the ceiling and the ground was in front of Sasori. After a long period of training, Sasori's spider's web wall has gradually begun to take shape. The silver puppet hits the spider's web wall, and the spider's web wall immediately begins to stir, and countless thinner threads are separated from the thick web of one finger. Come out and trap the silver puppet in a blink of an eye. The puppet looks good and can't be eaten as a meal. Practicality is the most important thing. Silver's face changed. He didn't expect Sasori to make such a weird move. What shocked him even more was that he found that his puppet could not break free from the spider silk. Small bugs. Yin coldly snorted, and immediately prepared to control the puppet to launch a powerful attack to break free of the spider web, but he was still a step too late. The crow had already appeared in front of the silver puppet, with sharp blades extending from the center of the forepalms and pierced into the silver puppet's fore. With a joint, the blade moved, and 4 of the silver puppet's 6 arms have been directly removed. The 4 sharp blades of the crow passed through the silver puppet and hovered in front of the silver. As long as 1 point further forward, it would pierce the silver skin. The sharp blade was stained with green liquid, which was obviously poisonous. Am I eligible now? Sasori sneered, fingers moved lightly, and the crow's jaws made a series of collisions, apparently mocking Silver's actions. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone knew about the strength of Silver. At that time, it was unexpected that Sasori was able to defeat the enemy with a single blow, and the dark-looking crow could even hover on the skin of Silver after penetrating the puppet. A control ability is something that many people on the field can't do. It's not enough. Yin just greeted you just now. He is a genius of the puppet clan. Transmogrified 1000 Fingers has completed the Transmogrified 6 Fingers, and Nian Hua Wushuan has also reached the realm of 3 Nian Huaying Shadows. Yin, take out all of yours. Strength. Silver's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Sasori to move so fast, with strange moves and quick response. So that he has lost without showing all his strength at all. But he was unwilling to lose. Just when Silver was extremely unconvinced, Cho accepted Sasori's words and shook his head at Sasori, praising Silver's strength vigorously. It's Master Cho. But my Nian Hua Wushuan just broke through the 4 senses not long ago. There was still some unconvinced Silver at first, but when I heard Chiyo's words, my brows were immediately pleased. The dissatisfaction with Cho making Sasori the pavilion owner instantly disappeared, and he raised his face triumphantly and told Cho of his latest achievements. It's just that Yin's smug expression matched the 4 blades hovering in front of him, which seemed ironic. Oh, isn't it? Let's do a good fight then. Don't start too hard. Cho smiled, then waved his hand at Sasori and exhorted him. Immediately Sasori retracted the crow and nodded. He understood that Chiyo's last sentence was to him, and he also understood Chiyo's meaning to let him use the puppet master's method to defeat Yin. Yes. Cho-sama. I must be merciful. Although Sasori understood Chiyo's meaning, Silver didn't know it, and he still looked excited, as if it wasn't him who had lost just now. On the contrary, many people sitting around looked suspicious, and shook their heads at Yin, who was still smug. The strength that Sasori showed just now is definitely not what an ordinary puppet master can accomplish. I'm afraid Sasori is the real one. The strength far exceeds Silver. The reason why Cho clearly praised Silver is just to tell Sasori about the strength of Silver. Idiot. Yekeng didn't have the scruples of other people, and immediately sneered when he saw Yin's complacency. 4 machines at the same time. I won't give you another chance this time. Yin took a deep breath and immediately opened a beautiful scroll. This is his real puppet seal scroll. The crowd consciously vacated the venue for the two of them. Yin immediately roared, and 4 silver-white puppets appeared in front of Yin. This is his true strength, to be able to sit on the pavilion master of the previous period. P.S. I don't know why, I just want to add more today, it's so capricious. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Blast the Puppet. Spike again. Second more. Silver is actually able to operate with 4 machines at the same time. It seems that the position of the pavilion master in this session is probably still him, and Lu Feng and the Buddha are only masters with 4 machines at the same time. As soon as Yin shot, everyone in the field suddenly exclaimed. He was able to sit in the position of the pavilion master of the previous period. There were actually more elements of luck. Originally, the 2 most likely people were both injured and he was picked up. It's cheap, but now it's a 4-machine shooter, which is almost the same as the 2 rookies. Hehe, some people still have the face to take out the puppets. What else did you just say? If you win me, you will be tomorrow's pavilion master. After 1 move is killed by a second, they can still take out 4 puppets in such a spirited manner. Puppet, tusk, cheeky. But when Yin was enjoying the gaze of everyone's worship, Yekeng sneered, and Yin and Yang stared at Yin strangely. It didn't count just now. I was just careless. Yin's complexion immediately turned into pig liver color. When he said this, he never thought that he would lose. I never thought I would lose so thoroughly. However, Silver will not admit to the failure just now. Didn't you see that even Cho-sama just helped him speak? You can also say the same to the enemy on the battlefield, and see if the enemy gives you a chance. Yekeng colded his face suddenly, staring at Yin with cold eyes. Yin's heart trembled suddenly, and a substantive murderous intent enveloped him. Well, geniuses with high self-esteem are like this. If you don't beat him to the point, he won't admit defeat. Just when Yin was stunned by Yekeng's murderous intent, Sasori blocked Yekeng's gaze and teased Yekeng with a weird smile. Yekeng immediately blushed and snorted coldly. She was indeed like this back then. As Sasori's voice fell, the same seal scroll appeared in his hand, and the black ant and the Sancho fish appeared next to the crow. Hey! He actually uses 3 machines. Sure enough, he has great capital, but his puppet looks so tattered. Suddenly a more exaggerated exclaim came from the crowd. Sasori's ability to play the crow so slip at a young age was beyond their expectation. It was unexpected that Sasori could control 3 puppets at the same time. It's just that these 3 puppets are all wearing ragged black cloaks, and their bodies are covered with scars and bloodline. The battle with Yekeng a few days ago caused serious damage to the black ants, and Yan did not completely repair them. Not to mention the little scars on the Sancho fish and the crow. Unlike the members of the puppet clan who are not yet independent, the faces of the ninjas sitting on the chairs are indeed dignified. Although the silver puppets are defeated by Sasori in appearance, they can feel the Sasori's these things. The puppet is the real puppet used to kill. Sasori, who released the 3 puppets, hooked his fingers at Yin with a cold face. Yin Lima, who was still in surprise, had a feeling of being despised, and immediately opened his hands, and the 4 silver puppets moved at the same time, rushing in the direction of Sasori like a wolf. What everyone didn't expect was that Yan's 3 puppets suddenly changed their formations, with the black ant at the forefront, the crow at the second place, and the Sancho fish guarding Sasori's body. Black secret skill sacrifice. As Sasori yelled, the black ant slammed into the middle of the two silver puppets like a martyr. Boom! With a loud noise, the black ant exploded, and directly blew the two silver puppets to both sides. Black secret skills, one shot. The next moment the crow moved, and the 4 hands, plus the 6 hands that the black ants flew out, all showed the poisonous prophet at the bottom, shooting at the silver from the gap that was blown out, blocking all silver's retreat. When Yin hadn't recovered at all, the 10 sharp blades had reached the point of his whole body. The biggest assistant of the puppet master is indeed a puppet, but if it is a puppet that you can't control, it is a hindrance. You have reached the 4 minds, but you have not really practiced the 4 machines. This is your biggest failure. Remember that the battle of the puppet master is not that the more puppets, the stronger the combat power. Sasori stared at Silver coldly, and had no interest in fighting Silver. The strength of a person may not be seen in 1 fight, but it is already obvious in 2 fights. Although Silver looks very powerful, it is actually a good-looking thing, nothing more than a mere appearance. You actually detonated your puppet. Not counting. Come again. This time. Yin was stunned for a long time, before shaking his Adam's apple with difficulty, and then gathered up the courage to roar. Although he lost again. But he was unwilling to lose, he was like a child in front of Sasori, and he couldn't find a place to force him at all. All he can do is shout. But Sasori didn't have the slightest interest anymore. With a finger hook, a poisonous blade support pierced Silver's skin. Before Silver's roar was finished, she fell to the ground. Chapter 40 What is wrong with the self-destructive puppet? 3 shifts. For a rookie like you who has no actual combat experience and thinks that the world is invincible, I am no longer interested. Sasori didn't even look at Silver anymore. Silver was like an embroidered pillow in his eyes. It didn't work. Originally, he wanted the puppet masters of the puppet clan to fight hard and increase the combat experience, but Sasori didn't have any. Feel the power of the puppet master. Although Sasori's 2 attacks were surprise attacks, Silver's response was really disappointing. Every time, he was shocked and stopped. Don't worry, it's a nerve anesthetic poison. He will be fine after 1 day of lethargy. Glancing at a middle-aged man sitting on a chair with a bad face, Sasori retrieved the remains of the Sancho fish, crows and black ants. Although Sasori doesn't know who this is, Silver casts his eyes on him many times during the interval between battles, and after Sasori puts the silver, he exploded with murderous intent, and he who dared to unscrupulously release murderous intent in front of Cho might not be God. Horse simple character. It's a shame that a puppet master will directly detonate his puppet, it's like abandoning his companion on the battlefield. This apparently Silver backstage person should be Silver's father. The appearance of the 2 is extremely similar. Silver's father snorted coldly, looking at Sasori who was cleaning up the remains of the black ant and mocked. If this companion really has a heart-to-heart with me, knowing that he is dead, he will definitely hit me at the moment of the crisis. It's the same for me. I will live on. His share. Sasori glanced at Yin's father faintly, and continued to pack the undamaged arm of the black ant, and then thought of Haydn in his mind. I believe that with Haydn's character, he will definitely stand in front of him for the first time, because he is immortal. What? Moreover, this is a puppet, not a human. The puppet can continuously regenerate from its cocoon and become stronger and stronger. I believe you have seen it just now. My black ant itself has been extremely traumatized. Time to fix it, it's better to let it play its remaining role and let me win the battle. He did not die, but became a stronger existence in the explosion. After breaking and standing, the next black ant rebirth will definitely be better than now. The effect is stronger than the repaired black ant. Did you say? Unexpectedly, you can't see through it. It seems that I take the elite of the puppet clan too high. After putting away all the remaining parts of the black ant, Sasori looked directly at Silver's father, showing a mocking look. The battle with Yukang caused the Black Ant to suffer a trauma that was difficult to repair. It would take a lot of time, energy, and materials to repair it. Sasori has been hesitant to deal with the Black Ant, but fortunately Yin has already done it for him. Made a decision. Sasori was born with a poisonous tongue. He just said that he was justified, making people speechless. Everyone present agreed with Sasori's words and immediately made Silver's father speechless and murderous. It's just that Sasori's face still doesn't matter, it's just his gaze. Okay, shut up. He has won twice. Does anyone have any opinions on who he is, the pavilion master? If not, then the matter is settled. Cho glanced at Yin's father indifferently, waved his hand, and immediately someone lifted Yin down, and he didn't seem to want to ask everyone for their opinions and asked everyone, then he muttered to himself to end the topic. Yin's father took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He took the loss, but it was not that simple. Sitting on the chair and the newcomer did not say a word, Sasori directly defeated Silver twice in a short period of time. It has already shown his strength. He has a higher vision and has even seen it. Sasori is stronger than these people and is breaking the routine. In terms of item, Silver can be the master of the pavilion, luck is part of the reason, but the real strength is not weak. The first failure was because he underestimated the enemy, and the second time was because he detonated his puppet. For the puppet master, the puppet was just like their second life. Almost no one chooses to sacrifice their puppets to win the battle, even if they have, they won't be in such a battle. This decisiveness and ruthlessness is definitely not something ordinary people can have. Everyone else will go down, there will be nothing to do with you next. After dealing with Sasori's affairs, Cho waved at the ordinary members. This time she recalled most of the elites of the puppet clan. Although Sasori showed his face was one of the reasons, it was not the main reason. The important thing is that there are new tasks assigned to the elites of the family. P.S. The third watch is here *. Chapter 41 Four Machines Together, the Buddha. According to reliable sources, the other big countries did not stop their actions after World War II. Instead, they all began to intervene in the surrounding small countries. Many small countries have even become puppet regimes. The above means that we should also act. We puppets. As the mainstay of the Kingdom of Wind, the clan will send some people to join the surrounding small countries with special identities. Ruan, Zitong, this is your mission, Filiu, the northern section. After all the children who were still cultivating left, Cho simply said a few words to get to the point. Although World War II is over, the local war has never stopped. Everyone believes that the Third Ninja War will break out soon. Although the puppet clan is called the puppet clan, not all of them practice puppetry. Many members who have no talent for practicing puppetry still obtain considerable achievements by practicing ninjutsu, and now these people go out to enforce secrets with inconspicuous identities. Time for the task. The purpose of the Kingdom of Wind this time is also very simple. It is to control the movements of the small and large surrounding countries. For example, the Kawa no Kuni, which is caught between the country of the wind and the country of fire, has been determined to be Konoha's running dog, a goal of some people. It is to disturb the situation in the country of Kawano. Strive to split the country of the river, or let the country of the river continue to chaos, so as to achieve the effect of containing Konoha. Finally, there is one more thing to keep everyone from, the taboo experiment, has started. This time you sign up voluntarily, and the master gives priority to puppetry. A series of tasks were arranged. Everyone could smell the smoke of war. But in the end, Chiyo's tone suddenly became heavy. Although she didn't like taboo experiments, she had to admit that she wanted a process that must go through to become stronger. Even if the Kingdom of Wind does not proceed, other countries are still in action. The atmosphere in the venue has become dull. No one wants to be an experimental mouse. It is very likely that they will never be able to get off after they are on the operating table. Moreover, the master has given priority to the puppet technique of combat power. What does Trial Pavilion do? Along with the atmosphere inside the venue, the atmosphere outside the venue was also dull. Everyone gathered in twos and threes and whispered to Sasori. Sasori could even feel full of malice. But Sasori didn't care at all, turning his gaze to Yekang. Although he became the so-called Trial Pavilion Master, he had no idea what this Pavilion Master was doing. There are great benefits. The Trial Pavilion is simply the essence of the puppet clan. It is divided into a cabinet and an outer cabinet. The outer cabinet is open to everyone, starting with the practice scripts of the ancestors, ninjutsu, puppet manufacturing, and poison formulas. There are also many puppets and poisons in the finished product. You need to pay a price if you want to obtain these things. It is usually merit, but it is more troublesome to obtain merit. The cabinet is the core area of the trial cabinet. It is only open to each cabinet owner for 7 days. I don't know what it looks like. Outsiders can't get in. Those cabinet owners never say what's inside. However, after each pavilion master comes out of it, his strength will be enhanced. Of course, there are also those who are not strong, but very few. Those who have become stronger have different enhancements every time, and some have new puppets. Some are their own control abilities. Anyway, it's weird, you'll know when you go in. Yekang briefly introduced the Trial Pavilion. To put it bluntly, the Trial Pavilion is a collective name for a Tibetan scripture pavilion and a martial arts field. Winning in the martial arts field will enable you to become the master of the cabinet for a week and enter the cabinet. As for what is in the cabinet, people like Yekang who do not have the ability to practice puppetry cannot know. Yekang also wanted to find out what was inside, but after observing those pavilions, he couldn't find the same thing, so he couldn't infer what was going on inside. Hello, I am the Buddha, I have 6 fingers illusioned, 4 thoughts go together, and 4 machines are in the same state. The strength of Lu Feng is about the same as mine, and it is the strongest among these people. Just when Sasori was lost in thought, a big bald man appeared in front of Sasori. Before he came, Yekang told Sasori about this person. The most popular puppet master in the whole family of puppets, the Buddha, as long as the Buddha is taken again. The position of the pavilion master, he can participate in the war. All the newcomers of the puppet clan will only be officially graduated after they have obtained the position of pavilion master 3 times, or they will automatically graduate after 10 years of age. The salary after graduation is very different. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Not all puppets are made by themselves. As soon as the Buddha appeared with a faint smile, he directly told Sasori of his strength. At the same time, he clicked a little far away. A tall and thin figure sitting on a rock in a daze, wearing a blue and white robe, was a puppet clan. Wang Liu Feng, another rookie among them. The only difference is that Lu Feng rarely interacts with other people, and his daily life is very simple, either in a daze or practicing. So, although there is no hostility in the Buddha, he still does not understand the purpose of the Buddha's initiative to approach him. Although you will be the pavilion master for the next issue, tomorrow will be the day of the defense. You need to win everyone's will fight to enter the cabinet. So my suggestion is to repair your puppet. He and I are not silver. Rookie, the last issue happened to have been picked up by the cowardly egg of Yin for a bargain. The smile on the Buddha's face did not change, and a temperament was suddenly revealed. Suddenly, Sasori's face became serious. In Yin's body, Sasori didn't feel the blood of murder, but there was obviously such a smell in the Buddha's body. As the Buddha's temperament unfolded, Sasori suddenly realized that there was a slap big spider under his feet. The poisonous fangs have reached Sasori's skin. This is not a real spider, but a puppet spider. The Buddha actually completed a wave of sneak attacks during this time of talking with Sasori. And it was before Sasori knew it. If the Buddha was really going to plot against him just now, Sasori has been poisoned. Where is the forging room? Sasori took a deep breath, nodded at the Buddha, and immediately asked, since the Buddha has given him a warning, then it is impossible for Sasori to ignore it, and it's time to launch a counterattack. Follow me. With a slightly smug smile on the face of the Buddha, he was about to take Sasori to the forging room, but just as soon as he raised his steps, he froze and his face became extremely shocked. He didn't know when he was wrapped by a silk thread around his neck. He hadn't noticed when he was not moving. But as soon as it moved, a bloodstain was struck by this silk thread. Well, we are tied this time. The Buddha immediately understood that he really underestimated Sasori, and Sasori had other assassins that he didn't use besides the puppets. Immediately he hooked his finger, retracted the puppet spider on Sasori's leg, and waved his hand at Sasori. I won. Sasori sneered, but did not take back the silk thread entwined around the Buddha's neck. Even if the Buddha's puppet spiders carry deadly toxins, Sasori is confident that he will not die. He has already used string fruit's ability to stretch his entire leg. They are all sealed to ensure that the toxins will not spread. The big deal is one less leg. But the Buddha is different. As long as Sasori pulls with all his strength, the Buddha's head will be shaved off, and the neck is really hopeless. Well, I did lose. The Buddha smiled bitterly, and in the first confrontation with Sasori, he indeed lost. The Kingdom of Wind is poor in materials and the land is vast, so the puppet clan's territory is also very big. It took Sasori and Yukang around for a long time before the Buddha arrived to enter an underground passage. The more you go down, the higher the temperature. And Sasori immediately understood that the forging room of the puppet clan probably used ground fire. A clanging sound of crafting quickly spread to everyone's ears. In a special crafting room, Yan saw a master with white hair drawing a design drawing of a puppet. This is the best craftsman of our puppet clan, and he is known as the Higurashi Master of Skillful Hand. After a simple salute, the Buddha respectfully accepted the white-haired old man in front of Sasori, who was the best puppet maker in the entire puppet clan. You are the grandson of 1,000 generations. I just heard that the person who sent in the materials said that you have defeated the silver. You are strong. You are here to make a puppet. Tell the old man about your requirements. Although the time is a bit in a hurry, it will start tomorrow. Before, the old man will definitely give you the puppet you are most satisfied with. Master Higurashi smiled, and promised to help Sasori forge a puppet without any airs, with a confident and proud look on his face. He made your puppets. Sasori frowned, suddenly woke up, and asked at the Buddha. Ordinary people are not qualified to get the master's work at all, and there are a group of ordinary puppet makers outside. The Buddha's face became cold, and Sasori's current attitude was really offensive to the master. Even Cho had to be polite when he arrived in front of Higurashi. Why? I can't believe in the old. When Cho was young, I helped her complete the first puppet. Thinking about the world, it's so fast. Master Higurashi was not at all angry, but showed a look full of nostalgia. So many years passed in a blink of an eye. When Cho debuted, he made the first puppet used. The little girl back then is now it is the head of the puppet clan. No, my puppets are all made by myself. I thought the puppets of the puppet masters were all made by myself. As soon as Sasori's words were uttered, Master Higurashi's brows suddenly raised. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Puppet Blacksmith. Sasori also understood that he had made a mistake, and immediately explained it. As Sasori said, he always thought that all the puppets of the puppet masters were made by himself. After all, Cho didn't tell him the content of this aspect at the time. He just lost a copy of Puppet Technique Forging Concept and it was over. Oh? You mean you did it yourself to defeat the silver puppet? Can you borrow your puppet to have a look? Master Higurashi raised his brows, and he became a little surprised, and the expression of the Buddha became weird. At the request of Master Higurashi, Sasori lifted the bandage on the crow and controlled the crow to stand in front of him. Sure enough, it is not Chiyo's handwriting, nor is it the techniques and habits that we forged here. Although there are still many jerky techniques, but the sense of innovation is very strong. Good. Master Higurashi unceremoniously touched the crow's joints and torso, and even swiftly broke the crow to pieces. Almost all the places where Sasori had been installed were removed, and they were connected again in a blink of an eye. After going back, with just this hand, Sasori knew that the Higurashi master in front of him must be very good at making puppets. If the old man is right, these poisons are all refined by yourself, right? While inspecting the crow, Master Higurashi quickly affirmed the value of the crow, and tasted the venom on the blade, and then stared at Sasori with full of light. His expression became a little excited. Yes, is there any problem? Sasori knows the poison he refines by himself, but he never thought that after taking his poison, Master Higurashi didn't react at all. When asked by Master Higurashi, Sasori thought there was something wrong with the poison he had deployed. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. The puppet family is hopeful for revitalization. But I didn't expect that. After getting Sasori's affirmative answer, Master Higurashi laughed crazy, even with tears in his eyes. Not only Master Higurashi, but even the Buddha's face was shocked, as if he had seen a monster. Not everyone in the puppet clan has the talent to practice puppet art, so it is subdivided into three veins: the puppet maker who makes puppets, the poison modulator who prepares poisons, and the puppet master who controls puppets. For many years, no one has been able to do it at the same time. I have cultivated the three skills together, and more people have chosen a talented practice like the old ones. The last three-veiled practitioner was your grandmother. After a long time, Master Higurashi returned to normal, and his expression was still slightly agitated to explain. The puppet clan has always been a very special existence in Tsunagakure. The puppet clan was originally established by Menzaemon, and it is called Puppet Gate. It is a genre, but because the puppet technique is not inherited by blood, but by skill, so it is gradually declining, until a certain generation of sect master consciousness goes on like this. The puppet gate will be over sooner or later, so the puppet clan is formed. The puppet technique is subdivided into three veins, and the teaching in accordance with their aptitudes preserves the inheritance of the puppet technique. However, although this has allowed the puppet technique to be passed down, the strength of the puppet master is still inferior to one generation. This can be seen from the number of candidates who can control the nearly 10 people. In the 1,000 generations, no one can even follow her. Compete for the position of patriarch, because besides her, no one can perfectly control the 10 songs. Needless to say, the benefits of the three-channel fellow practitioners are always clearest. What you need is the puppets and poisons you create by yourself. You can know the details and use the problems as soon as you use them. It is easy to change them, but the puppets refined by others are not. It's that simple. First of all, it needs a running-in process with the puppet. The 3 books that Cho gave to Sasori at the beginning represented the essence of the 3 veins. Cho originally meant to let Sasori touch everything and choose the direction of his future practice. However, Cho did not expect that Sasori was even better than her. Genius! It turned out to be a fellow practitioner of the 3 vessels. And the whole line has shown excellent talents. Especially the practice of puppet art. Even Menzaemon back then was not as fast as Sasori's entry speed. Oh, can you lend me a crafting room then? After understanding the problem, Sasori just nodded and entered the topic. For Sasori, there is no difference between these, and he is more accustomed to relying on himself than letting others help him. Don't be arrogant, okay? I will lend you this forging room for the old man. What materials do you need? But can you let the old man watch the forging process? Master Higurashi originally was a little bit worried that Cho wouldn't tell Sasori about these things if he was afraid that he would become arrogant after knowing this, but now it seems that his worries are completely unnecessary. He immediately expressed his willingness to lend his forging room to Sasori, and he was also willing to provide all the materials, but he wanted to see the process of Sasori making puppets. In addition to making puppets, the greatest joy of Master Higurashi was to witness the rise of geniuses. Sasori has figured out many ways of making puppets by himself, and maybe he can find some new creative inspiration in Sasori's body. Yes, but they can't. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Puppet Classification, Special Funds Only. Sasori agreed without hesitation. Sasori knew very well that there would never be a way out behind closed doors. It is an idiot to have such a master here to ask for advice, but except for the master, Hokage and Buddha are not popular in the ranks. Forget him, why can't I? As soon as Hokage heard this, he immediately became angry, rolled his eyes and began to question Sasori. A lot of my organs and forging materials are aimed at your scorch style. If you can't hold you down next time, you won't be riding on me. And your eyes tell me that's what you think. Sasori spoke out the real reason without mercy, and he was even more sure that his thoughts were right from the dogged eyes of Hokage. Although Hokage had already accepted his fate, but he lost, was beaten by Sasori, and won. To be strong on Sasori is completely two concepts. Hokage is obviously preparing to bring back the previous defeat, so he has been encouraging him all the time. Sasori fights and wants to watch the process of Sasori making puppets. She wants to use these to formulate turnaround tactics. Humph! It's a pity that Sasori can see through it easily now. Hokage snorted and walked out of the forging room. Master, this is the design drawing of the catching puppet Black Ant. See if there are any problems. After Yakura left, Sasori handed over the Black Ant design that he had previously designed to Master Higurashi. Before doing it, he wanted to make some optimizations to the design. Since the Black Ant was cut in half by Hokage before, it was more difficult to repair it, so Sasori decisively detonated him in the competition with silver, so now only the design drawings are left. Made by ants. Capture type? Do you have other types? When Master Higurashi heard that Sasori's puppets had a prefix, the spirit came immediately. For so many years, the puppets made by the puppet maker have continued the Menzaeman manufacturing philosophy. Except for some special puppets, most of them are human battles. Puppet, all attributes are fully developed. Even if someone makes special puppets occasionally, they do not subdivide the puppet production. This is an attacking crow, a catching black ant, and a defensive Sancho fish. Classify the puppets and use them exclusively. Good idea. This is a breeze for the puppet masters who have completed Nian Hua Wushuan. This is equivalent to two ninjas who have the same mind and can complement each other's strengths and cooperate with each other to attack. Sasori immediately showed the defensive Sancho fish. Higurashi Master's eyes brightened a bit, and he immediately figured out the key. The overall development of a puppet is equal to mediocrity, and there is no special feature. For a puppet master who can control two puppets at the same time, a puppet after classification will be stronger than a puppet that uses two balanced development. Unexpectedly, these years are not as thorough as the kid. You don't waste time. Look at the design of your puppet. Although you have designed 5 joints, the joints in this place don't have much substantial effect. And it's easy to be caught by the enemy and weakly clicked. Once defeated, this arm is useless. With emotion again, Master Higurashi picked up Sasori's black ant design drawing, and directly touched the black ant's 6 arms and began to cut to the topic. I clicked on a place that Sasori was about to modify. The 6 arms of the black ant. Sasori designed multiple joints to make it more versatile. But after the actual battle with Yakura, Sasori has planned to change this. Designed, catching black ants do not need such complicated joints. The materials you used before were composite materials. It is generally not recommended to use composite materials. No matter how good the splicing is, there will be gaps, which will cause the operation of the puppet body for various reasons. So we all use different materials to make different the same puppet with different torso, for example. It is a very common way to make puppets by injecting solid iron into hollow wood, but instead of using forged iron, molten iron can be used to ensure that the iron body is completely welded to the wood material. Of course, this is a particular way of making puppets. Skill-based. Experts know if there is any as soon as they take action. Next, Master Higurashi gave some opinions on some problems in the design of black ants. Master Higurashi did not want to destroy Sasori's creativity and talent in puppet manufacturing, so the problem of design, I pointed out some basic errors, more about the use of materials, and the teaching of some forging techniques. Sasori was very excited all night. Although he had 1,000 generations of puppet forging ideas, the book is dead after all. Many things are taught by words and deeds, which are more meaningful than reading. When Sasori pushed open the door of the workshop the next morning, Yakang and the Buddha stood at the door with 2 dark circles under their eyes. Obviously, neither of them slept well this night. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Get out if you don't fight, whoever comes first. The trial pavilion of the puppet clan can be regarded as the foundation of the entire puppet clan. Just by looking at the geographical location, the entire puppet clan was built with the trial pavilion as the center. It is said that Menzaemon was the puppet gate built here. This is the trial pavilion. There are so many people today. Many newcomers from Sanmei have come here to watch you. That is your position. As long as you can still stand in that position after noon, then if you succeed in the challenge, or if you beat everyone again, everyone is only eligible to challenge once. If no one is gone, you will naturally win. The trial pavilion looked unremarkable, but it looked like a shrine. On the contrary, the martial arts field in front of the trial pavilion was more magnificent. When the Buddha arrived with Sasori and Yakang, the martial arts field was already full of people. As the Buddha said, most of the 3 lines of the puppet clan are present. Except for the puppet master line, which has the right to enter the cabinet, the other 2 lines have no such right, so they are not counted in the list of fights. However, after they heard that Sasori had killed the silver spike as soon as he came, they became the new ring master, and they were personally received by Master Higurashi. Everyone seems to have seen the rise of 1,000 generations. As a witness to history, so they came. Come here quite early. An hour later, I will enter the formal defense. I will let you know what I really am. The silver that Sasori put in last night looked at Sasori with disdain. Although he had heard of Sasori's deeds, he didn't feel any fear at all. Instead, he was immersed in the fantasy of defeating Sasori. Sasori's the higher the achievement, the more attention you will receive after defeating him. And Silver is not an idiot. After losing twice in a row, he has realized that Sasori is better than him. But this time he has a stronger hole card. It is also a winning hole card. Let's start. With the smile of the winner, Yin pretended to be very energetic and began to remind Sasori, and he was also ready to speak harshly. Regardless of his words, the crow that Sasori had directly liberated, stared at him coldly for 2 consecutive times. The second man failed, nothing more than rubbish. Start now. Yin was stunned at once. No pavilion owner had ever started early, and every pavilion owner hated it too much to delay a little time so that the ring match could be delayed until noon. Don't waste my time, will you come first? Sasori's gaze looking at Silver was like looking at a dead person, and the crow followed Sasori's mouth and prepared to attack. Okay. I'll rest first. Humph, as the previous pavilion master, I have the privilege of being the last one. Sasori's gaze immediately caused Silver's anger to begin to burn, and he almost said, I'll come first. This sentence, just halfway through, I suddenly remembered something, and forcibly changed the last word into rest. This blunt change in tone immediately made the people onlookers laugh, and Yin looked at the people around him with uncharacteristically contemptuously. According to the rules, the previous pavilion owner can choose the last one to play, or he can choose to play in advance, often the previous pavilion owner will choose to play in the last game. Get away if you don't fight. Don't waste my time, who will come first? Sasori sneered, cast a sideways glance at him, and then turned his gaze to the others. Immediately, a young-looking puppet master walked in front of Sasori. His legs were trembling, and he released his puppet in a hurry. At first glance, he was the kind of puppet used for practice at the first level. Are you kidding me? When such a person came to power, Sasori's eyes became even colder immediately. This person knew at first glance that he had just started to use the puppet master and had no combat experience at all. No. I just started, according to the rules, I am the weakest, so I am number 1. You must play, and you can't surrender after you play. It is said to increase combat experience. Failure is also considered as an experience, so, please act lightly a little. The puppet master immediately became more flustered when he saw Sasori's eyes, but when he thought that Sasori was a newcomer, he immediately began to explain, and when he said that, he lowered his head, and looked at Sasori with a little fear. Muttered weakly. Ha ha ha. There was a laugh all around. Puff. Sasori's face went dark and his fingers moved, and the crow appeared in front of the newcomer instantly, hit his chest fiercely, knocked him out, and knocked those who were laughing at him to the ground fiercely. Rubbish! Sasori stood in front of the newcomer, stepped on his chest, and said condescendingly, "Remember what I said about you today. The battle can be lost, but the will cannot be lost." Asterisk. Chapter 46. I didn't expect it would become a dogma of life. It is not shameful to fail in a battle. No one can win forever. You are weak, and I will not look down on you, because no one knows what will become of human beings in the future. Maybe you are the next head of the puppet clan. I look down on the reason for you is that you think you will lose before you fight, and you don't even have the courage to do it. No one is born strong, and so am I. Sasori's strong performance instantly shocked everyone, and the insulting action made the teenager who was stepped on him tremble all over, almost crying. Looking at the opponent condescendingly, Sasori's eyes were extremely firm. He slowly swept through all the people who suddenly feared him, and everyone was in awe involuntarily. At the beginning, because I was weak, others looked down on me, insulted me, despised me, and even wanted to kill me, but she is now under my boast. Can you feel the thrill of a counterattack? No, the face is given by others, and the face is lost by yourself. Rubbish! Remember today's shame, and use this as a motivation to become stronger. Turning his gaze to the rookie puppet master at his feet, he repeated the word garbage again. At this moment, Sasori makes everyone feel so handsome. Of course, the only person who made a cold snort was Yekeng, who was accused of being scolded by Sang Hawaii. Even so, he couldn't help but look at Sasori more. It turned out that Sasori was serious. This man is attractive. I will definitely become stronger. Wait for it. The newcomer struggled from the ground, wiped away his tears, snarled loudly at Sasori, turned around and left the martial arts arena. It doesn't make sense for him to stay here. It's better to go to Kide to continue practicing. The corner of Sasori's mouth facing the crowd slightly curved, and he returned to his position. He didn't know why he did this, and he didn't know why he wanted to tell this boy. Maybe it was because Sasori was in his position. I can see the shadow of myself in the beginning. In a place that everyone can't see, all the high levels and elites of the puppet clan and 3 lines gather together. After the pavilion master of this period is decided, it will be time for these elites with missions to set off. It is here to see them off, and perhaps this will be the last time everyone will meet. Not only is the strength strong, but the heart is also very strong, and the future is limitless. It seems that the age of young people may really come. Master Higurashi was in it. With a smile full of emotion, Master Higurashi sighed deeply. Nor look at whose grandson it is. The corners of Chiyo's mouth were also curved, and he teased proudly, while everyone squashed their mouths nearby. Perhaps it was Sasori's previous remarks that came into play. The newcomers who originally just wanted to leave the field each showed a spirit of 120,000 points. Sasori didn't show any mercy either. The improved crow showed in his hands. With such a powerful force, no one can hold on for more than 3 minutes under his hand, but everyone who fought with Sasori was basically convinced. I don't know if they don't fight, only when they really face Sasori and fight him can they feel the real power gap between the two. And many people have benefited a lot. When Sasori is in a good mood, he will give advice to a very few puppet masters. Yes, these inexperienced rookies will be surprised. Many people have turned Sasori from black to fan. Up. Identified with his strength and status. I thought he would avoid a war of attrition, but he couldn't think of his strength being crushed all the way. I didn't expect his strength to be so strong. He has 3 puppets. Up to now, he has only used 1. I guess you and me it's all gone, but he's right. It's really rubbish to surrender without a fight. Are you coming first or me first? Looking at Sasori's battle, the Buddha was completely speechless, and finally got an intuitive understanding of Sasori's fighting methods. Sasori's battles are not like them, they fight for victory, but Sasori fights to kill each other. In battle, there is an essential difference between the two, and the aura alone is not at the same level. Although Sasori showed strong strength, the Buddha would not back down. He immediately asked Lu Feng. After seeing Sasori's strength, he knew that neither he nor Lu Feng had a chance to win. He played first and then played. In fact, there is not much difference. Lu Feng, please advise, I won't keep your hands. Lu Feng didn't have any nonsense, and immediately walked towards Sasori, nodded at Sasori expressionlessly, and directly released his puppet. Following Lu Feng's shot, 3 humanoid puppets with swords appeared in front of him. As soon as Lu Feng appeared, the entire martial arts field was quiet. Everyone understood that the real battle was coming. I heard that you are also a 4-machine operation, why do you only have 3? Sasori nodded. Without a word, he directly released the black ant and the Sancho fish. For opponents like Lu Feng, he might fail at the moment, but what makes the writer puzzled is that, according to the Buddha, Lu Feng should he had reached the state of 4 machines at the same time, but now only 3 puppets appeared in front of him. You said that if you can't control a puppet, it is an obstacle. The battle of a puppet master is not that the more puppets, the stronger the combat power. Asterisk. Chapter 47 String Fruit, Dropping Ruffian String 1 more. Lu Feng still answered Sasori's question expressionlessly, and immediately Sasori understood that Lu Feng's 4th puppet was not particularly skilled in manipulating it, so he didn't take it out. To deal with this kind of facial paralysis, Sasori really has no interest in talking, so he nodded and took the lead. The black ant's abdomen opened wide, and dozens of venomous flying needles immediately shot at Lu Feng's 3 puppets. Lu Feng's 3 puppets leaned on their bodies to block this wave of attacks, and left and right 2 puppets at the same time. 1 left and 1 right attacked towards Sasori's position. The puppet in the middle firmly protected Lu Feng behind him, and threw the 2 long knives in his hands as weapons to attract firepower. As soon as the Sancho fish moved, it blocked the attack of the 2 long swords and completely blocked Sasori's figure behind. The crow and the black ant collided with the 2 puppets. Before Lu Feng could activate the mechanism on the puppets, an amazing scene appeared. A blade suddenly appeared behind the puppet hit by the crow. Before Lu Feng had recovered his senses, the blade split into 2, one left and the other misaligned, and his puppet was cut in 2 in an instant. And 2 sharp blades nailed 2 broken puppets to the ground in an instant. No matter how Lu Feng manipulated, the 2 puppets could not break free from the 2 blades that pierced them. Lu Feng immediately directed another puppet to continue attacking Sasori, and tried to divert firepower to control the puppet in front of him to contact the other 2 puppets. But Lu Feng discovered at this time that his other puppet couldn't move either. The 6 arms of the black ant are like chains, binding the puppet tightly, and the big and sharp jaws of the body rush towards Lu Feng's last puppet. No matter who it is, it has been seen at this time. Although Sasori's puppet is not good looking, it has completely defeated Lu Feng's puppet. This is a complete suppression on the puppet and has nothing to do with strength. At the same time, the crow also passed the 2 halves of the puppet, shot a few poisonous needles, and rushed towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng quickly blocked the poisonous needle and was about to launch an attack, but the neck was already held by a kunao behind him. Sasori didn't know when he would appear behind him. But Sasori, who was supposed to be kept behind the Sancho fish, has disappeared. I lost. Lu Feng's face changed slightly, but he quickly responded to the reason. Although he had expected that he would lose, he didn't expect to lose so thoroughly. Not only did the puppet lose, but it also lost thoroughly in terms of combat experience. The battle of the puppet master is not just the puppets fighting. Sasori took back his own suffering and told him Lu Feng's biggest mistake. Not only Lu Feng, but Sasori has fought with only a few puppet masters so far, all of which are the same problems. The puppet master completely ignored himself. Combat capability. Lu Feng nodded a bit and said no more. Although he lost very quickly in this battle, he gained a lot. Just when Lu Feng was about to leave the field, he suddenly turned his head and said to Sasori nonchalantly, "Be cruel to the BCH, you are welcome." Just when Sasori didn't react, the Buddha was already on the field with a wry smile. And Sasori only realized who was the BCH Lu Feng was talking about. "I won't introduce myself, let you see my real strength, be careful not to lose." The Buddha still seemed relatively relaxed, and he was still in the mood for joking. Soon he released his puppet. A large and exaggerated puppet spider appeared on the martial arts stage. It was almost the same as the real spider, and could not see the reality at all. What is the combat capability? This is your puppet. This is the first time Sasori has seen a regular special puppet after entering the puppet clan. The humanoid puppet tactics are not changed, but Sasori doesn't know how the puppets of the Buddha fought. "Hey, don't underestimate my puppet. Although I don't have the ability to make puppets, I practice all my poison myself, but there is no antidote." Spider secret skill eruption. The Buddha showed a triumphant expression, immediately shaking his fingers. The puppet spider began to shake his mouth parts, revealing black and purple fangs. Although there are no 3 veiled fellow practitioners in the puppet clan, there are still not a few people who cultivate both. Futuo is one of them, and his puppet is specially tailored to match his poison. The Buddha yelled, and the puppet spider immediately turned around and pointed its huge belly at Sasori. The puppet spider's abdomen contracted for a while, and dozens of puppet spiders the size of a palm were sprayed out instantly, and each spider was ticking with viscous venom. The Buddha grinned, 10 fingers moved, and dozens of puppet spiders moved together in a dense crowd, rushing to Sasori with great momentum. Sasori immediately saw the doorway. Although the pompousness seems to control a dozen puppets at the same time, the puppet spiders do not have high requirements for operation, so even if the number increases, it will not have a big impact. The Buddha does not count on these small ones. Spiders can cause much damage to the enemy, but they are expected to spread the venom on their bodies. As long as the enemy is poisoned, the Buddha will win half. Dropping ruffian string. P.S. Today's willful thinking 3 changes *. Chapter 48 The puppet known as the strongest defense. 2 more. Sasori smiled and took out his other assassin. His right hand stretched out into the sky, and dozens of transparent silk threads fell from the sky and nailed a group of small spiders to the ground. Nothing was spared. Although Sasori has been practicing puppetry, but the ability of string fruit has never fallen. Dropping ruffian string is the ability of his latest master. What? Spider shield. Suddenly, this was the first time someone broke his little spider wave with such a weird technique. Of course, it was astonishing and surprised. The movements of the Buddha's hand were not slow, and the big spider puppet suddenly moved in front of him. The next moment a ding-jingle bell sound came from the body of the big puppet spider. Sasori launched a double attack. While dropping ruffian string shot, he also controlled the crow to launch a poisonous needle attack. Not only that, the crows and black ants themselves rushed towards the place where the Buddha was located, and only the Sancho fish stood in front of Sasori. Hey, spider secret skills venom! The crows and black ants rushed forward. The Buddha didn't startle, but a smile appeared. With a move of his right hand, his abdomen faced Sasori's puppet spider surging again, and the sky full of colorful venom enveloped the entire martial arts field. After the crow and black ant were touched by the venom, there was a corrosive sound immediately. Not only that, but the forward flutter was also slowed down. These venoms were specially made by him last night, with strong stickiness, although they could not be immediate sticking crows and black ants together, but can greatly reduce their speed, and that's enough. Spider secret skill spider burst. The little spider that was nailed to the ground by the dropping ruffian string instantly exploded under the control of the Buddha, and countless shurikens with venom splashed all over. Cover the entire martial arts field. Although Sasori was defended by Sancho fish, he couldn't raise his head even after being beaten. After the spider explosion was over, the giant puppet spider appeared in front of the Sancho fish with the attack of crows and black ants. The puppet Spider-Man stood up, and the two sharp forelimbs were stabbed fiercely. Sancho fish was pierced instantly, and Sasori behind the Sancho fish was also pierced. There was a burst of exclamation from the entire martial arts field. Futa frowned slightly. It was so smooth. If Sasori was so easy to deal with, he would not stand until now. Sure enough, in the next instant, the Buddha discovered that the pierced Sasori turned into a single thread. The real Sasori had already emerged from the ground and appeared behind him. It was also a silk thread that strangled the Buddha's neck. As long as Sasori used force, he could cut off his head. If I were you, I would hide the body in the puppet spider at the moment the little spider exploded, and then create a clone to attract firepower outside, and launch a sneak attack when the enemy thinks it is hit. History is always surprisingly similar. I never thought I would lose again, and the way I lost was the same. I don't know when I was strangled by the silk thread. Fortunately, this battle was not lost. At least Sasori gave a good tactical suggestion. Of course, this tactical suggestion is what Sasori has already used. Sasori will often discard the tactics used once. Once the whole card is shown, it is no longer a whole card. After the battle with the Buddha was over, Sasori's gaze swept away from the crowd again, and he directly ignored the proud silver face, turned around and walked to the trial pavilion. Wait! I haven't played yet. Yin was taken aback, and his anger surged again. Sasori saw him clearly, but he deliberately ignored him. Sasori, who was called to stop, glanced at Yin indifferently, and said impatiently, "Oh, there are you, I forgot, but if I were you, I would no longer be insulted. Not only a waste my time is also wasting your time. You. Humph. I will let you know how good I am." Feeling the deep contempt, Yin immediately put down his cruel words and directly released his puppet. This is his whole card this time. Two dark metal puppets appeared in front of the silver one from the left to the right. The metal puppets were full of a hideous aura, and a huge murderous aura filled the audience with the appearance of the puppets. It's the puppet of Elder Yin Zabiao. Known as the strongest defensive Tainan. No wonder Silver is so emboldened. As soon as the silver puppet came out, everyone screamed in exclamation. These two metal puppets are well known in the entire puppet clan, the pinnacle of Master Higurashi, known as the most defensive puppet. During World War II, many famous ninjas died in the hands of this Iron Man. It's too much for you to do this. In the distance, Master Higurashi's face became extremely ugly, and the eyes of his father staring at Yin also became bad. Humph, you sent me to be an undercover agent, and you can't use puppets. It doesn't make sense to keep the Iron Man, so I passed him on to my son. Is there any problem? Asterisk. Chapter 49 Demolition of a puppet is also one of the abilities of the puppet master 3 shifts. Yin Zibiao snorted coldly. This time he was included in the secret mission assigned by the Kingdom of the Wind. He will change his identity and join the Kingdom of the Earth. In this way, his puppets will no longer be used. The puppet family is the wind. Unique to the kingdom, once used, it means that his identity is about to be exposed, so he gave the 2 puppets to his son, and let his son earn a good face for himself. The 2 most defensive puppets in the clan will be destroyed because of your willfulness. Yin Zibiao's explanation was reasonable, and everyone who had been quite suspicious also shut their mouths, but Master Higurashi sighed with regret. What he said too much was not because he was worried that Sasori would lose, but because his culmination work was about to be destroyed. Tetsuo is considered the best work of Master Higurashi in recent years. Such works are equivalent to his children, but he watched. His own child was destroyed, which made him a little uncomfortable. Yin Zibiao was immediately speechless by Master Higurashi. At the same time as Master Higurashi and Yin Zibiao had a conversation, the battle on the field had begun. The crow and the black ant made a tentative attack again, with the poisonous needle shooting in a row, but the attack on Tetsuo could not cause damage to Tetsuo at all, even the crow's sharp blade was frequently blocked by Tetsuo. How? Be scared. As long as you kneel on the ground and admit that you are inferior to me, I will let you go. Failure is not terrible. As long as you remember today's shame, use it as a motivation to become stronger. There was still some worrying silver in my heart. After seeing that Sasori's attack was completely ineffective, his self-confidence immediately swelled again and became extremely proud, with a sullen face learning the way Sasori was before, and starting to speak harshly. At this moment don't mention how cool the silver heart is. He seemed to have seen Sasori knocked to the ground by him. It stands to reason that a supporting role like you can only live 2 episodes. It is really not easy for you to live until now. Sasori shook his head. People like Silver are typically bright with a little bit of sunlight. Just giving him a little advantage, he once again revealed Laozi's invincible face. Immediately, Sasori was not talking nonsense, and took all the puppets and walked straight to the Silver. Ha ha ha. Why? Want to surrender? What did you say before? What I look down on the most is people who don't even have the courage to fight. Don't surrender in a hurry. Struggle again. Yin saw that Sasori had taken the puppet back, and walked towards him like this. He was stunned for a moment, but immediately he thought that Sasori was about to surrender, laughed openly, and mocked Sasori's previous appearance and tone again. Sasori's previous battles, the most disgusting thing for that Silver is the comments after each battle. Who do you think you are? Not only the Silver, but all the onlookers frowned, completely wondering what Sasori wanted to do. If Sasori really surrendered, then those things he said before and the established image would be like farting. Parasite string. But when everyone didn't know why, Sasori suddenly stretched out his right hand towards Yin. Snapped. Just when everyone didn't figure out what was going on, Yin suddenly gave himself a mouth. The blow was so fierce that the entire martial arts arena was clear and Yin's face instantly swelled up. What did you do to me? There is a kind of... Yin's expression has become extremely frightened, and he realizes that he has lost control of his body. Shut up, you just need to watch and listen quietly, and slowly realize your fear. Your pride and strength are not as good as rubbish in front of me. Sasori's finger hooked and he didn't want to listen to nonsense. The thread used to suture Haiden's wound appeared on Yin's mouth and directly sealed his mouth. Yin could only say woohoo. Wailing. Sasori did not move the Silver, but walked in front of the 2 puppets that claimed to be the strongest defense. Sasori used 5 color strings, and the extremely sharp thread could only leave a shallow mark on Tetsuo's body. The materials that make up Tetsuo are obviously much stronger than Sasori imagined. Seeing that Sasori was still unable to do harm to Tetsuo, Yin immediately made a smug sound with his mouth closed. No matter how strong the defense is, as long as it can move, there will be gaps, and if there are gaps, it will be possible to break the defense. Monochromatic line. Sasori sneered. Yin still did not figure out the situation, and immediately flicked his index finger, and a single color thread stretched out from his fingertips, and the single color thread as thin as a hair directly pierced into Tetsuo's joints. In Yin's horror and incredible expression, the two puppets directly knelt to the ground, their knee joints destroyed. With Sasori's subsequent actions, everyone fell into a sluggishness, and what Sasori showed in front of everyone was no longer a battle, but a textbook-style puppet decomposition display. It is the puppet who claims to be the strongest defensive. Asterisk. Chapter 50 The Terror of the Puppet Maker. Look, as long as the support points are destroyed, the puppets with strong defenses can stand up. Although the puppets are different from humans, their body structure is similar to that of humans. The outer defensive bones are actually very fragile, and it becomes very easy to dismantle them and decompose them. The 2-meter-high Tetsuo suddenly knelt down in front of Sasori, as if surrendering to him. The joints on Tetsuo's knees had been completely destroyed by Sasori. Sasori's hands kept moving, with all the monochrome lines coming out, constantly piercing through the gaps in the armor on Tetsuo's surface, and in front of everyone, began to peel the metal armor on Tetsuo's surface layer by layer. Peel it off. Everyone looked at Sasori dumbfounded, especially the newcomers of the puppet maker line. Sasori's techniques were extremely skillful. The 2 Iron Men were quickly broken down into pieces of material in front of him, even their masters might have done so. Can't do such a thing. Sasori moves too fast. It's as fast as if he is the maker of these 2 Iron Men. And Sasori's movements are getting faster and faster, and the 2 Iron Men have disappeared in a blink of an eye. There is only one place of metal material. This is the horror of the fighting puppet maker. All the puppets in front of him are just corpses waiting to be dissected. The corners of Master Higurashi watching the game from a distance curled up. Although his pinnacle work was broken up in front of him, he didn't feel depressed at all. On the contrary, he felt rejoiced. The 2 puppets were exchanged. The rise of a genius puppet maker is worth it. Yin Zibiao's expression was darkened with oil, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes, but he did not speak, but pressed all his emotions to the bottom of his heart. They are indeed 2 good puppets. It is a pity that the owner who used him did not take good care of them. Many small parts inside have been damaged, which is difficult to repair. Fortunately, most of the main body materials are not damaged at all. I will accept the good material transformation. Thank you for your sponsorship. In return, I will give you a good dream. On the battlefield, Sasori looked at the material removed from Tetsuo with satisfaction, and then sealed it all in the scroll. With a weird smile, Sasori popped a poison needle directly from his sleeve and hit it quickly. Got silver. Ah! Help! Don't come! Don't come near me! Go away! Go away! The silver that had his mouth closed, suddenly his complexion became sullen, and the thread that sewed his lips suddenly pierced the skin of his mouth, and a terrifying howling sounded from his mouth. The poison needle used by Sasori is a byproduct of the refining of dream, and its only function is to induce hallucinations, which can evoke the fear of the person who has been hit to the maximum. I don't know what kind of illusion Yin fell into to become like this. What do you want to do? Yin Zibiao in the dark finally couldn't help it when his only son wailed, but before he was dispatched, 2 elites of the puppet clan had appeared beside him one by one. The poison needle directly pierced his body, instantly losing his strength. Yin Zibiao stared at the 2 companions who suddenly attacked him in shock and anger. He never thought that he would be attacked by his own people. Sorry, your mission has changed. The taboo experiment requires an excellent experimenter like you, and your son will also go with you. Cho glanced at him indifferently, and soon changed his mission, and at the same time announced his son's latest mission. You think? Yin Zibiao showed a look of horror, just about to say something. The poison in his body has completely taken effect, and even the strength to speak has been deprived. Cho no longer looked at Yin Zibiao, but turned his gaze to one of the members who had attacked him and said, Qin, you replace the elder Yin Zibiao to complete his hidden mission. During the action, put his henchmen together. Give it to those people and say that this is the person we participated in the taboo experiment. Thanks to Elder Yin Zibiao for helping me make this decision. Qin nodded, and then left the scene with another person with Yin Zibiao. At the same time, several Elder Yin Zibiao's party members were attacked together, and they were taken away from the scene without even having a chance to speak. Qiande is very clear about Yin Zibiao's character. He has always been ambitious and narrow-minded. He must report his faults, otherwise he would not give his puppet to him for revenge because of his son's failure. Now Sasori has won the silver for the third time, and has also dismantled his puppet in front of so many people, leaving Silver in the illusion that life is worse than death. Even if he does not act in person, it will be disadvantageous to Sasori behind it. Click Cho to see it thoroughly. Originally, the Kingdom of Wind wanted the people of the puppet clan to conduct taboo experiments. Cho had been hesitating because he was not willing to let his clan members not only fulfilled the high-level requirements of the Wind Nation, but also helped Sasori eradicate a potential crisis. Asterisk.